Nashville, Tennessee. Population 700,000, but each weekend night there's an influx of 250,000 people that come to Music City, USA. But today, the spotlight is on Nashville Superspeedway, where the stars will be racing around this 1.1 concrete track, finding out who's the best here in the heat of Nashville. Ryan Blaney, last year's champion, is looking to get back on track. Christopher Bell dominating a week ago, winning both races in Iowa. Austin Cindric, he's locked into the playoffs as well. One of the young drivers trying to make his way up through the top, just like Martin Truex Jr. has already done throughout his career. Today, the field will be following Denny Hamlin. He'll bring them all to the green flag here in Nashville. We take a look at the playoff standings.
Rick, 26 weeks make up the regular season. Only 8 races remain, including this. The names in yellow, Jeff, they're locked in. The real conversation's on the right-hand side. You see Bubba Wallace below. They are currently outside the playoffs, just above on the inside, but there's a battle for wins and points.
All right, Jeff, how about the guys that are close to the cut line?
Well, that is where the battle is. You know, you look at Joey Logano, he's a champion. Bubba Wallace trying to win a championship. Chase Briscoe just locked in, taking that job from Martin Truex as he retires. Kyle Busch, can you imagine a playoffs without Kyle Busch in it? Well, he has work to do if he's going to get there.
Kyle Busch, a 2-time champion, fighting to get into the playoffs here in 2024. Let's hear from Christopher Bell. He's standing by with Kim.
First career weekend sweep at New Hampshire, but now as we look forward to Nashville, great starting position. What can you get done this afternoon?
I mean, I feel good about it. We're going to have a shot for sure. The DeWalt Camry has a lot of strength. Yesterday in practice, I felt super good on the long run. I was a little bit nervous about the fire-off speed, and then we went out and we qualified really well. So that goes to show that I think we've got what we need to win today. Just going to have to make sure that we stay in it all day.
What kind of preparations did you do this week, knowing how hot it was going to be this afternoon?
I mean, just normal procedure, making sure you're hydrated, and obviously physical fitness is a big part of it, but that's not going to happen, you know, last week. But unfortunately, I got a little bit under the weather the last couple days, so that's not going to help my cause, but it is what it is. We'll have to go out there and do it.
Christopher Bell rolls off third here this afternoon.
Well, Chase Elliott's a former Nashville winner, but it's a little bit different when it's in the sunshine and 110 in the real field. So how does the weather change the racing, Chase?
Yeah, I think the big thing for us is, you know, the track looked to me like it widened out yesterday, and this place has been weird, though. You know, that year that we won, you know, we had rain delay and ended up going into night, and I thought when the nighttime came that it would get really one-laned, and it continued to widen out. So it looked like the race yesterday widened out, you know, some more too. So I think we'll continue to push that groove up, and usually when it's hot like this, that promotes us moving around. So I hope that happens today. I feel like our Napa Chevy's been solid. Wish I had gotten us a better qualifying lap yesterday. I was frustrated with that, but pretty happy with my balance. I feel like we're in the ballpark on that front, so just got to make sure I get all of it this afternoon.
So we're going to be embedded with your race team in stage 2. I get to hang out with Alan on top of the pit box. Tell us some fun stuff we might see when we get to hang out with you guys for an entire stage.
Yeah, it's exciting. We have such a cool group, and I think everybody's going to really enjoy them once they get to spend a little more time with them and see more about them. A ton of experience with, you know, guys like Nick Odell, and also, you know, new guys, semi-new with TJ and some other folks that, you know, are not quite that experienced but have been just great assets to our team. And, you know, the cool thing about our group, I feel like, is we all have a really good understanding of one another, and I think we all have each other's best interests, and we're all willing to go to work for one another and pick the other guy up when somebody's down, and I think we just make each other better, and that's really all you can ask for you know, a team environment and a race team. So just thrilled to call those guys a part of the 9 group. Super happy to have them. Couldn't ask for a better group, and always excited to go to work with them every week.
Going to be fun to follow NASCAR's most popular driver in the 9 team all afternoon long.
Tyler Reddick is one of a handful of drivers playing double duty this weekend. Ran the Xfinity Series race yesterday. Cars are very different, but anything you can learn about the racetrack that'll help you here this afternoon?
Yeah, certainly. It was a tough day for us, unfortunately, in the 26 for Sam Hunt Racing, but learned a lot about the track for sure. The temps are really high out there. The track's slick. So hopefully some of that information gathered yesterday will help us in our 45 Monster Energy Toyota Camry.
It's going to be a hot one. Did you get any IVs after yesterday's race?
Yeah, my body took 2 of them, and yeah, they needed it badly. So I actually felt okay when I got out of the car, but I was looking around, and all the drivers are laying on the ground and in bad shape. So I was like, I probably should go to the infield care center and just make sure I'm all good to go. So yeah, got a good night's rest and ready to go for round 2.
All right, we'll see what Tyler Reddick has here this afternoon on the Cup side of things.
Thanks, Kim. So much has been said about the heat. It's going to be upwards of 90+ degrees here, but we saw 130-degree temperatures in the cars yesterday. Jeff, we just heard from Christopher Bell talking about potentially a little under the weather. How is that going to be amplified because of the heats that he's going to be feeling today?
Well, inside of these race cars, it's a very demanding environment. Very high temps and a high stress situation. So when you're feeling bad, what you have to do is overcompensate, IVs, overhydrate, do all those types of things. He said it best though, you're not going to get a condition last week for this week's race. That had to happen months ago. It's just body prep at that point.
Yeah, we saw the results yesterday in the Xfinity Series race. A lot of worn out drivers, but we also saw some worn out race cars, some mechanical issues. So as a crew chief, I have to be up front and center with my driver. What do you need? What can we provide for you? What do you need on the pit stops, ice or water? But I also have to mechanically make sure all the settings of this race car can survive the heat.
And on top of that, they all talked about the racetrack. The very best drivers in the world, which is what we have in Cup, they have a way of maximizing a low grip situation. They all said the word slick. They all said it was very difficult. So how do you manage that? When it's hot, it becomes harder to focus. It becomes harder to do everything exactly right. And when you miss it on a slick racetrack, there's a bigger penalty to pay for a mistake.
Crew chief, how do you keep your driver focused when this heat is on his mind? We heard drivers yesterday shouting, you know, that this is ridiculous, I can't handle this anymore. How do you keep your driver focused and yet still give him the equipment that he needs to be out and be on the track and be competitive?
I think the first thing is, and it's something I may not have been great at, a little empathy. Just understand that that driver can't get off the pit box, can't get a bottle of water. That driver is stuck in the heat. So repeat yourself. Be very clear. Don't ask long-winded questions. Let the driver focus on the task at hand. This is not a day to have long-winded conversations about strategy or what the car needs. Be short and concise.
And if you're the driver, you know what this is? It's opportunity. Because you are supposed to be in shape. You are supposed to be ready for this. You have to take pride and say, I am going to do it better than everybody else, and these conditions give me an opportunity to do that. When the race is over, I don't care how bad you feel. Run down pit road, show everybody how great a shape you're in, rub it in their nose a little bit.
You see some of the fans getting up close and personal with these drivers before the race. Well, during stage 2, we'll be up close and personal and embedded with 2 of the teams, the 9 team and the 6 team during stage 2.
We were just playing defense a bit too much.
And we don't know what direction we go. We've got a good competitive car, so focus on the day. Be hungry.
Here is Elliott.
You're doing good. Keep working it. All forward here. Go, 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 go.
Chase Elliott will win at Texas Motor Speedway.
We had a tremendous offseason, adding some more resources, and that's really fueled our success.
He'll hold on to that #1 position.
Keselowski just will not quit in that low line.
What a drive for Brad Keselowski. Brad Keselowski wins.
Enough time, man. Thank you. Thanks, everybody. Great job today.
Being embedded with these race teams gives us a chance to really learn about them and dive into the personal stories. And it's a very unique dynamic here in dichotomy on the 9 team for Chase Elliott. On top of the pit box where Alan Gustafson sits, the youngest team at Hendrick Motorsports in terms of engineers and everyone helping Alan with a strategy. On pit road, the most veteran pit crew on pit road. These guys have been together solid for 7 years, majority of the team together for 10 years. That pit crew, #1 on pit road so far here in 2024. And you have to think about what this 9 team has been through in the last year really. Chase Elliott breaks the leg last year. They missed the playoffs in the offseason. They didn't get down on themselves. Instead, they rallied together. Statistically, Chase Elliott on the track having the best season he's ever had, and this pit crew has been phenomenal as well. So this team, veteran on pit road, young on top of the pit box, they have really answered for Chase Elliott so far in 2024.
Well, Marty, it's going to be fun to tell the stories of the 6th team. And Nashville Super Speedway means a lot to driver Brad Keselowski. That's because he has 2 NASCAR Xfinity Series wins at this racetrack, including his first win in that series back in 2008. So he's got 2 guitars, but he's ready to get a Cup Series win. And I asked Brad, does he have any guitar skills? He said, yes, he can play a few chords, but no, you would definitely not want to hear it. And just catching up with the team throughout the weekend, they had this track circled on the schedule because they think their strengths this season play exactly into what you need to have today to win. Brad Keselowski showing speed in qualifying. He will roll off from the 5th position.
It's really impressive that the teams give this sort of access, this, over and above what is really expected. For the fans and for everybody watching at home, we appreciate both the 9 and the 6. And I can't wait. Matt McCall, Alan Gustafson, I think they're 2 of the best in the business. I want to see how they tackle these very difficult conditions.
We focus so much on the job that the drivers have, but the guys on the pit road, they are making decisions, every second. They're having to rethink, okay, here's my plan, but if this changes, how am I going to react to that? It is truly a team sport. The driver gets most of the credit and the blame, by the way, but at the end of the day, this is a team sport.
Well, we've seen the stars of NASCAR. How about the stars of Nashville coming together here with the stars of NASCAR? And I will say it's Luke Combs. Of course, Luke Combs, one of the biggest stars in Nashville right now. He'll be on the hood of Bubba Wallace's number 23 for this race. And when the 2 got together earlier, Bubba gave Luke Combs a fire suit. So Luke Combs has a fire. Now, he is the honorary pace car driver. I don't think he's going to need that fire suit for that role as far as getting behind the wheel of the pace car and leading this field around. But the 2-time Entertainer of the Year and the multi-Grammy nominated artist is really cherishing his role here, being right a part of everything here at Nashville Super Speedway. The stars of Nashville, like Blake Shelton, the legends like Dolly Parton, Keith Urban, and of course Luke Combs, all big NASCAR fans as we get ready for today's race here at Nashville Super Speedway.
Nashville, Tennessee, it's always a party on Broadway wherever you go, but just outside of downtown at Nashville Super Speedway, it's all business as Music City welcomes the NASCAR Cup Series with just 8 races left in the regular season. It's going to be a big day of racing here on NBC Sports. First up, the Cup Series from Nashville. Then later, final night of the U.S. Track and Field Olympic Trials from Eugene, Oregon. For the NASCAR Cup Series, you can definitely feel the sense of urgency as the regular season ticks away. Some big names like 2-time Cup champion Kyle Busch, currently out of the playoff picture. With 3 wins left this year, Denny Hamlin's already a playoff lock. The Joe Gibbs Racing driver will start from the pole here this afternoon at Nashville. And how close has the competition been in the Cup Series this year? Well, Chase Elliott and Kyle Larson are tied for the regular season points after 18 races. The Hendrick Motorsports teammates should be contenders for the win tonight. Boy, Kim Kuhn, the playoff picture certainly changed at New Hampshire last week, didn't it?
Absolutely, Marty. After New Hampshire, Bubba Wallace out. What does that mean? Joey Logano is in. 8 races remain until the playoff picture is set. And I talked to both teams. They said they are not hitting the panic button right now, but emphasize the unpredictable nature of the bubble and how a winner outside of the picture could totally change things, Dave.
Kim, let me give you an underdog to root for today. 33-year-old Josh Berry from just north of here in Hendersonville, Tennessee. He's a driver whose team is folding at the end of the year. He doesn't have a job next year, so what's he done? He stepped up his game. 7th 2 weeks ago, 3rd last week, and today he'll start on the outside of the front row. You can root for Josh Berry because the 4 car is fast, but he'll need to get the ceremonies before we get going today.
Please rise as you're able. Remove your hats, and veterans render a hand salute as the 101st Airborne Division Color Guard at Fort Campbell presents our nation's colors. Here to offer today's invocation, please welcome from the 101st Airborne Division at Fort Campbell, Chaplain Captain Paul Shepard.
Good afternoon. 2 Timothy chapter 1 verse 7 says, "For God gave us a spirit not of fear, but of power and love and self-control." Please join me as I pray. Heavenly Father, your people have always been a people that take risks, that push themselves, that avoid safety for a great purpose and a great reward. Father, we see you even leaving the comfort and beauty of heaven to enter a broken world on a rescue mission to save all mankind. Father, today may that same competitive, risk-taking, victory-chasing spirit of every great American be seen on display here in these crews, cars, and drivers. I pray that you'd watch over them as they push themselves to the limit. Thank you for this opportunity for friends and family to gather, and have a great afternoon. Lastly, Lord, we ask that you be with our servicemen and women as they sacrifice for our freedoms and values in the American way of life. And now, in the words of King Solomon, I leave you with this: whatever your hand finds to do, do it with all your might. In the name of Jesus Christ, amen.
Here to perform the national anthem, please welcome Rounder Records recording artist Sierra Farrell.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the rampart we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the
Boy, the heat here in Nashville has not dampened the spirit of these race fans. We'll get the engines fired here in Nashville next. This season's had everything for the Cup Series, from surprise winners to record close finishes, and plenty of tempers as well. Safe bet, you might see more of that this afternoon in Music City. It's NASCAR Cup Series racing from Nashville Super Speedway. Welcome to the Ally 400. Before we get the engine started, let's check in with Kim Kuhn.
Well, Marty, as we talk playoff picture, Ty Gibbs currently sits comfortably 82 points to the good, but this team has not been satisfied recently. The last 4 races, they have finished outside the top 10 and are looking for more. They feel like they need to start putting together full races. Today might be that day. When I talked to crew chief Chris Gale, he said they definitely feel like they have a top 5 car, but when I talked to the other 3 Joe Gibbs Racing teams, they all said Ty was the guy to beat today. Everybody looking to him.
Kim, we'll see about that. Denny Hamlin is on the pole for the first time in 14 races, and it comes at a really good time for the 11 team. The last 3 races, their average finish was 28th. That is not to their standards, and certainly not where the 3-time winner this season thought that he would be. Those wins came earlier. They are needing some momentum to get going now, and so a pole like today can give him control of this race. He's out front. He can stay out front if the team can keep him on and off pit road with that lead on and off of pit road all day. Marty, it's going to be fun to see here at Nashville.
Dave, Denny Hamlin, one of many drivers wearing a cool suit today. Kyle Larson included among those. Normally, he is always a factor here at Nashville, but Cliff Daniels told me, I don't know how good we're going to be today because we weren't great in practice. A lot of changes for Kyle Larson and his race team. How do the drivers survive the heat? Let's find out and get the engines fired here in the Volunteer State.
And now, here to say the most famous words in motorsports, please welcome 5-time ACM Award winner and 2-time CMA Award winner, Hardy.
God bless country music. God bless America, the greatest country on this planet. And gentlemen, start your engine!
What a good sound. When we come back, we'll hear from the gentleman calling the race today. Rick Allen, Steve Letarte, and Jeff Burton. Cup Series racing from Nashville is next.
Nashville has become the entertainment mecca. It's got Ryman Auditorium. More honky-tonks here than anywhere in the world. Country Music Hall of Fame, the Grand Ole Opry. It is Music City, USA. Just outside of Nashville is Nashville Super Speedway, and want to check out the Ally starting grid as the field is making their way around the track now. We mentioned Denny Hamlin will start from the pole. Josh Berry, the hometown hero here, starts on the front row with him. Probably the hottest driver and maybe the best driver in the world, and Kyle Larson will start in row 2 alongside Christopher Bell, who just swept the last 2 races last weekend. Let's chat with the pole winner. Jeff, if you can get him on the radio, we'll chat with him.
Hey, Denny, it's Burton up in the booth. You with us?
Yes, sir.
All right, great start to the weekend with a pole. What do you think your biggest challenge for the day will be, though?
Navigating traffic, I think, will be one of the biggest things. I do think the track's going to widen out quite a bit. So if you got a good car, you're going to be able to pass. But certainly with an upfront start spot like our FedEx Camry's got, we want to keep it there.
A lot of drivers talking yesterday about the track changing a great deal of rubber building up into the racetrack. How do you adjust as the race goes on?
Yeah, just try to get the best information I can to the crew chief. Yeah, that's my role in all this, is to execute the plays and give recommendations to Chris and the team. So pretty confident we got a great car. It's just we're going to keep up with it and see if we can stay up front.
All right, buddy. Appreciate it. Have a great day.
We mentioned we would be embedded with a few different teams. One of those is the 9 team, and Marty, you're standing by with Alan Gustafson, the crew chief there.
Yeah, I get to hang out with Alan all day long, especially in stage 2. So it would seem like this is a simple race from a strategy standpoint, Alan. Just divide the stages into half. But is it that easy?
Yeah, I mean, it does on paper seem like a pretty simple strategy, but, that's what's so fun about these races, and ultimately so hard. What makes it so hard to win is unexpected cautions can obviously throw you for a loop, and when you get on the fence and swing one way or the other, can give somebody an advantage. So I think on paper it's pretty straightforward, but yeah, there's going to be a lot of opportunity with cautions and opportunities to get track position and take care of it.
It's a nice, cool, about 85 here on the pit box, but for your pit crew guys, it's about 110 what they feel down there. What was your advice to them of how to manage the heat today?
Yeah, nice and cool, like you said. Just don't think about it. Control what you can control. These guys train really hard all week long and, subject themselves to much worse conditions, so this is something that's easy for them. They're in great shape. Chase too, right? I mean, this is a tough race for him, but just focus on what you can control. Try to stay positive, and, good car and a good performance will make all that a lot easier.
It's been a career year so far for Chase Elliott. We'll see if they can keep it going today, Kim.
Well, Marty, when crew chief Matt McCall joined RFK in 2022, he didn't come alone. He brought almost in his entire road crew from his previous team, the #1 Chip Ganassi Racing team, over to RFK. He knew there was going to be a lot to overcome joining a new team. He did not want to tackle it alone, which begs the question, though, let's look at the bigger picture. I wanted to know, how many people does it take to put Brad Keselowski on track for a race weekend? Matt said, if you take in everything, the car building, the sponsors, all of it, over 100 people contribute to getting this car on track each and every weekend, Dave.
Let's talk about last year's winner, Ross Chastain. You know him as the Watermelon Man, or the man who did the Hail Melon that right around the outside of the track at Martinsville to make the playoffs. Yeah, that's this guy here. He won this race last year. They did not qualify well earlier. They will start in the 20th position, but don't count them out. They came from the back last year, and Ross Chastain and his team believe that they've got a car that is capable of winning again today. You can see the focus in his eyes. Ross Chastain would like to go back-to-back at Nashville.
Smashing a watermelon. We saw it right here at the start-finish line of Nashville a year ago. All right, Steve, we're getting ready to see the cars come onto pit road. What are they going to be doing?
So it's a mathematical calculation. We check pit road speed. They don't have speedometers in these cars. So basically what happens is they measure time over distance in different grids up and down pit lane. So you get a test. All these teams will run down at a certain setting. There'll be lights on the dash, and then the speeds will be reported via computer to the crew chief. So they can say, hey, we're great in sections 1 through 9. The last 2 sections were a little too fast or a little too slow. This is kind of like your freebie. That way when you get busted speeding, if you do get busted, you know, there's no excuses. You had a chance to check it out earlier.
In other series around the world, the driver can push a button and it maximizes the RPMs that you can run on pit road so you don't speed. In this series, NASCAR says, nope, it's the driver's responsibility to do it right, and it puts it on the driver to make sure he's looking at the tachometer and making sure he knows exactly what he can and cannot do.
You also, that window net to the driver's left, you want to make sure where your pit stall is. So that you see the pit board and everything. You want to make sure that you get that, and it's not easy to see over to the left.
Yeah, you think it would jump right out at you, but as you look kind of out the windshield right here on Kyle Busch's car, the pit signs kind of blend together, and especially looking at the dash above those lights, you can easily lose your positioning. It varies from track to track. You can be early or late on pit road.
All right, Jeff, 109 right now, and these guys are just cruising around. They just fired the engines up. Yesterday we saw 130. Are we going to see temperatures like that again, and how difficult is it for a driver to deal with?
I think we'll see mid-120s today in that range, but this is a longer race than what we had yesterday, so maybe a little cooler temperature, but you're asking more of the driver, and this series is more competitive.
Cars 2x2 as we're getting ready for the green flag. Before we see that, let's go down to Barney.
So, Rick, in 2022, Martin Truex Jr. won both stages here at Nashville. Last year, he finished second right on the heels of Ross Chastain. So why would James Small completely change the setup they brought this weekend? Well, this morning he told me last year and the year before, honestly, we were good, not great. We need to take another step here. So they came with a completely revamped setup, Kim, that they think is even better and might get Truex his first win of the year.
Well, Marty, yesterday, John Hunter Nemechek won the NASCAR Xfinity Series race, leading 76 laps. But let's talk about what this team did last week and why they have momentum this week. Last week, the team fought from being 2 laps down to finishing in the top 10 the last 70 laps of New Hampshire. That takes a special team. It takes perseverance. When I talked to crew chief Ben Bayshore, he said last week's rebound was huge for team morale from a big points perspective. And Dave, he said it told them we can do this.
Look to the outside of row number 6. That'll be Alex Bowman in the purple number 48. Talked to his crew chief Blake Harris this morning about their speed this year. He said, we are a step better than we were last year. This time last year at Nashville, we were searching for speed. We think we've got it this year. We could sure use that win to secure our place in the playoffs. Rick?
And that paint scheme was designed by Dale Earnhardt Jr. All right, let's listen into a pep talk with the 5 team.
Right, here we go, Nashville. We got a hot one, got a great crowd on hand. Thank you all for coming out here and sticking it out with us in the heat. Thanks to folks at home, as always, for tuning in. 5 team, got 300 laps ahead of us today at Nashville Super Speedway. Speed tough, stay cool. Let's be there.
Fans on their feet. It might be a little bit warm, but this is what they've been waiting for. 38 cars coming to life here as they come off of turn 4. Denny Hamlin, Josh Berry making up the front row. And we're racing in Music City, USA.
Hamlin with a very aggressive move to block Josh Berry to take that first spot.
Didn't take long for Christopher Bell to also slide up in front of the 4 of Berry. And so Berry's dropped back to 3rd and under pressure now. Here comes Larson. He's going to try to take the spot away. Brad Keselowski in the 6 on the inside. Kyle Larson in the 5 on the outside. Early in the run, Jeff, where's the preferred line?
I think this early in the race, you want to be on the bottom of the racetrack. That's where the most grip is. That's going to change, though, Steve, as the rubber gets run into the racetrack.
Yeah, the groove is absolutely going to change. As we see the field go through 1 and 2 right here, you're going to see a car slow on the left-hand side in front of the leaders. That's the 51 of Justin Haley. Failed inspection. They were caught adjusting their car after inspection. They had to do a pass-through. The penalty served, nearly a lap down already.
And a big gap already. Hamlin in front of Bell, then Larson, Keselowski, and Reddick.
You know, Jeff, you talk about the preferred groove. I'll argue the preferred groove is wherever your car handles the best. We kept hearing drivers say the track will widen out. Well, they mean the options. As we see 3 wide, right? Noah Gragson and that orange and blue car at the bottom, stuck in the middle. I believe this is the 1 of Ross Chastain up top, the 19 of Martin Truex Jr. Bass Pro Shops inside and outside of the Busch Light Chevrolet.
Michael McDowell, that loves 34, saying, hey, wait a minute, I want to get part of this.
When you're going to start to see the outside and the middle lane is going to start to get better. All the dust, debris, all that ends up in the middle lanes when the track sits overnight. Typically the bottom is the way to go, but it will start changing.
Riding along in the Toyota onboard with Corey Heim. And Corey Heim, one of those drivers who's had an excellent career in the Truck Series, but very little experience in the Cup Series.
And just this view right here down on the bumper, look at the color change from the straightaways to the corner. That's because when the cars go into the corner, pushing that lateral load, smears that Goodyear tire rubber into the concrete. It rubbers up the racetrack. Very light down the straightaways, very dark in the corners.
Downshift there as we ride along with Corey.
I love this shot right there. You see like the car really working. Oh, a little defensive move. Corey LaJoie throws the block. I believe that's the 14 it is of Chase Briscoe. The Rush Truck Center's Ford. A little bit different color scheme this week.
Big move on the outside as we see that 14 of Briscoe getting passed by a teammate, Ryan Preece, in the 41.
So Ryan Preece willing to jump up there in that third lane. And if he's able to start making that work, then the information is going to just...
But all the crew chiefs I talked to this morning said once they cool off because of a yellow, they can fire right off. So I don't think it's a high priority to change tires if the yellows come out. Now, if you come under green, Kim, for sure you would change 4 tires while you're putting fuel in.
And Steve, as we talk about Tyler Reddick, you're seeing on the screen, maybe a little bit of an issue early. Take a listen to the radio.
Take a look, smoke. Got eyes on it. Oh, do not see any rubs from outside.
And so you heard that radio. Tyler came back on and said, I don't know what it was. It smelled like rubber. Crew Chief Billy Scott said, yeah, it might have been the rubber from the headers. So, Steve, explain that for somebody listening in.
Yeah, so basically what happens is, as you mentioned, the tires wear, Rick, and that rubber kind of gets blown up the racetrack. Well, there's also an opportunity where it can get under the hood and stick to the exhaust. And it almost kind of smolders and smokes and can get into the cockpit. It's a scary situation because that's not a problem. But you think instantly of wiring or plumbing or an oil leak. There are so many other catastrophic things that could be smoking. So far, so good for the 45.
Tyler Reddick holding on to 5th right now. In front of him, Denny Hamlin has put almost a second between himself and 2nd Christopher Bell. You're watching the Ally 400.
Welcome to Nashville. Welcome to Nashville.
A new leader in Nashville. That's Christopher Bell in 20 out in front. Denny Hamlin has fallen back to 2nd, and I'm pretty confident that Justin Haley's not going to be getting a Christmas card from Denny Hamlin this season after the way he was racing him. So Haley was just in front. Now he's almost about to go a lap down, and this is what happened and how the lead changed.
And Haley got really loose right there. Denny had to check up, trying to go around him, and Christopher Bell had momentum. And he will send a Christmas card, Justin Haley.
One off the list, one on the list.
But you can't blame Haley. I mean, he's trying to stay in the lead lap. I mean, you're not supposed to just lay over and give it to him. And Yeah, the car got around on him a little bit, but you know, being in a lead lap versus not, that is a massive difference. So I don't blame Justin Haley one bit.
So again, Haley is now the first car a lap down. And Chad Fincham just went a lap down also.
Yeah, that's that 66 car right there. The 51 wants to get by the 66, put him back in position for the free pass if we do see a yellow.
So Bell is out front. Denny Hamlin now has fallen back to second. Dave, was the radio pretty colorful there?
It was silent, Rick. Denny did not say anything. He was reminded that before that traffic, his car was faster than his teammate Christopher Bell's every lap. So get back in it, you'll get back by him. Interesting conversation, though, this morning with Denny's spotter, Chris Lambert. I asked Chris about, does he help Denny block as well as know where to go for speed on the track? He said, yes, I do. But more importantly, sometimes in traffic, you just got to know what's going on around him. He was very aware that Haley was in the way. He could see that, but he was also getting help from Lambert. Jeff Burton, I guess my question to you is, do you want help as a driver sometimes to know where to go to block the cars behind you as well as speed on the track?
Well, it depends on the time of the race day for me, but track position being so important, whatever I can do to keep from getting past, that's what I need to do. And if you can take away the line of the guy behind you and hurt his car more than you hurt yourself by changing lanes, then yes, 100%. Because that openly is what you're trying to do, is just beat the guy behind you.
DraftKings Sportsbook is an authorized gaming operator of NASCAR, and this week, new customers can bet $5 and pocket $150 in bonus bets instantly. Download the app and use promo code SPEED when you sign up. DraftKings Sportsbook, the crown is yours. An interesting new addition to the sportsbook, Rick, you see on the left-hand side live odds. So if you didn't get your bet in before the race, those are the current odds. Hamlin running second at plus 350, so 3.5 times your money. Bell, the leader, 5 times your money. Apparently, they love Joe Gibbs Racing as they fill the spot. You see right there, Chase Elliott, 12-1, Reddick, and Blaney. So live, you could continue to bet just like that. You saw it. Bell instantly matches the favorite because Bell took the lead.
Riding along on the Consumer Cellular on board of Brad Keselowski, looking back at Kyle Larson, and that car getting bigger in the mirror for Keselowski. Marty, how about Ryan Blaney?
Yeah, Rick, in the garage area this morning, a lot of people expected Ryan Blaney, who won 2 weeks ago at Iowa, to really march to the front. He started 18th, but he's only gained 3 spots. Ryan weighed in on an issue with the 12. Listen.
I feel really bad on my brakes, man. It's shaking the whole hell out of the car already.
Hey, Steve, you know, here at Nashville, it's a place where it looks like an intermediate racetrack, but the drivers are on the brakes a lot. So when you get a report like that from your driver this early in the race, is that a little concerning if you're Jonathan Hassler's crew chief?
Well, it is concerning because you pointed out it looks like a 1.5 mile track, but even from up here, they look like they overslow the car for the corner, and that's just a lack of grip. So the teams are required to run a certain brake caliper. You can run whatever pads you want, but you have options, either a light duty brake disc or a heavy duty. And the garage area at most tracks is very in line. Here, there is a variety. Some teams run that light duty. They say we're not going to use many brakes. Other cars, the heavy duty. The problem is car handling can change that. Jeff, as a driver, I don't want to take the brakes away as a tool for you. And we're going to see a little bit of cooling. There are some cars that are running some fresh air to the brakes.
Yeah, and to be clear, when the brakes are shaking, it's not just an inconvenience to the driver. It hurts the handling of the race car. It does not turn as well. It does not drive as well. It does not make as much grip. And braking is a huge part of this racetrack and getting the car to do what you want to do. So it is really a disadvantage.
Well, it's even more sensitive for Ryan Blaney because this track specifically is a track where they have had issues. This is back 2021, straight into the wall. You think it's a tire issue, but in the end, it was the brakes that failed. They go through the wheel, they flatten the tires. You see the heavy, heavy impact. So I'm confident this team talked about it. You don't have an issue like that without having it in your notebooks. But now when you have a driver who's already talking about the brakes, those memories come flashing back.
You mentioned notebooks. This is only the 4th race for the Cup Series here at Nashville. So, Steve, how do you build your notebook up with such few visits here?
Well, it is very difficult. Now, the good news is this is a track where you saw a tremendous amount of testing before it was a full-time circuit for the, the series of race on. But it's kind of a one-off, right? It's the biggest concrete oval we go to. It's about a third of a mile bigger than Dover. Not quite as much banking as Dover, as you see that 99. Speaking of Nashville, Tootsie's on the hood of the 99 for Suarez, a local bar here on Broadway, passing the 41. So it is hard, Rick, and you know what you hope is that you have found something that worked or a feel. But you heard Chase Elliott say, you know, the race I won, we had a delay, and the lights came on. So now take those notes and throw them away. It becomes very difficult.
Bell has about a second lead over Denny Hamlin. Those two are in front of Brad Keselowski by 2.5 seconds. Then it's Kyle Larson, Tyler Reddick, who's right along with Austin Dillon and the Brestry on board. Excited to have 9 different companies helping us out as we have 9 onboards today. Kim.
And Steve, as you were talking notebooks, the approach for the 20 team, very interesting. Bell out front right now, and he is only one of 3 drivers to have finished top 10 in all 3 Nashville Cup Series races. So I asked crew chief Adam Stevens, what was their approach this weekend? He said, yes, we had good finishes the last 3 races, but we got everything we could out of those 3 runs. We were decent, but we were not top 3 or 4 speed. So we took a wildly different approach to set up this weekend, is what he told me. He said we couldn't come here with what we ran before because it was not good enough. And Bell still out front here at Nashville Superspeedway with a different approach than years past.
Close racing on the bottom of the screen as they battle for 14th. Blaney trying to get by Dillon. Up top, battle for 5th. Battles all over the racetrack. Maybe a little early pit stops taking place here as we see the Ally 48 of Alex Bowman making his way to you, Dave.
Tight initial throttle, that is the word from the driver. So when he gets into the turn and he wants to go back to the gas, the car wants to shoot towards the wall. They'll make an adjustment for that here. 4 Goodyear tires and fuel. Marty?
All for Kyle Busch. He came to pit road on the very early side of the window to get the stop out of the way. But here's what happened when he came to a stall. He slid through the stall, had to back up. That's going to cost him some track position as he heads back out. Early window here, Steve. Are you surprised they're pitting here, working lap 38?
Yeah, I'm a little surprised, right? If you pit right now, that means you put 38 laps on your tires. You're going to have to run 52 to the finish. And the reason it surprises me is they're just not slowing down much on old tires, Kim.
And for Brad Keselowski, no major complaints, so no major changes. They're going to take 4 fresh Goodyear tires, Sunoco fuel on this green flag stop for Brad Keselowski.
That's really why you don't see a busier pit road. At some tracks, Rick, 1 car pits and they all pit. But they're really kind of dropping in 1 or 2 a lap. Not as busy as some tracks. We'll see now the leaders, the yellow car right there, and the 11 of Denny Hamlin, Kim, both on pit road.
Yeah, and let's follow the stop of Christopher Bell. Despite being under weather and not feeling great, that car feeling very good. Christopher said, my only complaint is just a little bit free on entry. You see the right side tires going on, 4 fresh Goodyear stays, Sunoco fuel.
Teammate Denny Hamlin and former leader of this race is a little free on exit. He steps on the gas. The back end wants to come around on this Toyota Camry. So 4 tires here, air pressure adjustment, and full of fuel to get him back on the road.
We'll see right here if Denny Hamlin, I think he would have been scored in front of the 20 under yellow, but under green, you got to get back up to speed. So the 20 of Christopher Bell doing his job, the pit crew doing their job. They will maintain what will be the lead of cars that have pitted. But remember, we have some who have stayed on the racetrack, and I actually wouldn't be surprised if some run really long to see if they could get a lucky break and get a yellow.
The gap before the pit stop started was about 1 second between the 20 and the 11 cars. We see the 41 and the 99 making their way onto pit road. It's like Harrison Burton as well in the 21 on pit road. Kim.
And that green Interstate Batteries Toyota of Ty Gibbs. Ty complaining just way too tight. I need more rear stability. As 3, 2, 1 into the box, and service will start for him, Dave, as Daniel Suarez making his stop.
His car was good in clean air, but a little bit loose on the exit of the corner, so he'll get the 4 tires with that air pressure adjustment, and he's gone.
Continue to cycle through with these pit stops. Tyler Reddick, William Byron, Martin Truex Jr., Michael McDowell, Corey LaJoie, drivers that have not come to pit road yet.
Yeah, so what they're looking for is we see Christopher Bell, the first car who has pitted and returned to the racetrack as far as will be the leader. What the 45 of Tyler Reddick is hoping for is a caution. Right now he's leading the race. There are only 15 cars on the lead lap. He has a bunch of cars a lap down. He can kind of change the whole outcome of the race. The reason it's less risky here is because we saw 30.6 second lap times. Now they're running like 31.4, so 0.8 of a second slower. There are some tracks, Marty, where we see 2, 3, 4 seconds slower on old tires.
Yeah, Steve, and Rudy Fugle just told William Byron a moment ago, give me 4 or 5 more good laps, and I will buy you an advantage on the back end. James Small told me this morning, crew chief for Martin Truex Jr., this was certainly in his playbook. If they didn't make progress from the start of the race, Truex only gained a handful of spots, so he too running a little bit longer here. We'll see if this gives them an advantage on the other side like they were promised on the 24 a moment ago.
Advantage on the other side. That means when we get 20 or 30 laps into this tire run, your tires will be fresher by 8 or 9 laps. So as they slow down, even those 0.8 of a second we talked about, maybe you won't slow down as much. You can be the aggressor and move forward. As we talked about, just a lot of strategies on pit road.
And right in the middle of stage 1, 45 laps of the 90 for stage 1. And again, at the end of the stage points are paid to the top 10, and that's very big when it comes to the regular season as far as where you will place in that regular season. Marty.
Yeah, go back to what Alan Gustafson told us just a moment ago. Yeah, it's not quite simple today. These guys running a little bit longer. William Byron told Rudy Fugle the car is still loose on exit, but much better than it was in practice yesterday, Kim.
Well, Marty, when I talked to Tyler Reddick this morning, he said he did not have the car he needed yesterday. He felt like he got a bad read on it in practice, so they made a big adjustment to try to help. Minimal complaints so far from Tyler Reddick here under green.
This pit road exit, Jeff, you and I were out here. This access road is flat. There is zero banking to it. And, there's no pit road speed at this point. As much grip and as much speed as you can dare make right here.
Yeah, you're a little nervous about trying to carry too much speed and actually spin it out down there. It's slick, it's dirty, no banking whatsoever.
Dave, how about Michael McDowell staying out?
Staying out here and just told, hey, we got to run about 30 more, really, 76 or 75 laps before they come in. He was also told that Logano behind him in second is on the same strategy. So, Steve, what is that strategy, and will it work out for these two?
So I love this plan. If you're going to run a little longer than the leader, run way longer. So they're going to run basically an entire fuel run, which would be around 75 laps, probably pit with 15 to go in the stage. And at that point, if they don't have a yellow, they could come down pit road. They can only take 2 tires. They can short fill it with fuel. The goal is to try to pit as we ride on board with Joey Logano on the Hunt Brothers Pizza onboard. The goal is where will you be after your pit stop? It takes about 28 seconds plus a pit stop to go through this. So if you have a 10-second pit stop, you're going to lose 38 seconds versus a car on track. That'll definitely be a lap. You just can't make sure, you got to make sure it's not 2 laps, Rick.
I love when you say 9 to 10 seconds for a pit stop, change 4 tires, and put in, 11, 12, 13 gallons of gas? Yeah, not too bad, 10 seconds. McDowell out front here in Nashville. NBC Sports coverage of NASCAR is brought to you by Ally. Do it right. Toyota. Let's go places. And by Progressive Insurance. Save when you bundle auto, home, or motorcycle insurance. Visit progressive.com. You can enter during each commercial break for a chance to win $2,000. Follow at Busch Beer on X and reply with hashtag #BreakForBusch, hashtag sweepstakes to enter.
So, Rick, normally I'm the aggressor, and I like the guys that come to pit road early, but I'm a big fan of the long run. For both 34, 22, 47, everyone out there, we see the 20 of Christopher Bell, the 11 of Denny Hamlin kind of chasing each other through traffic. Well, this man's the leader of the race. Michael McDowell, 54 laps. Every lap we've run, he's been on the racetrack. Dave currently first. They probably have, by my math, maybe 20 laps more fuel on the 34.
That sounds about right, Steve. When I talked to Travis Peterson this morning, he reminded me we're still trying to win a championship again in the playoffs for Ford and for Front Row Motorsports, but they are not staying here. The driver is not next year, and so they have fewer tools to work with. He confirmed that they don't have as many things coming to them from the manufacturer. Michael's going to a Chevrolet. He's in a Ford right now. They don't want to share everything they know with him. If they get into the playoffs, that might be a little bit of a different story, but right now they're trying everything they can without all the tools, Steve. Sometimes you got to make do.
Yeah, I totally agree with Ford kind of starting to shortening up the information because they don't want it to be taken away. And I do agree with Michael McDowell and the team that if they do advance into the playoffs, Ford would have to say, well, we can't waste this opportunity. We're going to have to give them everything we have. As we see the 8 and the 99 side by side. Great look on board with the 8.
And again, the 20 of Bell, he is the furthest up of the cars that have been to pit road. He's currently running in the 3rd position, chasing after McDowell and Logano.
See, you know, Stenhouse and Hemrick running 4th and 5th in this mix of cars. That light blue 47 that Denny is squeezing next to right there, and right behind him, the 16. Doing a nice job. That 47 of Stenhouse on the racetrack. In front of him, the 31 of Hemrick is the other Collin car. I like this call for both of these. So now their concern is, as the leader goes by, they're losing time. They just want to make sure they don't stay out long enough that they go 2 laps down, because then you wouldn't get the wave around at the end of the stage. So I like the plan, but just not lose focus on what the absolute risk is.
And there's war rooms back home. There's people of engineers. There's a delta that you've got to stay within that leader so that you don't go those 2 laps down.
This is why you have all these engineers, because you've assigned somebody that information. And as you kind of get into this mix of racing, Jeff, that engineer is going to hit me on the shoulder and force me to get back into this strategy call.
Yeah, and you are learning off of what you've done, but you're also paying attention to the strategies of all the other teams as well, and what can you learn from what they're doing. One thing's for sure, we talked about the racetrack, how it would change during the race. Well, you see it already. You see the 16 car, AJ Allmendinger, he's all the way at the top of the racetrack. We got other cars running up there, cars still right on the bottom. So this racetrack is changing, and I think that's a vital part of the rest of the race as well. What is my car doing right now? What do I need it to do better? Because when we make this next pit stop, it needs to be a big change. Because if you don't, you'll get behind on the changes, and you may never catch up, Marty.
So, Jeff, with that pass, Kyle Larson passing Brad Keselowski. In essence, that's a pass for 3rd on the A strategy, we'll call it, Steve. And Kyle Larson started 3rd today, but Cliff Daniels told me this morning practice for us was not very good at all. Drastic changes to this 5 car. So, Steve, have you ever had a bad practice with your race car? Surprised what your driver was able to do in qualifying, and even after a lot of changes, it came to life in a race like this. An unusual situation for Cliff Daniels and Kyle Larson today.
Unusual for this duo, because they're normally pretty well buttoned up every time they go on the racetrack. I had a lot of surprise in my career. Cars that were good when I didn't expect it, bad when we didn't. And Jeff, that goes back to the track conditions that you talked about, right? Even from yesterday to today, it's a bit of a different racetrack.
Yeah, you come into the race with a plan. Here's what my car did yesterday. We're going to make these changes, and your thought is it's going to be perfect. Well, it never is. And now you have to decide, what am I needing the most, right? That is the most. You're not going to fix the car and make it perfect. But what do I need to give my driver so he can do the most important thing? And what is that? Corner entry speed, going back to the throttle. And that's really really important for the crew chief and the driver to be aligned to make sure that you're getting the changes that you need.
See the average finish on active tracks in Nashville, one of the best for Kyle Larson. So it was a little bit of a surprise when they said that they didn't think they had hit it in practice when they got here, but he averages a finishing position of 3.3 here at Nashville, only being here 3 times. He's one of the 3 different drivers that have won here at Nashville, joining Chase Elliott and the driver of the 1, Ross Chastain. McDowell still out front. Logano has decided to come to pit road, so he brings that Hunt Brothers Pizza onboard camera onto pit road and to the attention of his crew. Kim.
And when I talked to crew chief Paul this morning, he said because we qualified 26, we have to do something different strategy-wise during the first stage. Not afraid to throw something at the wall and see what sticks. Logano though saying he was tight center, building free in and off. 4 fresh Goodyear tires, sliding air pressure adjustment, Sunoco fuel for Joey Logano.
This would be a great idea of how this is going to play out, because he's definitely going to lose a lap, but he's going to be 1 lap down. And with the fresher tires, it'll be interesting to see how much time he gains back or not.
Are we at all surprised that Joey Logano hasn't been to victory lane yet, a 2-time champion this far into the season?
It is a bit surprising, more perhaps that the other 2 Penske cars have already won, right? Cindric and Blaney.
Dave.
Checking in on Denny Hamlin, I confirmed this morning that he wears both a cool shirt in very, very hot situations like today, and also the helmet with air conditioner that blows cold air into the helmet. Well, he was just told, try turning off your cool suit. Steve, that tells me they're not seeing enough voltage coming through that race car. He may need to lose some of that comfort equipment.
Yeah, reading some of the radio conversation, 12.5 volts is what Denny reported in. You want to see mid-13s. So we saw some alternators fail in the Xfinity Series. Just the temperature today under the hood, equipment giving up. We'll have to follow that story for the 11.
Bell has led 22 laps. McDowell is still out front. He just led his 22nd lap. NASCAR Drive, that's your live race day companion. You can follow your favorite drivers with access to their in-car cameras, or you can choose from alternate camera angles and customize your streaming experience. Visit NASCAR.com/drive or download the NASCAR mobile app today. Make sure to scan the QR code for your chance to win a new Camaro and VIP race weekend from Ally and HendrickCars.com. Right now, Alex Bowman currently running in the 15th position. McDowell still on the racetrack. Stenhouse Jr. hasn't come to pit road. Stenhouse Jr. is running in the 11th spot. Gilliland, another one who hasn't come to pit road, as well as Justin Haley in the 51.
So we'll see what this cycle looks like. McDowell absolutely has to pit. That will give the lead to Bell, who has a little over 1 second to Hamlin, then Larson, Reddick, and Keselowski for the end of the stage. We're on board with Stenhouse right here. Does a nice job coming to pit road, really controlled.
Again, he was running just outside the top 10 on this strategy.
Talking to what? Oh, Marty.
Mike Kelly always willing to roll the dice on some strategy. He's a crew chief for Ricky Stenhouse Jr. They ran very long here, so eventually, Steve, you're going to see everyone on the B strategy, if you will. They're going to have to come to pit road, and this is the penalty, right? They have to wait a long time there on fuel.
Yeah, you can. You don't have to wait on fuel. They chose to, and that will leave them the option right at the end of the stage. They probably could stay on the racetrack, take the wave around, and not pit. So it gets a little complicated. Just kind of follow along and see how your drivers do. I like that Stenhouse is trying something different. This is a team that are looking to try to shake something up to make the playoffs, and I think off strategy is a good call.
Artisano Hawaiian bred on board with Ricky Stenhouse Jr., giving us those onboard looks from his car today.
There you go. Hand out the window for the 34 McDowell, who'll be coming to pit road. Not a straightforward entry. It's kind of a tough transition, Jeff, off the banking.
Yeah, it's a very tough pit road. Actually continuing around.
Oh, I saw the hand out the window, so something changed for sure.
One more as we see Justin Haley on pit road.
I think that's why the 51 is pitting in front of the 34. Excuse me, behind the 34. So they didn't want Micah McDowell to come around the 51, just trying to get organized on pit lane. So let's try that one more time. 34 coming to pit lane right here. Hopefully the 22 knows it. He's going to catch it fast on the brakes. 51 will get out of the stall. There you go. That's how it's supposed to work.
Exactly. It's so much speed and not having to go around a car. And it's easy to get blocked. It's easy to go through your pit stall. So just waiting a lap was probably the smart thing to do there.
That was the reboot indeed. He had his hand out the window. He was coming, and they said the 51 is going to be on and off of pit road. So we need you to go one more. The car started loose on the race. It stayed loose throughout the run for Michael McDowell, but not terrible. 4 tires full of fuel here. His teammate also in, Todd Gilliland. He was on the same plan.
They were waiting on fuel there.
Yeah, pretty standard. You can only get about 14 gallons in 4 tires, but these hold 20. So when you run a full fuel run, you have to wait on fuel. This really is the conversation now. A lot of strategy conversation while closing in on 10 to go. It's Bell versus Hamlin to win the stage. Hamlin has closed down to just a couple car lengths on Bell, making a run here, Rick.
Big run. Now look to the outside. We'll see if he ducks back to the inside to see if he can get the advantage on his teammate.
And new tires coming from behind. We just saw the 51 car on pit road. He's got a little bit newer tires, so that's going to complicate this battle.
And Denny probably isn't feeling so good about the 51 anyway, because he was the one who was in front of him when the 20 took the lead away from him.
You can see how hard it is to pass. What did Denny Hamlin say when I asked him what his biggest challenge was today? He said passing cars, getting by them. You see Christopher Bell having a tough time getting by the 41 of Preece. Just cannot clear him with 10 to go in the stage.
And Justin Haley on the 51 is 2 laps down. So this is kind of his race. He has got to get back to 1 lap down to have a chance to kind of make things happen.
And to do that, he's got to get in front of the 20. But he's going to have to get by the 11 of Denny Hamlin. And Denny Hamlin obviously is working to get by the 20 as well.
The bottom is the 9th. The battle for 9th between Truex and Bubba Wallace. We're hearing from the 23. Something in the right rear just doesn't feel great. We're not sure if it's a wheel or a tire. But Bubba definitely losing a little time with those complaints.
On the top of the screen, this is getting very interesting. Ryan Preece in that 41 is racing right now very hard against Christopher Bell. Preece does not want to go a lap down to Bell, but Bell is trying to get past him to put him a lap down. And while all of that is happening between Bell and Preece, Denny Hamlin is trying to catch up to Bell to pass him for potentially the lead, maybe the win of stage 1. But he has Justin Haley on fresher tires that's trying to get by both of them.
Oh, up the racetrack for Bell. It's frustrating when you're the leader. You're trying to put a guy a lap down. You're like, hey, buddy, man, you know, let me go here. But that's just not going to happen. And I don't blame Preece. You gotta go for all you have right here.
This is why we make so much of the strategy. You know, the leaders just don't drive by cars. Track position matters.
Watch Christopher Bell. He drives in the corner. And instead of just staying on the bottom, he's up the racetrack trying to get Preece to give up the spot. Ryan's like, nah, I'll stay right here.
Stay right in front of him.
Man, look, Preece is a hard racer. He is used to tight battles, races modifieds. Grew up racing them, and he doesn't mind a little door banging. He's accustomed to it.
So again, the 41 of Preece and the 51 of Haley, they're kind of in the mix of the battle for the lead here, but they're not battling for the lead.
And on a hot day with a full grandstand here at Nashville, these fans that came out and bared the heat, they are in for a treat. There's battles like this all around the racetrack. I mean, this is for the race lead, and a big tight squeeze for the 41 to try to get underneath the 66 of Fincham.
Yeah, so Chad Fincham comes into the mix here as Denny Hamlin's going to go by him. But here comes that 51 of Haley. He's going to try to unlap at least 1 lap down if he can get by the 20.
And way in the front of this group, right there, that purple car, that's Daniel Suarez. He has loved this battle that was behind him. That's allowed him to gap the 20 car a little bit, trying to stay in the lead lap.
It was a tough start for that 51 with the infraction after inspection that caused them to give up their starting position. But we've seen moves like this. We have seen speed out of the 51 and Rick Ware Racing building this organization. They've really committed not just to drivers like Justin Haley, but Jeff, you and I talk about they committed to engines, chassis, aero, and you're seeing good speed.
Pit crews, all the stuff it takes to compete at a high level, Rick has been willing to make the investment.
It was a year ago when we heard Justin Haley was going to make the move from Colleague Racing to Rick Ware Racing. A lot of people are scratching their head thinking, you know, is that a move that's going to advance his career? But I think we're seeing that Rick Ware Racing has really invested in this team and made a great opportunity for Justin Haley.
Yeah, and Preece, we've been talking about him trying to stay in the lead lap. He's not going to do it, but Haley getting in front of Bell, now that puts him the first car lap down, so he'll be able to take the wave around when this caution comes about and get back in the lead lap.
If he can hold Bell off, Bell kind of making a charge. And sometimes, you know, I wonder if whatever Bell's balance is, once he got behind the 51, the car almost looks like it drives a little better. Like the shift has helped him.
Remember, he just gained one of the laps back.
Right,
Haley was 2 laps back.
That's the key, though.
Yeah.
You can't be 2 down. You have to get back to the only 1 down.
And now Bell right in his tire tracks again, as Hamlin, with under 2 laps to go, trying to clear the 41 of Ryan Preece to get up there and contend for this stage win.
And you saw the low grip of the back of the 11. He chased it up the racetrack. Had to kind of get out of the gas.
Final lap of stage 1. Differing strategies all up and down the field. Bell and Hamlin running 1-2. Larson and Reddick 3-4. Brad Keselowski is 5th. Ty Gibbs 6th. William Byron, Buescher, Truex Jr. and Bubba Wallace all inside the top 10 right now, hoping to get stage points. And off of 4, it's going to be Christopher Bell. He won the Xfinity race and the Cup race in Iowa, or excuse me, New Hampshire a week ago. And now he wins stage 1 here in Nashville. That's the 8th stage win already this season. Well, I'm glad we've got you up here, Steve, to break down all the differing strategies, because there's going to be guys that will stay out under this caution to be able to get that track position back. But it's Bell that wins stage 1 in Nashville. NBC Sports coverage of NASCAR is brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Only pay for what you need. Arc Encounter, an unforgettable experience. And by Credit One Bank, NASCAR American Express card. Pit stop's about to get underway, and if you are already down there, Kim.
Yep, service already started for Brad Keselowski. He said tight center both ends, needs more turn, but a little free into 1 will be embedded next stage with them. Artie.
4th in stage 1 for Kyle Larson. That said, I had no real problem on entry, but I have nothing to lean on for exit. I just need more security, Kim.
As you look bottom left of the screen, that's Christopher Bell. He said it felt pretty good whenever I was in open air, still a little free out of turn 4. Slight air pressure adjustment. Did ask for a drink and an ice pack, Dave.
Denny Hamlin's car felt a little bit better, tight on initial throttle. More importantly, when he turned off his cool shirt, he got some volts back. 13.2. He recycled the alternator, and the red light went away. That's all good news. And he won the race off pit road.
Denny Hamlin grabbing that spot. Saw a 2-tire stop there, gaining 13 spots, and will be embedded in stage 2 with the 6 team and the 9 team.
Welcome back to Nashville Super Speedway. You're watching the Ally 400. Stage 1 is over with here. Christopher Bell winning stage 1. We'll be embedded with, you know, Chase Elliott and also Brad Keselowski here in this stage. And I want to brag on Chase Elliott and their pit crew. If you look at where they have ranked over the years, this crew has been together as a solid group for 7 years, the majority of them really for the better part of a decade. But when the one lug nut system came into NASCAR, they really did not have a good year. You look at 2022, 2023, they struggled in those years. But Alan Gustafson said, hey, in a day and age where everybody's changing crew members, we're not going to do that. We're going to go to work. And they have done that in the last 18 months, making technique changes, doing everything they could to make their pit stops better. And they are #1 here on pit road, Kim. And that helps out Chase Elliott every time he comes down.
Well, Marty, up here atop the 6 box, Matt McCall, most people know him as a crew chief, but he's also a successful driver with over 60 victories in late model stock cars. Take a look at this photo we're about to show. That's his last win from the Southern Nationals alongside his dad, Danny, his mom, Marsha, who actually here this weekend. You see his son, Maverick, right there. He also made starts in the NASCAR Truck Series and the NASCAR Xfinity Series. When I talked to Matt, I asked him, what's the benefit of being a driver as well as a crew chief? He said there is a lot of mutual respect between him and Brad because of the driving background that he has.
It's going to be great, Kim. We are looking forward to all the insight that we'll be able to gain for both the 6 team and the 9 team. As a matter of fact, we'll be listening in to TJ Majors on the restart. He's the spotter for Brad Keselowski.
A couple updates. Joey Logano and his strategy is the team that you saw take 2 tires, Rick. He's going to restart up inside the 4th row. Huge jump for the 22. And a group of cars back on the lead lap, the 14, 42, 34, 31, 47, 38, and 51. So a whole group took the wave around. A bunch of cars now in the lead lap.
And we talked about, keep hearing drivers and crew chiefs talking about how much this track has changed. And check this out. This is all the rubber buildup that gets on the racetrack, driving into the concrete. On your left, that's what it was like before the caution. On the right, look at the bottom of the racetrack. All that rubber has been picked up. Now in this restart, this track will be completely different, and then it'll start changing again as that rubber gets driven down into the track.
So the field has the 11 and the 20. 11 on the inside, 20 on the outside. Keselowski back in the 5th position on the restart. There's TJ Majors.
Go, 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 go. Hey, just driving off the 45. No pressure on that 24. 1 outside, 2 outside. 2 outside, 45 slides up the blunder, 2 wide now, just 2 by 2 here. Outside, still there, still going to be lined up, cannot get you up after him, still there, door. Nothing behind him, clear up by 2. By 1, outside, 24. Still there, bumper clear up, all good, clear, all good. By 4, room to play here. By 3, all good. In your track, 3 back. Good corner. Clear by 4, room to give.
TJ Majors, by the way, is wearing a cool shirt as well. He said that Texas a year ago was so hot, they thought if they could do something with a portable suit that would work, he would try it. And so they went to work. He started researching it, found out that actually a lot of doctors and surgeons use a cool shirt like that in surgery to keep their core temperature cool and give them more of an ability to focus on what they're doing. So even TJ Majors wearing a cool suit here as well.
That's the surgeon that I want. Brad Keselowski, you saw he got a good run, middle of 3 and 4. Truex, back of his car was not settled into the racetrack. Brad used that momentum to take this spot. And already, look how that bottom of the racetrack is starting to get black again with the rubber being driven into it.
11 laps complete of a 95-lap stage, kind of rinse and repeat what we saw in the first stage. When teams pit, I think it's going to be a wide window. Some will pit early, some will stay out. We'll just cover it as we go.
Elliott trying to get by Bubba Wallace. Riding along with Buscher and the BuildSubmarines.com on board.
Chris running in 11th position. Great shot here, what it looks like for him. He's really working hard to try to go where they aren't, but the upper groove, again, at the beginning of a run, is probably not going to be quite as good. Everybody kind of wants the bottom of the racetrack. Comes 3 of Austin Dillon.
I've been impressed with this 3 this weekend. The 8's really struggled, but the 3 of Dillon's having a good weekend. Qualified better than they have been. Currently 16th, but moving forward here, kind of trying to get by Josh Berry.
Denny Hamlin won the race off of pit road. He's out in front. Dave, feeling better now?
Rick, during the break, I asked his crew chief, Chris Gabehart, if a cool suit that's turned off is as bad as a failed cool shirt, and he said, no, it depends. Listen to the radio he said to Denny.
All right, Denny, I'm good with you flipping your cool suit back on. Just if you get rolling again and you see the same issue, just go ahead and turn it off and let me know when you do.
So it can be situational for Denny. Remember, he doesn't wear one all the time, but he can turn it on and off as he wishes, circulating the cooler water on his torso. Kim?
And Dave, we're talking about the importance of cool suits here today because it is the summer and it is hot. And what does that mean? It means pop-up showers. Teams already talking about the possibility of incoming weather. Listen to what Booty Barker told his driver, Bubba Wallace.
Plenty of people saw that, and rain's coming, or are going to go to the rain. In order to not get a lap down, trap the lap down, I'm thinking that's what we're going to do right.
And they were not the only team talking about the incoming rain. At least half a dozen other teams on the radios on my end of pit road also talking about it. So, Steve, what did you think about that strategy kind of preview we heard from Booty Barker?
Well, we always say, tell us when the yellows will come out, and I'll tell you exactly when you should pit. What Booty Barker's saying, we're going to go to the rain, is we saw McDowell, Logano, Gilliland run long. Well, you can't pit early because if the rain brings the yellow out, you could be trapped a lap down. You almost, maybe not exactly know when the yellow's coming out, but with the impending weather, you assume it's coming out before the end of the stage. So I think Booty's dead on. Now the challenge is most of the field will jump onto that same strategy.
People that were on pit road, and I'll give the example of McDowell, lap 75, Haley, Stenhouse Jr. Some of those guys, will they have to come earlier because of the strategy?
Yeah, I mean, they need fuel earlier, right? So they're going to come right around lap 150, 155. They hope the rain comes before that. This is a heck of a battle between Josh Berry and Austin Dillon. I think they've swapped. Oh, right there, a little hand signal like, nope, I want the bottom or go ahead through.
Yeah, Josh Berry's like, all right, this has gotten a little too aggressive. Let's work together on this thing. A lot of racing left.
Oh, we heard a little
hit the chip.
Yeah, which tells me that perhaps he just is so close you don't have to go to high gear. I can't believe he hit the chip in high gear. Otherwise, I don't know how you would run a qualifying lap. So he must have just run fourth gear out. Shift there.
Right there, yeah. Well, it's more RPMs down the front straightaway. It's the D shape, right? So the front straightaway is a little bit longer, so you would have to shift on the front. The back's a little bit shorter, so maybe you run it right to the rev chip. See what he does this time. He went ahead and shifted.
Maybe the chip was a test lap. Say, no, that doesn't work.
Up front, pretty impressive for Toyota right now as we take a look at the Toyota driver updates with Hamlin, Bell, Reddick, and Gibbs all running in the top 4 positions right now. Martin Truex Jr. back there in 7th. Corey Heim has the Toyota onboard camera.
Corey Heim running in 20th, and good run for Corey. You know, the guy in the truck series that everybody seems to be chasing. Seems like this team has the most speed over there, and Corey Heim getting the shot here today.
Yeah, he ran a couple races helping out Eric Jones when he was hurt. But this is the first race I'd like to refer to as like planned. I think he got the mentally planned for it. The team got the plan for him being behind the wheel. So behind the wheel of the 50, I'll make sure I get the car number right for 2311, Dave.
That's a celebration of Volvo won in their 50th anniversary. Yeah, he's a reserve driver for both Legacy and for 2311, so he got the call earlier as a reserve driver this year. But this has been a special day for him, and he was even supposed to race in the Xfinity Series yesterday, but the team held him back that he was going to race for because he knew how brutal the conditions would be. They wanted to be fresh for today, and he's having a good run, Marty.
Dave, starting to see that long run speed that Martin Truex Jr. thought he had in the car. He started 17th today. He finished top 10 in that stage and now running 7th, but he's having trouble getting both into the racetrack where he wants it. Listen in.
Really hard to try to part throttle, so I can't get 3 or 4 right when I'm running anywhere but the bottom because of the stumbling. I'm way looser when I move up off of 4, and it just kills me to have that damn stumble.
Because of the stumble, we'll have to check into that for Martin Truex Jr. Could there be a bigger issue on the 19? But they clearly have some good speed. His teammate Denny Hamlin leading right now here in Nashville. 113 laps complete.
Caution is out here in Nashville, and it's yesterday's Xfinity Series winner, John Hunter Nemechek, that slid off of turn 4 and into the infield grass. Take a look.
He's running 37th. You can see the back of the pack, so struggling with his race car and just trying to find some speed. The grip isn't there. Car goes around. I thought he was going to get stuck in the grass, but just stayed in it and kept rolling just enough to get him back on the asphalt and the concrete.
And now this is a big intersection because I think the rain is going to come here in the next 20 minutes or so, but this is a window to make it to the end of the stage. So the leaders are forced to pit, but will anybody gamble and stay out? Doesn't look like it. Looks like it's a busy pit road, Marty.
And see, that's exactly what Cliff Daniels said. He said, man, this caution comes out at an interesting time, doesn't it? Kyle Larson said, car, honestly, not much different than that first run. They're going to take another swing at it for exit, security exit on exit, Tim.
Marty, the call for Christopher Bell, Kansas City Chiefs, which means right side tires only. As you look, Tyler Reddick down, bottom left, at tight middle, loose on throttle, off the turn. Dave needs a little help there. That stop looking a little bit slow because maybe just because they took 4 tires, Dave.
No handling complaints from leader Denny Hamlin. He'll get 4 tires and fuel. He will not be the first one off pit road this time.
Yeah, quite a few cars did 2 tires where Hamlin did 4, and you see him losing 5 spots with that strategy. So a 2-tire strategy for quite a few. The spin by John Hunter Nemechek brings out the caution for just the 2nd time today. We'll see the restart when we return. NBC Sports coverage of NASCAR is brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Only pay for what you need. And by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic. At the end of the Ally 400 from Nashville on NBC, you will see the winner of this race grabbing a guitar, a very unique trophy for Music City, USA and the Nashville Super Speedway. Possibility that one of the teams we're embedded in will get to victory lane. How about the 6 team of Brad Keselowski, Kim?
Yeah, Rick, well, their pit crew deserves a little praise. This is the 3rd year they've been together, and they have built consistency. Last year, this crew was named the 2023 Mechanics Wear Most Valuable Crew. There's a picture of them last year celebrating with the hardware there. Factors that determine this award include average 4-tire stop times, net passes for position under yellow flag stop. This team routinely cracks the 9-second barrier for a 4-tire stop, and they are hoping their hard work pays off again this year. So, Marty, you talked about how strong that 9 pit crew is. Well, the 6 team wants to give them a run for their money.
Well, Kim, here's a pop quiz for you. Who's the most decorated member of the 9 team? Chase Elliott. I mean, he's won a championship, and he's been the most popular driver 6 straight years. Alan Gustafson, he's won races with Hall of Famers Terry Labonte, Mark Martin, and, of course, Chase Elliott. But they're nowhere close to Nick Odell, the front tire changer. It's year 22 for Nick Odell. He has 156 NASCAR wins between Cup, Xfinity, and Trucks, and 2 championships. But his favorite role, playing owner and crew chief to his son Wyatt, who races at Millbridge Speedway just outside of Charlotte. Nick is one of the many crew members here on pit road who are happy to go racing with their kids during the week. And Jeff, you know it better than anyone. When you're a racing family, nothing better than spending time at the track.
Yeah, it's great. You know, Nick and his son spending time at the racetrack, and it brings the whole family in there too, you know, and I think that's what is really special, is it connects everybody. And you're gone so much, and it takes so much commitment to be part of these race teams. The hours are crazy, the commitment's crazy, and when you can go do something together as a family, especially something you all enjoy, it just makes it that much more special.
It's going to be pretty cool for Wyatt to have his hero, his dad, such success working on these crews. All right, Steve, we want to remind people, even though the weather is imminent, it is just outside of the loop here, they don't have wet weather tires for this racetrack, so that's not even an option.
No wet weather tires, and the official race would be at lap 150. It's halfway or the end of stage 2, halfway in this situation. And as we see the cars continuing on the track, one of Ross Chastain goes to pit road. He had changed 2 tires, but then called for equipment interference. So I assume he's going to come down here and probably get a full load of fuel and fresh left side tires would be my plan.
Showing how difficult it is to pass. This is a big mistake by this team.
So what's equipment interference? So basically, you know, it used to be called uncontrolled tire. That's not really the case anymore. They don't care about what you do, but look at that front tire. It goes all the way up into the pit box in front of him. Why that matters is because the 51 was pitting. If the 51 wasn't pitting, look at the gas man right here. This gas man is trying to do his job. This tire impedes his location. While they kind of control it, your job is to keep your tires in your pit box relative to other cars. I have to agree with it. Like, it didn't trip the gas man up, but what's the line? It was clearly in the other person's pit box, and the gas man had to kind of adjust his angle. Well, on board with the 22 of Joey Logano. Crazy strategy in stage 1, then 2 tires. What's Paul Wolfe do? 2 more tires. Now he's lined up 4th. Changed the entire outlook just with 2 tire pit calls.
Let's listen in to Trey Poole, spotter for the 9.
10, green flag. Run to you, 19, tight ahead, you're gonna have a run on entry here. 2, 3, you're 3 top here, 3 top, 3 or 4, 4, 1 outside, clear outside, 1, 2 bottom, now just 1, 54 inside, just 1 inside here. 3 wide in front of you here, stagger 3 on entry, stagger 3, stagger 3, stagger 3. Even 3 here, even 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 2, 77 inside on 2, 3 wide, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, clear bottom, just 1 outside the 5, still there, clear by half, all good on exit, use it, no run T, clear by 1, you're good on entry.
Boy, you listen to that, it's crazy to realize this is Trey Poole's first full-time season spotting in the NASCAR Cup Series. And to add to that, he's Chase Elliott's cousin. I asked Alan Gustafson, what do you think about how he's done so far in year 1? He said, honestly, it's been pretty amazing what he's done, and he's picked it up so quickly. He was only a part-time spotter before this rig, but he's doing a fantastic job as a rookie full-time spotter.
Yeah, so much to do, and we were able to listen in. What a great listen that was to Trey Poole and how he was negotiating for Chase Elliott to see behind him while he kept his eyes focused in front. Oh, and around goes the 54. Gibbs slides into the grass. The caution comes out.
Rolling out to the asphalt here. Rolling out to the asphalt. Right here.
So Gibbs, coming off of 4, may have had some help there. As he slid down into the grass, we'll have to take a look and see how that started.
Yeah, he's on the bottom underneath the 48 coming up. The 48's all the way against the wall. So really, I think Ty just needed the racetrack. Obviously, he was having some handling concerns, either loose and didn't dare turn the wheel, or tight. It's hard to tell. You know, 48 doesn't do anything wrong. He can't move right anymore.
Yeah, you see right there, almost just looks like Ty may have thought he was going to slide in behind Alex Bowman, but either way, contact, and around he goes, all that track position gone. And we showed the 22 car before the restart, the strategy that they played to gain position and get in 4th. Right behind him is Denny Hamlin. This is the restart. Joey Logano is now running 14th. So what happened? You drive into turn 1, the 22 car never takes a set in the racetrack, and you wonder, you know, back-to-back 2 tires. Back-to-back they put 2 tires on. So old left side tires, just not the grip. And that could have been it too. They could have stacked up, and the 5 gets into the back of the 11. Yeah, they're all stacked up on top of each other. That's why, you know, the rear tires don't make grip when they're not on the ground.
That's what I was going to say.
That is the key. They got to be on the ground.
I was going to give you the 2-tire call, but I also think the 11 and the 5 helped the 22 not make the corner. And unfortunately for the 11, it cost him spots because he got parked behind the 22. He's all the way back in 13th.
A quick caution means another restart. Let's listen in to Logano's radio.
Got one comment. Mother. The freaking drive threw me into 1. Where's he going?
And he doesn't know that he was getting pushed from behind by the 5.
I'm not sure he cares.
He doesn't.
Now, look, this is picking up.
You in the corner, but the one that sent both of you up the track, Larson ping-ponged into him.
So I think that matters, and here's why. I'm not going to tell, if Joey Logano's my driver, I'm not going to say, don't do this, don't do this, don't do that. But I want to make sure he at least has this anger or disappointment with the correct driver. I don't want him thinking Denny Hamlin did it and start some sort of feud on the racetrack that poor Denny didn't think he was a part of.
Give him the whole story so he can make his determination.
Caution came out for the 54 of Ty Gibbs going around. You're watching the Ally 400 Nashville Superspeedway.
Welcome back to the Ally 400. While we have a second, let's talk with crew chief Matt McCall. Okay, rain is coming, weather is coming. Your driver has track position. How aggressive does he need to be on this restart?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, get all he can, but I don't believe we're going to finish right here. I think we're going to get some lightning and some rain and then get back going again, most likely, unless the lightning goes the other way. I don't believe it's going to, though.
How good is the car today?
We're still off a little bit. We need a little help off turn 4 still. Whenever else seems okay, but we'll keep tweaking on and see if we get there.
That's crew chief Matt McCall. Again, a big thank you for this team, letting us embed with them during stage 2.
And Kim's with the 6 team. Take a look at that. The weather is coming, but we heard Matt say, we think it's just going to pass through, maybe a little bit of lightning.
It's a very narrow band, so we saw last week, right? The weather went through, they got the track dry. Actually, rain tires last week, but they can get the track dry and we can get rolling again.
10 out. 5, 10, green flag. Tight ahead, tight behind. 5's right with you, quarter off of you. You're 3 mid if you stay there. 3 mid. 3, staggered 3. Clear up, all clear right here. 24, run to you, he is cleared. Still there, door, quarter. 24, your line, 1 back, door, quarter, door, back door. All good there. All clear.
You know what I really like about Trey Poole is he doesn't say anything, even when cars are side by side, when he knows Chase can see him. They have this confidence level where I'm not going to talk. You know that car's there. You can see it. I'm going to say enough. Plus, normally spotters are so calm. He gets a little animated. It gives me hope that maybe in my retired life I can be a spotter. Get a little animated as well. Be a lot of talking. You're going to have to be okay with a lot of words.
Saw Carson Hocevar in the 77. He was running down on the bottom of the racetrack there. Bell still in front of, now it's Tyler Reddick. Larson in that 3rd position. Keselowski and Elliott in the top 5. The ominous clouds, the backdrop here at Nashville Super Speedway. And these drivers racing with the anticipation that at some point in time they know the yellow flag's going to come out either from precipitation or possibly lightning in the area. The front is coming through.
It's a great shot right here. Corey Heim racing Austin Cindric. Now he's side by side with him. He sees in front of him is double wide, so he knows now that this pass will be even more difficult.
We are limited right now on some of our camera angles that we can show to you because of lightning in the area. Now we're seeing the caution come out. Some of our camera operators had to come off of scaffolding and off of their elevated positions, and that's why we were going to more of the onboard cameras there, or maybe the robotics. And you're seeing now the weather coming in, affecting this race. The caution has come out. There's the radar. This is what these teams have been seeing over the last 25, 30 minutes.
Well, and 135 laps complete, 150 would be an official race. The debate on, what's going to happen with the weather as it comes through, that's kind of gone, because at this point, we're going to have to go back racing at some point to complete this race. As a crew chief, I'm almost a little thankful, Jeff, right? Unless I'm Christopher Bell, of course, then I would think this should absolutely end it. But other than the leader, you want this opportunity, and you see drops on the cameras.
Yeah, it's an opportunity to reset, sit down and have a long conversation, engineers, crew chief, driver, and really dissect the race car, and also have a chance to look at what other people are doing. What are they struggling with? Where am I slow? Where do I really need to be better? Because there's times, Rick, where the driver's saying, hey, I'm loose. I need more rear grip on corner exit. But when you look, that's really not where you're losing time. That's where you're uncomfortable, but that's not what's hurting your performance. Sometimes that's just an honest conversation with a crew chief and a driver, but it takes a minute to sit down and have it.
No driver in Nashville needs this more than this man, Kyle Busch.
Yeah.
36, 1 lap down, he will get the free pass, so he's going to be put back on the lead lap. This is that moment where everybody's going to have to go in the truck, have to have some tough conversations, and at some point it needs to be, this team's too good to be running 36th, right? I think there's been a few mistakes on the racetrack, some on pit roads, some with some strategy for some wave buys. This team kind of needs to regroup. I believe they can do it. I'm not saying to win the race, but you got to find some points somewhere. They're currently 61 below the cut line, right? 36, so if you can finish 15th, that's 20 points you could gain. So this break couldn't be better, I think, for any team.
Yeah, he's going to need to cool off. We see the temperature in there almost at 120 degrees now in the cockpit for Kyle Busch. The cars are coming onto pit road, and they will stop in their pit stalls. And a reminder, though, when we go to a red flag, they cannot do any work on these cars.
So even without wet weather tires available, they still stop in the stall because NASCAR doesn't want crew members to have to come out on pit road. You mentioned rain, there perhaps is lightning in the area. This is just more efficient to get the teams. You can cover your car up. The driver then can get to cover and safety quicker and easier. I think this is something that should have been done years ago. It sounds simple, but it's a better process.
And again, NASCAR has every intention of restarting this race. Now, there aren't wet weather tires, but there are lights here at the Nashville Superspeedway, so it's not an issue of potential darkness. And to make the race official, it has to get at least to halfway. So NASCAR, every intention on getting this one restarted, and as soon as this front passes. Marty?
Let's take this opportunity to chat with Alan Gustafson, who we've been embedded with here in Stage 2. So when we were planning all this week, we didn't plan a halftime break in Stage 2, did we?
No, we didn't plan a halftime break. So, yeah, I guess when it's 90 degrees in the southeast, yeah, rain can come. So, little shower.
All right, so how has the car been, and where are you guys right now?
Yeah, I think pretty solid. You know, it's so close for everybody. You know, it's just kind of a fight for track position. So super happy with Chase and how he's driven the car. He's done an amazing job on the restarts. The car's got some good pace. Pit stops have been good, so we've kind of clawed our way up there, you know, to 5th spot. So like where we're sitting with a couple guys with 2 in front of us, and yeah, see where it goes. I mean, you got to get up here and with a little better air on the nose and a little better track position to really see where you stack up. So we'll see when we run here how we are, and then adjust from there.
How will you take advantage of this delay to maybe spend some time with Chase to go, you know, hey, what can we do to make you better?
Exactly. I mean, it's, you know, communication is good, but it's just hard on a two-way radio to go into great depth, and we have some tools here we can show them, and the guys back at the shop will supply us some great information. So I don't know that there's a whole lot of information we need to go over with him, but I think every little bit can make a difference. And yeah, like I said, it's just so close. You know, the cars are so close, so any little thing you can do is an advantage is huge.
You mentioned the guys back at the shop. So we see the 4 guys up here, the engineers. We see the 5 pit crew guys. How many people are involved in what's going on today for the 9 team at Hendrick Motorsports?
Well, I mean, I think it goes much further beyond the people that are back in the team operations center helping us out on strategy. I mean, I've got 2 great guys back there, Luke and Caden, who do an amazing job, and you know, they keep us really up to speed and help us out a ton. It's incredible the information they deliver us. But you know, all the men and women at Hendrick Motorsports that, you know, build these cars and the engines, and yeah, from PR to marketing to all the above, we've got just an amazing family there that we love to go race with every weekend. So it's a huge amount of people that make this happen.
I want to go back to one thing we talked about earlier, and you and I have been talking about it all week long, this pit crew. They've been together as a group for 7 years. Most of the group's been together for the better part of a decade, but you made that decision a couple years ago when things were not going well. Nope, we're going to keep everybody together. Why did you make that decision?
Well, I mean, it's all about loyalty. You know, that's a key thing, right? And I've been through a lot with these guys, and they've supported me when we've not had great races. And you know, when I made a call that didn't work out or didn't go our way, and you know, none of us are perfect, but I think collectively we're all better together, and we all stick together and you know, try to bring each other up. And when you have that kind of relationship and you go through enough, you know, it's one thing to go have a relationship with somebody that, you know, the honeymoon phase where you go and win a race and everything's good, but when you go through it together and you stand by each other, I think that builds a lot of equity and a lot of trust and a lot of belief in each other. And through the years, that's just got stronger and stronger and stronger and stronger. So no matter what happens, I think, to this team, we're just focused on improving and moving forward, and usually can get out about anything.
All right, we appreciate the access so far this week. We're going to let Alan find some shelter, but that's such a cool story with a 9 pit crew, Rick. They've been together for so long, and when everybody's been changing crew members here on pit road, I mean, week to week, really, they've stuck with the same group for almost 10 years.
Yeah, Marty, consistency key there. Steve, you were part of the organization for quite a number of years.
Well, I'm sure that, you know, there are others, but I don't know if there are others that can speak to loyalty better than Alan Gustafson. I've known him since I was a teenager. We started at Hendrick Motorsports roughly at the same time. We became crew chiefs around the same time. So for over 25 years of my life, I've known Alan. His work ethic is absolutely the epitome of what it takes to win at this level. 39 wins with a Hall of Fame list, right? We're talking Chase, obviously. Let's add Jeff Gordon. Let's add Mark Martin. Let's put Kyle Busch. I mean, Alan has found a way to win with the biggest names, and you can kind of tell in that interview. Very informative, but very low-key, very calm in the situation. I looked up to him dramatically when we crew chiefed against one another. Him and Chad, it was a tough group to race against, but a lot of respect in the garage for Alan and what he's able to do.
And when you crew chief for those big names that you just talked about and you don't win every race, everybody points the finger and says, what's wrong with that guy? Well, I can promise you 95% of the teams would love to have him leading them, because that guy is an unbelievable talent. He knows what he's doing. And no, he doesn't ever do everything perfect, but his work ethic that you mentioned, but also he's just smart. He's just smart, and he does a great job. But, you know, look, it's a high-pressure business, right? And it's a high-profile business. And if you're a Chase Elliott fan and you don't win, it's got to be somebody's fault, so they point in his direction.
So you see the red on the upper left corner of your screen. The red flag has come out. It is for weather in the area. There have been lightning strikes. There was a little bit of precipitation. The cars are on pit road now. The car covers are on. The drivers are out. And a lot of people will say, well, wait a minute. Last week we saw these drivers get behind the wheel when the racetrack was wet. Well, last week was different at New Hampshire. Explain a little bit of why we could do it at New Hampshire but not here.
Well, remember, this is the first time we've done this at an oval with this much pace and this much speed. There was a lot of concern about putting rain tires on at a racetrack that has this long of a straightaway. It's a 1-mile racetrack in New Hampshire. So this was the very first time that it had been done. We've not even tested rain tires on a track this size. So we're not there yet, Steve. I think there's a possibility one day we could get there where we could run in damp conditions at this racetrack or this size racetrack, but we're not close to that just yet. But this is an evolution of tire technology. Goodyear, NASCAR, the teams are working together to create it to be able to go back to racing quicker, to give the fans at the racetrack and at home the show that they came to see. And it's worked very well. There's been some mistakes along the way, and we've been trying to learn it, but what you don't want to do is make a mistake at these speeds. We've got to test it more before we come to a track like this.
Yeah, we don't want to have not having wet weather tires this week take away from what we saw last week. It was amazing, right? We got to see the finish of a race, and fortunately for this racetrack, you mentioned it, Rick, they have lights. This storm doesn't look like it's too lengthy in time. Actually, if you see it just sprinkled a little bit, it's very, very dark off 3 and 4. So if it misses us by like 1 mile, right? You can see it's kind of trying to go north, but this is old school. This is what Jeff and I are used to, right? We take a little break, we kind of circle up the wagons, figure out what we need to do, and then get to work. Now, the instant thing I'll be talking about is, remember we talked to Chase Elliott at the beginning of this, and he said, well, the race I won had a rain delay, and we came into the lights, and I thought the track would do this, and it did that. So if I'm a crew chief, I'm going back to those notes. We've seen this once before. All right, let's remind ourselves, when we had that weather and the lights came on, how was the track with less Goodyear rubber on it? Well, what kind of adjustments do I need to make? You have to continue to be in the moment. You can't really relax.
Yeah, not only the rain on the racetrack, but then the air tundra is blowing across the racetrack and blowing that rubber out of the racetrack. It is going to change it, but eventually it's probably going to get back to where it just ended. You've got to recognize, how did you start the race versus how you are right now, and make adjustments so you can get this restart when we do get back going.
136 laps are complete. We're under a red flag condition. Weather in the area. 5 different drivers have been out front. Christopher Bell currently scored number 1. He's led 57 laps already. Embedded with the 9 team, and this is what they have to do when the wind and the rain comes. Put the sides on the pit box.
Where's Marty to help now?
Yeah.
I mean, Marty was up there bothering him. Where is he helping cover the pit box?
I'll bet Kim is helping with the 6 team.
Yeah, Rick, the benefit of being embedded with the team is that when the weather came, I got to spend the rain delay with them up here. I think the weather's a little bit more challenging than we thought it was going to be here. As you're seeing how hard it's raining, how different is the track going to be once we get back racing?
Yeah, Kim, I think we thought there might be weather, but I didn't think we thought there'd be a torrential downpour. So, yeah, this is a lot of rain, and it's going to definitely change the track with washing the rubber off and all those different things. There's a resin on the track, and it seems to be really, really sensitive. I don't know if that's the tire change from what we had last year, but it's really hard to get the track to widen out like it did last year, and so I'd be curious to see if this rain narrows the track back up. But all in all, we're decent with our consumers. However, Ford, we're a top 10 car. We're just looking for a little bit more to run with the Gibbs cars. They seem like the class of the field there, and they seem to just turn a little bit better than us and have a little bit more power or straightaway speed. So just trying to figure out what we can do to get our car to beat them.
I know the rain is hopefully cooling off the conditions out here. It's been super hot. What was it like in the car?
Yeah, it's hot, but that's just part of being a race car driver is dealing with that, and you try to train for it. I was reading on Twitter, or wait a minute, it's X now, about how that's not how David Pearson or Cale Yarborough did it. But remember, they got out of their car too at halfway and put another driver in. But these cars here, they're a different animal. They're sealed off to the ground. There's no air really getting in. The exhaust, Kim, is right in front of the driver where it exits up, so it kind of gets it pretty hot there, and there's just no air flowing. So, the heat just is trapped inside the car, and you're trying to deal with it as a driver, and you just try to train and prepare the best you can, and it's a different era for sure.
When we have rain delay moments like this where you're able to get out of the car for an extended period of time, are you putting on the owner hat as well? Like, are you checking up to see what the 17 team of Chris Buescher is doing, or are you strictly focused on what your team needs today?
Well, thankfully they've been running pretty close to me, so I've had a pretty good view for where they've been, and it seems like both our RFK cars are kind of that 5th to 10th place, and that's good but not great, and we're gonna keep working on it until we get where we need to be.
As I've been embedded in this team, the talk has been how much you guys have bonded over the last 3 years. And I know breaking that 110 race winless streak for you personally was a big deal, but also for the team. What's that mean collectively to finally get a win as a team with the RFK banner?
Well, winning is always good, but under those circumstances, maybe a little bit better. But it doesn't take you long. This sport is an every week deal. We're gonna have these 2 weeks off for Olympics, but outside of that, you race every week, and you don't really have a lot of time to relish in your success, which is sometimes unfortunate. But then you also don't get a lot of time to loathe in your pain and your losses. So you keep your head down and you keep moving. And by Tuesday every week, what you did that last weekend doesn't matter. You've got the next week ahead of it. And so we certainly enjoyed the victory, but focused on getting more of them very quickly.
Thank you so much for the time.
No problem, Kim.
Again, so fun, guys, to be embedded with this team here this afternoon, getting all the insight from Brad Keselowski and the number 6 team.
We want to take a look at the playoff standings as they run, so where they're running currently on the track. And again, on the left side, we see everybody in yellow that has won, locked into the playoffs. And now the points as they're running, tightening up a little bit between Joey Logano and Bubba Wallace right there at that cut line.
I think it's going to be a very difficult summer for Joey, for Bubba, for Briscoe. I think all of that is going to get even more competitive as we roll into multiple different types of racetracks. It's just going to get much more hard.
Yeah, you would think that the Stewart-Haas Racing announcing they were shutting down would maybe take a little wind out of their sails, but it's almost done the opposite. I think the 4 car is faster than it's ever looked. The 14 of Chase Briscoe, as you pointed out, I think there are teams below the cut line, even teams off that page. Ricky Stenhouse comes to mind. We have Daytona looming as the next to last race, so there's a lot of different racetracks and still a super speedway left.
Well, guys, we're perfect. We've been on air 3 weeks now, and all 3 weeks have been affected by rain or weather. As far as strategy now, Steve, does this even the playing field when they go back to racing again?
Well, it doesn't even it because you don't get automatically add fresh tires and fuel, right? They'll probably go out, run a couple laps, then open pit road again. But it is rare that you really truly get a break. In other stick and ball sports, you go into the locker room, talk to your team, and kind of come out in the second half. How many times do you see games change in the second half? Momentum can swing. We don't always see that in racing. Now, listen, I don't think a bad car is going to all of a sudden drive good or a good car bad, but the track conditions will change. And who uses this opportunity to communicate face-to-face, maybe discuss some bigger changes that you just don't have time to normally?
And as you look further through the field, right, you have, except for the cars that have had issues, we have a huge amount of cars in the lead lap. So it's a brand new race. I mean, those guys get to say, all right, I'm running 28th, I'm running 22nd. It is a brand new start of the race for those guys, and it's an opportunity. What do we need to do? How do I need to do a better restart? What can we do to get up there? We saw what Joey Logano did playing that strategy. It worked great for him. I know he didn't have a great restart because he was getting pushed out of the way, but what can I learn from that? And that's what you want. On the days where you're not having a good day, is there something I can salvage out of this? You mentioned Kyle Busch. What can he get out of it? There are a lot of teams in that same situation.
And for the teams and the fans, being short of halfway, I think almost makes it easier. Because normally you have all these conversations, are we going to continue, are we not? I think people kind of have the ability to kind of mentally lapse and just come out of the moment. You know for sure we're going to see more racing at some time when this finally drives up.
For those of you that are video gamers, it's kind of like a reset button. We've hit the reset button. We're not quite to the halfway point. But again, NASCAR has assured us they want to get back to racing. We're going to see racing here. There are lights in Nashville. We just got to get this track dry. The Air Tundras are making their way out onto the racetrack. The rain has let up just a little bit, so they will start the track drying process, but we are under a red flag condition here at Nashville Superspeedway. 136 laps have been complete. How do we get to this point? Well, we're going to take you back to the start of the race. A beautiful sight just off the backstretch here at Nashville Superspeedway. That is a rainbow that is spanning from turn 3 all the way to turn 2, and we look at the radar and you see that this storm has passed through, and so the Air Tundras are on the track. We're waiting for the track to dry, and while we do that, let's go back to lap 18. You'll get a look at all 9 of the onboard cameras as we go back to the start of this race. A beautiful sight in Nashville. The sun is beating down on this 1 1/3 racetrack, helping dry, and it's going very quickly. So we're under a red flag condition. 136 laps are complete. You see the track almost dry now. They're working on pit road. As soon as everything's dry, we'll get the drivers back behind the wheel, and we will continue on with the Ally 400. Until then, let's go back to lap 38 and the start of this race. Great progress being made here at Nashville Superspeedway. Again, the front went through, dropped a lot of rain, but so quickly was the drying team onto the track with the Air Tundras that they have almost got the track ready, and pit road's still getting cleaned up, but the sun is helping as far as the track drying process goes. And while they continue to do that, let's go back and watch another segment of the race from earlier. Track drying is going splendidly, and right now the Air Tundras are working on the access roads, and we would anticipate that the drivers will be called to their cars here in just a few minutes. While we are continuing the track drying process, we still have 49 laps to go in stage 2, 164 to complete this race. Let's go back to earlier in the race. And that's how stage 1 ended, and we see the drivers. There's Christopher Bell, race leader. He has been called to his car, just like all the rest of the drivers as they are climbing in. And Marty is standing by with Chase Elliott.
Yeah, let's chat with him. We've been embedded with the 9 team all day long, but I want to go back to what we talked about at the beginning of the day. Do you remember that? You said, last time we won here, it was a rain-delayed race. Guess what? Rain-delayed race right now. How will the track be different, you think, Chase?
Yeah, I think we need one more rain delay for it to be just like the last one, and then try to get it to go under the lights. But yeah, the track has just been super interesting, and I think I told you there early, this place is just kind of weird. Usually when a track is hot and slick, it makes you want to widen it out and move around, and then when the sun goes down, it gets narrow. And this place really has done the exact opposite. In my opinion, it's been more narrow today than I remember it being when the sun was down and we ended at night, a couple years ago. So it's been odd. You can move around some, but not as much as I think we would like. So we'll see. I think that obviously when you get to traffic and you're trying to make passes, you don't really have a choice. You got to kind of make something work. So we'll keep scratching and clawing and try to get the old Napa Chevy a few spots forward.
Interesting stuff from Chase Elliott, who's worked his way up to 5th, Kim.
And Marty, Christopher Bell, top of the board before that rain delay, but the track has been cleaned. What is it going to be different this time as you get back in the car?
I would expect there to be a lot of grip and probably going to be pretty loose. So going to have to be hanging on here until we get this thing rubber back up.
All right, Christopher's going to climb aboard his race car. I did ask, because he wasn't feeling well the last couple of days, how helpful was this break? He said, man, it was nice to be able to get out of the car and kind of catch my breath for the second half of this race.
Interesting comment right there. Christopher Bell said it was going to have a lot of grip, but be loose. And the reason why is normally when the grip increases, the front tires work really well. So the front of the car is very positive. It turns and the back of the car can't keep up. But Steve, if you adjust for right now and you over adjust, then later when the track starts to change, then you may have gone too far.
That's really the whole idea to this. You kind of have to guess what you need at the end of the race. And I think, look, we've run 136 laps. We have to run 164 more. So I expect, Dave, that the track will kind of get all the way back to what we saw right before the rain.
Check with Denny Hamlin. His car's been handling well. Can you live without the cool suit now? Is that kind of the smart move there? Or what are you going to do?
Yeah, we're just managing voltage, and so usually don't run it that often anyway. So yeah, I can run without it.
All right. He's led a lot of laps today, guys, in a very fast Toyota.
So it's interesting, right? You wonder if he took it off, you know, because we talk about you put that cool shirt on, you still see the cord right there, so maybe he still has it on, I don't know, but having some sort of voltage issue on the 11. They have the ability to turn the alternator on and off for some power gains. So we're reading through where he cycled that a bunch of times. This guy right here, Kyle Busch, he's going to be happy he gets another shot at this. Get back on the lead lap, try to gain some spots.
So you can hear the crowd in the background. They're excited about this. The drivers are strapping into the cars, getting ready to fire them back up again. Let's look back at stage 2. You already saw stage 1, but this is how stage 2 went.
John Henry Nemechek just lost control of his car, spins into the grass, ends up driving around the racetrack and just destroyed the right front fender.
And a penalty on pit road for the one of Chastain. He was inside the top 5, took 2 tires. Front tire gets rolled into the 51's pit box.
Contact, Ty Gibbs and Alex Bowman. Ty Gibbs through the grass, but no damage to that car that we can see.
Then the weather came, Rick. It started with some lightning, a few sprinkles, and then some heavy showers and some wind, but it moved through very, very quickly. And the track is looking good. Little rainbow off the backstretch.
Brad Keselowski about to climb into his number 6, again embedded with the 6 team and the 9 team today in stage 2. There's still 49 laps to go in stage 2. Track drying pretty much completed now. Even the access roads are dry. They'll let the cars roll off of pit road, and then they'll work in just the pit stalls to make sure that they're dry also. What a crowd, though. You hear them in the background. They're having some fun here. Enjoying the sun coming back out and knowing that racing will continue here at Nashville Superspeedway. Get a few more updates from pit road, and we'll go to Marty first.
Cool to see these fans coming back out after the rain delay. Looks like no one left. That's going to be a fun rest of the afternoon. We heard the radio in stage 2 about Martin Truex Jr. talking about the car stumbling for the 19. I asked Martin and James Small about that a moment ago. He said, yep, that's an issue we had in qualifying yesterday, but the engine mapping for the 19 is already locked in. That is not something they can change here mid-race. So that's something that he's going to have to live with, despite how much speed they had in this car on the long runs, Kim.
Well, Marty, I talked to Tyler Reddick this morning, and despite already having a win on the season and being locked into the playoffs, they feel like they need to pick up the pace. A lot of things they need to work on. He said execution-wise, they've just been a 10th place car at best. Need to be running top 5 consistently. He said that top 5 needs to start today. Well, we're seeing it right now as it stands currently in the 2nd position. Dave, before that rain delay, he was reporting tight in in the middle, loose on throttle, off the turn, just needed more rear lateral grip. We'll see how that changes when they get back green.
Again, when I was talking to Chris Buescher's crew chief, Scott Graves, this morning, he said, we need to pass some people. And what he was talking about was the people close to them at the cut line for the playoffs as they run right now. They're 15th out of 16, so they're close to that bubble. He said, we want to make sure we get ahead of the 48, the 1, and the 54. Well, as they run right now, they are ahead of them. They're going to gain some points on them if they can keep what they've got. 7th place right now for Buescher. Picked up some track position as they were one of the teams that took just 2 tires on that last pit stop. So Chris Buescher now has that Ford up where he needs it to be in the top 10. Rick?
Thank you, Dave.
We heard Chase Elliott kind of questioning how the track is widening out, you know, the rubber's being laid down on it and why it hasn't gotten any wider. Well, let's look. On the left is before the rain. Look at how black the racetrack is. The rubber just driven into the racetrack from the bottom up to the middle. To the right is right now. And so it's going to change again. And all you can do is guess. And we saw cars that ran well early in the race that didn't run well as well later, and vice versa. So what's the play here, right? You have 49 laps until the end of this stage and then the end of the race. So the best car may have to sacrifice a little speed right now, Steve, to be as good as he really wants to be later.
I think you have to worry about your adjustments, and you also have to worry about how you're going to consume these 164 laps, knowing that we are 49 away from the end of stage 2. Most teams were last on pit road at lap 117. That was about 20 laps ago. So I don't expect everybody to come to pit road, but there's some arguments that says it'd be a good time to come to pit road because you could make those adjustments you talked about, Jeff, and you could also get into this kind of really close to a one-stop fuel window, which now it's 164 lap. I wonder what the intensity is going to be like. You know, these guys normally strap in thinking that it's, you know, 400 miles, and now it's just a 164 lap race.
They'll leave pit road the way they're scored. That's why you see Christopher Bell going out. We're hearing the 2 of Austin Cindric is actually going to get a penalty. They did not follow rules when they came onto pit road or were on pit road, and so a penalty will be assessed to the 2. They'll have to go out at the back of the field.
Yeah, that's too bad. I'm not sure. They said that they made some sort of adjustment, so something was done that NASCAR deemed outside of what was approved. Normally what you're allowed to do is clean the windshield. You can help the driver get strapped in depending on the length of the red flag. Sometimes you could reset the tire pressure, sometimes you can't. Only being an hour, I'd be shocked if they let them do tire pressures.
You know, the other thing, Steve, is that, you know, NASCAR is kind of stepping up the policing of pit road, and we're starting to see a lot of penalties, cars rolling out of tech onto pit road. You wonder if they have some surveillance technology that they're not letting everybody know about, because we've started to see a lot of these penalties and just trying to keep people honest.
Still seeing the 2 sitting there, and again the cars will be rolling back onto the racetrack in the order that they came off the track, and that's why you're seeing them on the backstretch stopping there, getting back in line before we go to a yellow flag condition. Just over an hour and 20 minutes already of this red flag condition, but what a job that the track crew has done to get this racing facility back ready to race again. A deluge of rain came down, and then just as quickly the sun helping that drying process.
One thing, when you got back in this race car, you have to double check everything. Is your wheel tight? Are your belts on right? Is all that stuff that you do every single day, but we've seen multiple times that drivers make a mistake. They don't get everything done, and on a day like this, it's still hot. I know we had this rain come through, but it did not cool it down. So make sure you get your helmet hose hooked up. Make sure your cool suit gets hooked. All those things that seem like simple procedures can get forgotten.
112 degrees inside the car for Kyle Busch. And Marty, give us a rundown on what happened with the 2 team and why the penalty.
Yeah, a little context as Austin Cindric finally leaves his pit stall. So Jeff said NASCAR's patrolling pit road a little bit stronger. Well, what happened with Austin Cindric was, Steve, they had a fan that was on the pit box during the red flag. NASCAR officials felt like that fan was too pointed towards the car. They felt like in some way it was maybe cooling the car, so that's what they dinged them for, and that's what they got penalized for.
There you have it.
Once everybody gets in line, they will make one pass across the start-finish line, and then they will open pit road. So those that choose to come onto pit road, make adjustments, change tires, add fuel, that can all be done after they have gone around one time, and pit road will then be open. But you do see yellow. We have gone to a yellow flag condition. The red flag officially 1 hour and 21 minutes. Great crowd here at Nashville Super Speedway. A sellout. There are fans from all 50 states, 13 countries represented. The second straight year a sellout here at Nashville Super Speedway. We mentioned the entertainment mecca now here in Nashville, and fans coming out and appreciating the racing that takes place here at the Super Speedway. Sticking it out as well through that rain delay. And now waiting to see the conclusion of the Ally 400. 163 laps remaining in the race, just 48 that will be remaining in stage 2. We're riding along with Ross Chastain in that Busch Light onboard camera. Last year's winner, Chase Elliott, as we're embedded with the 9 team. We've been able to ride along on the Coke Zero Sugar number 9 on board. Consumer Cellular helping us out with Brad Keselowski, the other team that we're embedded with in this stage.
See on the left there that green and blue number 8 Kyle Busch. He gets the free pass, and that will make 36 cars on the lead lap. Only John Hunter Nemechek, which we saw in the recap of stage 2, spun and then had damage. He's 2 laps behind, and Chad Fincham is currently 5 laps off the pace. He actually might be retired, I think. The 66 might have decided to go to the garage.
Fincham is in the garage, so he's off the track, and pit road's open. So we'll see if we have any takers. Crew chief, would you be coming to pit road?
I think if I was outside the top 20 or 22, I would. I like where Alex Bowman is right here. That's probably a great decision. He's 16th. Probably get a few to come behind. You see Austin Dillon following as well.
Kim.
And you see Joey Logano making a stop right now. That car is still looking for a little more handling-wise, tight center, building free off, but that free off was the majority of the problem for Joey Logano. 4 fresh Goodyear tires, a little air pressure, Sunoco fuel, Dave.
Opposite problem for Alex Bowman. His car was tight. Wanted to go to the wall when he turned the wheel, but he only took 2 tires last time, so they wanted to make sure they got 4 fresh and a chassis adjustment here.
It's still a lot of racing to go, over halfway of this race to go, with 162 laps now to go of the 300 scheduled.
A little longer stop. I believe that's a 51 of Justin Haley. Going under the right front there, making adjustments.
Steve, it's a little bit of an interesting call. You don't want to give up all that track position, but when you have tires that were on this car and then you sit with them for over an hour and a half, you're never real sure how they're going to respond. Like when you drive into turn 1 for the first time, what are they going to do? They're cooler. They're certainly way cooler than they were on the race car the last time. But from a driver's perspective, I don't trust them completely because I've been so inconsistent in that type of situation.
And here comes the choose. Bell's going to choose that bottom line, and Reddick will be on his outside. Larson also down on the inside.
Really pretty split. I don't know if there's a real dominant lane yet on the restarts. Maybe later. Harding.
Steve, you've had a halftime break with your driver, and I'm intrigued by the comments from Chase Elliott talking about how narrow the groove is and how hard it was to pass. So have you talked to your driver about maybe changing the strategy a little bit, thinking about maybe 2 tires here in the second half of this race to gain some of that track position you need?
Well, I think anything was on the table before the race even started. I know that Chase had hoped that the groove widened out, and I understand what he was talking about, but even then, you know, every car is so equal, and new tires just didn't seem to be a huge advantage. So every race, matter how unpopular the statement, it's a track position race. Clean air helps every race car.
Field 2x2 now as we're getting ready for the restart, again embedded with the 6 and the 9 team. This restart, we're going to be listening into TJ Majors, the spotter for Brad Keselowski, as he calls them to the green flag in the restart.
Green flag, ready, go, go, go. 45 lost, 20 bumper already, just line up bottom here, 9 tap off of you. 1 inside, just Chris here. Driving off the 9 in your mirror, keep him in your tracks, you're good. Just driving off Chris down there. Door, pulling him. Bumper, clear, all clear. He's under attack from the 9 here. They're side by side, better cover the bottom, cover the bottom. 1 back a lane higher to Chris, half back, cover it, keep him in your mirror. Keep him in your mirror. 5, let him grab the paint for me here, it'll hurt the 9 to help Chris here. By 2. Here we go, by 2 over both lanes. Perfect. By 3.
Very interesting. Chris Buescher, obviously the teammate to Brad Keselowski, and TJ Majors is really spotting to help Chris Buescher as well.
Good battle. We talked about the concern, will the outside lane come in this early in the run? Seems like they have a pretty good amount of confidence that it's got grip in there.
They stay side by side for that 5th position. Elliott and Buescher.
Oh, wiggle out of the 17 of Buescher.
Look at William Byron. Almost into the wall. William Byron has to catch it. He was right behind Buescher.
And that started with Buescher. Buescher has a wiggle, goes up the track. It kind of gets the 24 checked up, and then right behind the 17, right in that dirty wake, you try to offset, and that's what drives the 24 up, Jeff.
Yeah, see, up the racetrack. Now he gets in that on the dirty racetrack you talked about, and to be honest with you, I'm surprised he didn't hit the wall. I mean, it shows you how clean the racetrack is up there, and that's probably because we just had all the jet dryers on there, and it blew all that debris down the racetrack. Had that happened later in this race, he probably is wrecked.
He was in the 7th position before having to catch that race car.
It's one of those saves that you're frustrated you lost spots. You're so thankful you still are racing. Could have been the end of the day. Up front, they're pretty organized, kind of spread out. Everybody minding their P's and Q's, but it's anything but back in the pack. We're riding on board with the 50 of Corey Heim. The Toyota on board. You see it, 24 still up the track a little bit.
Corey right now in 12th position. Really good run for that 50 team and Corey, as we see now the 43 of Eric Jones and Ryan Preece. Maybe a little paint swap there between those two.
When we talk about strategy, this is what we mean. You know, when you're 20th and you pit, you come out 25th, you think it's 5 spots, no problem, but every spot is so contested. 3 wide up in front of Joey Logano. See if they work it out. Now Joey has this nice wide entry into the corner. We'll see if he can get some momentum even with the car to his left.
Daniel Suarez in the 99 on the inside of that 2-wide battle in front of him.
Looking at lap times too. The rain cleaned the rubber off. I know it doesn't feel a lot cooler out, but I do think it's cooling a little bit. And everyone is faster. The whole field has picked up pace from the beginning of the race.
Turning the fastest laps of the day. And we see Suarez able to make the pass. He completes that on Ryan Preece. Logano trying to clear the 16 of AJ Allmendinger, and he does. Top 3 separated by 1.2 seconds. That's Bell, Reddick, and Larson up front.
I like that bright green 54 Interstate Batteries Toyota. Ty Gibbs didn't pit under this last caution, but pitted back at lap 128, and he slowly moved forward. We saw that he had spun out at one point, but here he is, 13th, trying to get to the outside of Carson Hocevar for the 12th position. He's able to do it. Nice move.
So much confidence in his race car to be able to carry that much speed on corner entry to get on the outside of the 77. Shows you how good that car is driving.
On the bottom of the screen, Daniel Suarez trying to go by the 23 of Bubba Wallace. Bubba Wallace way up in the light gray.
Oh, wow. You saw the fire come out of the pipes. He was way out of the gas on corner exit.
Fight for 20th as Priest has taken it away from Bubba Wallace. And here comes Logano. Bubba Wallace looked very strong in practice yesterday, and then the qualifying effort didn't go as planned and has not been marching toward the front as we had anticipated.
Talked about Bubba Wallace a little bit ago. Here he is, just up the racetrack, and he is just not happy with his car at all. Again, another guy that probably pretty happy wasn't wrecked right there.
There's Austin Cindric in the 2, trying to clear that 15 of Riley Herbst.
Good to see Riley back in the car. Man, he got overheated yesterday. They had a cool shirt issue, and then they tried to drain it, got it unhooked. They actually had to stop, unscheduled pit stop under yellow to try to assist him and cool him off. He was able to actually, nice recovery and finish okay in the Xfinity Series race. But when we talk about double duty, he definitely had to work overnight to kind of get rehydrated and rested for today.
Kyle Busch again was the recipient of the free pass, so he's back on the lead lap and currently running in the 30th position.
Talk about this battle back here as always, crazy intense. Right in front of this battle is the 4-car, Josh Berry. Remember, he started on the front row today, and he was fast in practice yesterday. He looked good, but he has not had the speed at all today, all the way back in 27th spot.
We mentioned that the lap speeds have been picking up. How about we look at the Xfinity fastest laps now, and it was the 45 car, almost a 30 flat. That's really looking almost like qualifying speeds that we saw yesterday. That was lap 144 when that fast lap was turned 10 laps ago. So after the rain has come through and the track was cleaned off, a lot of speed now. Bell has a half a second lead over Tyler Reddick, as well as Larson, Keselowski, and Elliott, all running in the top 5.
With Chewy, get flea meds delivered before the itching begins. Or after, but before is definitely better.
Good job.
Save 20% on your first pharmacy order and get it delivered right on time.
At DriveTime.com, we know you just want to shop for cars online without impacting your credit.
No, don't you dare hit my credit. We won't hit your credit.
Oh, you can get approved, see your real terms, and customize your payments.
With no hit to your credit.
Yay, no credit hit. Shop for cars online with no credit hit at DriveTime.com.
You know what's crazy?
That this is better than cooking at home? I mean, more affordable than groceries.
Of course.
Good.
Groceries are expensive.
Thought I was in trouble there for a sec.
Oh, you are.
Ally has savings buckets to help you save for anything you want to buy. Because everyone has something they're saving for. Like that new car. Or a fancy vacation. Or party supplies. Your delivery budget. Or even the down payment on your dream home. Our savings buckets help you save for what matters most to you.
400 laps. For one weekend in August, Richmond becomes the center of the NASCAR world. Here on the 3/4 mile Richmond Raceway. The lights get brighter, the stakes get higher, the thrills get bigger, and so does the best weekend of your summer. NASCAR weekend at Richmond Raceway. Get your tickets now at richmondraceway.com.
is insane.
I've never seen anything like this.
Thank you.
That was a moment.
We have a medic on standby.
AGT, Tuesday on NBC and Peacock.
There's a difference between a great golf setting and a setting for great golf. Unbelievable. This isn't just the Open. It's golf, as it's meant to be. The Open Championship on NBC, USA, and Peacock. Part of the greatest summer of golf.
26 laps to go in stage 2 of the Ally 400 from Nashville on NBC. And this has been a very interesting battle. The 41 of Ryan Preece and the 23 of Bubba Wallace. Take a look. A little bit of paint traded right there.
Guys are just battling for position. 25 laps to go in this stage. You know, a little concern for them, this crowd. You know, they got to make enough pace to not go a lap down. They should be safe, but it's not a given.
Kyle Busch running Riley Herbst up the racetrack just a bit.
Quarter driving in hard with his door. 3 back bottom, south their door. 1 back.
That's in the 28, 29, 30 range between those two cars. So up front, it's Bell, Reddick, Larson, then Keselowski, Hamlin, Elliott, and Martin Truex Jr. all running in the top 7. Let's go through the field. Brought to you by Homes.com.
Let's go to 8th place, Chris Buescher. You're going to start with Christopher Bell. Oh, there he is. There's 8th place, Chris Buescher now. The car has been good most of the day. Scott Grace told me this morning they just need to be consistent to be where they are and continue on to get into the playoffs. He's been fast at times, just a little bit free right now. Marty.
How has the fire-off been for Ryan Blaney after the rain delay? Listen in.
Just a little bit snowed right now off of 2. I'll drive off of 4. It's way better. Snower goes.
So the interesting part about that comment, he feels like the car is actually handling better. It is cooling down now that the sun is dipping behind the grandstand. We'll keep an eye on that. If any driver needed the halftime break, how about Noah Gragson yesterday in the Xfinity Series race? His cool suit failed. He said he barely made it to the end of the race. I asked him what he did. He said simply, got some fluids, took a rest. Gragson using that 2-tire strategy, hanging in the top 10, Kim.
Well, Marty, Ty Gibbs running in the 11th position after a spin early, and this has kind of played into exactly what they've been trying to correct, executing from start to finish. The last 4 races, they have not gotten the results they needed. They've bled a lot of points, and right now they want to right the ship. There's definitely a little frustration there, and right now Ty's saying he's getting tighter as the track rubbers in. Dave.
Corey Heim started this race 29th. He's all the way up to 12th now, the 21-year-old from Georgia, turning his first laps for 23:11. A reserve driver getting a shot here. He's putting it to very, very good use in the 50 car, Kim.
Carson Hocevar running in the 13th position. Remember, he won the Truck Series race here last year, and the team felt like he was leaning on that knowledge, knows what to expect from the track. The goal is to maintain the average finishing position they've had over the last 4 weeks. That's about a 17th place finishing position. And Marty, as we look at what they've been able to do, they're just trying to get base hits right now, not home runs, as they continue to build this program.
Yep, since that bobble by William Byron, he lost all that track position. He's gained a couple of spots back, about to get another one there with Carson Hocevar. That'll put him up to the 13th spot. Rudy Fugle told him on the radio a moment ago, William, stay calm. I'm working on a plan to get our track position back, Dave.
Michael McDowell, who led 31 laps earlier on an off-strategy long play. He is now working his way back through with a very tight race car. Interestingly, he was told that the one car in front of him was making some ground in the high line. He should try that. As for Ross Chastain, yep, his car is the same way. The one not turning well, so he's looking to the high line to try to make better lap time. Tim?
Chase Briscoe running the 17th position has dropped a couple of positions, just way too tight, will not turn. And he's coming off a 2nd place run in New Hampshire, but bigger than that, the official announcement that he will move to Joe Gibbs Racing next season. And when I talked to the team, crew chief Richard Boswell said the team is very excited for Chase and his opportunity, but the message for his driver has been, we need to focus back in, perform, and solidify opportunities for every other person on this team, Dave.
And Todd Gilliland in the 38 car running in the 19th position. Good run for him today, using that high line as well to his advantage. He's been solid all day long.
Ooh, a little wall contact right there for the 38 off turn 2.
It's only 16 laps to go in stage 2. Those of you that play fantasy, make sure to check your fantasy lineup. Make sure you don't have somebody in the garage that would benefit you if they would be a part of your lineup. As Jeff and Steve both grab their phones.
Thank you, Rick.
Brad Keselowski restarted in 4th. He's fallen to 5th, but staying right up there in the top 5. Christopher Bell won stage 1, trying to sweep the stages here in Nashville.
Ready to rise? To the challenge? Above obstacles. Above perceptions. Above it all. If so, we're looking for you. Join us at Toyota Racing.
When Just for Men eliminates gray, you get a great before and after, and then the after, that boost you get when you look and feel your best. And try one-day beard and brow color. The fastest, easiest way to cover grays and define lines.
Ashley's Stars and Stripes mattress sale is going on now. Save up to $500 on select mattresses. Plus pay 0% interest for 5 years with no minimum purchase on all in-store purchases. Only at Ashley. Shop more deals in-store and online.
I'm moving to the country. I'm gonna eat a lot of peaches. I'm moving to the country. I'm gonna eat a lot of peaches. And if I had my little way, I'd eat peaches every day. Nature's candy in my hand or can. Millions of peaches, peaches for me. Millions of peaches, peaches for me. Look out!
Who's up for a little bit of chaos?
Hold on. It's Larson.
A dash of drama. A touch of temper. Who's down to take it to the streets? To bring the triangle? To hit the bricks? Who's game for a little fireworks between friends? See, that's a trick question. With the playoffs coming, there are no friends.
Hello, Gru. It is I, Poppy Prescott, villainess. You used to be a master villain. You're gonna help me pull a heist.
Is that my old school?
Which I have modeled with glue and popsicle sticks. I was born to be bad.
No offense, but you're not me.
I plan on being a lot better than you.
Ever hear of respecting your elders?
I don't respect boomers. I just mock them.
Eliminations Despicable Me 4. Rated PG.
Great battle going on here for 10th between Noah Gragson and the 54 of Ty Gibbs. Want to give you a reminder at 7:30, bottom of the hour. The NASCAR coverage will move to USA and the NBC Sports app. So the conclusion of this race will be on USA and on the NBC Sports app because of the hour and 21-minute rain delay from here at Nashville Superspeedway. And that means at the bottom of the hour, it will be U.S. Olympic Track and Field Trials from Eugene, Oregon. That coverage will continue on NBC, right here on NBC for the final day of the U.S. Olympic Track and Field Trials from Eugene, Oregon. And again, a reminder at the bottom of the hour, we will be on USA for the conclusion of this race from Nashville after the hour and 20-minute rain delays. We ride along with Corey Heim. Really impressive run for Heim, running in the 12th spot right now.
How about the battle in front of him? Yeah, how about the battle in front of him? Like these guys, lap after lap, side by side. It's like Noah may get him this lap.
So Noah clears Gibbs as Corey Heim just behind them, running 10th, 11th, 12th. Starting to see some of the cars move up the racetrack just a little bit, widening out.
Yeah,
more options.
Old enough on tires where moving up is an option. You see how dark the racetrack is now, so kind of getting back to where we were before the rain delay. 7 laps to go in this stage. We see some adjustments, very important as we enter that final stage to continue to chase the racetrack's balance.
Bell has a little over a second lead over Reddick. Then it's Larson, Hamlin, Keselowski, Chase Elliott. And again, Keselowski and Elliott embedded with those teams. Want to say thank you to those two, and we'll get a little more information from the 9 team and Marty.
Hey, Rick, just wanted to check in with a couple of crew chiefs here, including Alan Gustafson. And Steve, I've heard a number of crew chiefs say that, hey, our car's actually getting better. It is cooling down. I mentioned that, the sun going down behind the grandstands. Concrete, Steve, normally not extremely weather sensitive, but how much will this track change, and how important is this next adjustment for these crew chiefs?
Well, I think this is very important because if it runs correctly and we don't see a lot of yellows, you're going to get one more shot in the middle of the final stage. But you know you're down to basically 2 pit stops. So the goal would be to, you've kind of reset after the rain. Now the rubber's going back on the racetrack. The sun is starting to kind of get behind the grandstands, as Marty pointed out. Now it's time to make those very, very important final adjustments.
Battle for 16th. You see Chase Briscoe chasing after Michael McDowell on the bottom of your screen. And on the top, Gragson has cleared the 54 of Gibbs, but Gibbs definitely not falling back. Under 4 laps to go in stage 2, and Christopher Bell has now led over 100 laps, 102 in back-to-back races, and that's the first time that he's ever done it in his career.
It's an odd look out of the 54. The back of it was kind of dancing around a little.
You can see his hands inside the race car, wearing white gloves. See how much wheel movement he has. Car looks like it's a little bit loose.
Looking to the inside now as Gibbs trying to take that spot back from Gragson. Not able to throw it into turn 3 as deep as Gragson. Under 2 laps to go. Pit road is closed as Bell can't quite complete the pass on the 3 of Austin Dillon, trying to put him a lap down. And the fight for that 10th position continues. That's a point at the end of the stage. One more time around for Bell, who's door to door right now with Dillon. Dillon fighting to stay on the lead lap. And out of 4, that is going to be a sweep of the stages for Christopher Bell. It's the 4th time that he's swept the first 2 stages of a race. He definitely wants to change history when it, oh, maybe not so happy between Denny Hamlin and Kyle Larson.
Denny radioed that he was okay, he's going to get him. That's right, they're radioing to his driver to calm down, but Denny said I was going to get him. Didn't like something about the way that Kyle Larson raced him.
It's interesting, these two are friends off the racetrack, but on the racetrack it doesn't look it. And right at the finish line, the 5 gets by. Apparently Hamlin not too happy about that. NBC Sports coverage of NASCAR is brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic. And by Ally. Do it right. Marty.
Kyle Larson on pit road. He said, I just need more overall grip. He also mentioned that the brake pedal started to go long towards the end of that run, Kim.
Marty, Christopher Bell, top right, said, I think my balance is pretty good. No major changes there. Tyler Reddick, bottom left of your screen. He felt like he had good speed, just a 1.5 or 2 tight towards the end of the run, Dave.
Ultimately 4th place there for Denny Hamlin in the stage. His car was tight, but he was charging the entry, which was giving him great lap time. 4 tires and fuel, and he's out of here.
Really close there for Hamlin. and he gains 2 spots to Bell.
Nowhere near in the top 10 is the 5 of Kyle Larson. This is what the race off looked like. So close between the 20 and the 11. The 5 comes in, stops pretty well on his mark. Jack goes up. Jack, see, he drops it. We saw that happen last week with the 19. He had to jack it back up to tighten the right rear tire. Cost some extra seconds, over 10 spots lost.
Again, a reminder, approximately 15 minutes at 7:30. We will move over to USA and the NBC Sports app to see the conclusion of the Nashville Superspeedway Ally 400. That's because of the hour and 21-minute rain delay that we had to experience here. And at 7:30 here on NBC will be the U.S. Olympic Track and Field Trials from Eugene, Oregon. That will all culminate with that very impressive 400-meter hurdles featuring Sydney McLaughlin-Levrone. She is the world record holder in that event. Well, Kyle Larson and Denny Hamlin have continued their, I guess, reckless ways. We've seen it before. We saw it at Atlanta earlier, Kansas a year ago. Pocono was a part of that as well. It always seemed as though the 5 was maybe getting the raw end of the deal.
This was last week. Tight racing. Hamlin eventually gets Kyle Larson way up the racetrack, and spotter Tyler Maughan's like, hey man, that keeps happening because you're letting it happen. You got to make it stop. Kyle pushed back on him a little bit on the radio, but here's Kyle Larson answering that call, saying, all right, you race me like this, I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it to you.
Then we saw the green and checkered, and Denny Hamlin very upset, running into the back of the 5. Gabe Hart had to get on the radio and tell the 11 to calm down. Dave.
And here's what that sounded like, Steve.
All right, I'll get him. Take care of it right here. Take care of it. Yeah, we're good enough to win the race. Don't worry about that. We're good. Hey, 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 hey. We're good. Stop. We're good enough to win this race. That's what we're going to... Stop!
So Gabe Hart gathers it back together. We hope Denny has, and maybe he can, to win this race.
What makes it worse, 90% of those altercations are at the front of the field. They aren't disagreeing for 10th or 15th. It's normally the lead.
Teammates up front as we get ready to go back to racing for the final stage. Hamlin, Bell, back into the gas. A great restart for Christopher Bell. Tyler Reddick in the 45 trying to follow him on the bottom of the racetrack and clear that 11 of Hamlin.
And you can feel the intensity. Bell looks clean out front, but back too wide through the field.
Reddick not able to clear the 11. Again, that's his boss. Denny Hamlin, co-owner of 2311, who Tyler Reddick drives for.
Denny up the track, but you see the available grip. That wide exit looks odd. It looks like he's out of the groove, but there's still the grip to accelerate.
Yeah, he never lifted, did he?
He stays on the gas here as he tries to stay to the outside of the 45.
What a great battle between these two guys. Tyler Reddick trying to just paint his left side tires on that bottom line. Go back to the throttle as quickly as he can. Now starting to use a little more racetrack.
Oh, the 34 McDowell really high and out of the groove, but continuing to slow.
I believe we have a tire down.
There you go, tire down on the radio.
You guys here?
Left sides. Yeah, left sides are up, right sides are up. Maybe it's a vibration or maybe just stuff on the tires.
Here, we'll go into 5th.
Oh, you heard the drive line. Won't go into 5th, so they go from 4th to 5th during the lap. McDowell reports it won't shift correctly.
Reddick completes the pass on Hamlin for that second spot.
And as we look
here, I'm not sure what you want me to do. I can keep trying to get in 5th, but it won't go.
So he's basically stuck. If you have to run only 4th gear, you have to lift at the end of the straightaways. You can't even run top speed. And if you look at the rundown, the cars we talked about in practice, it's taken 196 laps. Hamlin was great in practice 3rd. Blaney showed great speed 4th. Keselowski 5th. And Truex, been a quiet day, but he looked great in practice. Here he is in 6th.
You see Michael McDowell And the telemetry there, not able to stay in the gas. So he starts to fall off the pace now. Blaney in front of Keselowski in fourth.
Keselowski trying to guess where Blaney's going to go. He went to the top. Blaney went to the top. So then Brad had to slow his entry down, trying to turn underneath him. Again, it's a guessing game. Where's he going to go? He goes to the top, so I got to go to the bottom.
Let's watch the progressive telemetry on the 6 team.
Talked about the shift for McDowell. There it was for Keselowski. 4th to 5th, Jeff. Nearly 180 miles an hour at the end of the front stretch.
And he's a little bit quicker. You can see he rolls the center of the corner a little bit better than Blaney. Let's see if Blaney gives him the bottom again. Nope, changed it up on him. But Brad almost anticipated it. He never turned to the bottom. He immediately went to the top.
And adjusted his entry speed. Didn't overdrive the top. You have to kind of back off a little easier to run the top, and that's what's paying dividends now. As between the draft and running the top, he gets a good toe. We'll see if he can do it again here in 1 and 2.
Oh, he's got to run right here. Let's see if he gains on him down the back straightaway. Here he comes. Now what does he do? He's guessing. What's Blaney going to do? All right, Blaney to the bottom. He's to the top.
It was almost like a slow lift, like he wasn't sure which direction he wanted to go.
And so why does that matter? Because to make the top work, you have to have the right entry speed. You have to have the right angle of attack. And if you're not able to commit because you don't know what the car in front of you is going to do, it doesn't make the rest of the corner like it needs to. We're talking about a 1/10 of a second difference between getting it perfect and not.
You don't have to be in the race to be in the race. The NASCAR Powerball Playoff is back.
The 58 is going to win in Phoenix.
Enter now for your chance to win a VIP trip for 2 to the NASCAR Cup Series Championship race at the Phoenix Raceway, with the grand prize winner taking home $1 million. The race for the million is on. Powerball, the official lottery game of NASCAR, and home to the NASCAR Powerball Playoff.
When Just for Men eliminates gray, you get a great before and after, and then the after that boost you get when you look and feel your best. And try one-day beard and brow color, the fastest, easiest way to cover grays and define lines.
Mike's, please. Extra cold.
Was this fire person's day hard enough for a Mike's Hard Lemonade, Joel?
Was it? Hey.
Keep it cool, cool cat.
Hard days deserve a hard lemonade.
Incredible, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, with your home, auto, boat, and RV all bundled with Progressive, you've got the peace of mind to really wander.
Yeah, I just hope it stays this way. Once word gets out about these places, they tend to...
Are you done?
And there it is.
But at least your vehicles are protected. Let's hit the road.
Hey, fam. I am just at this beautiful lake that I just discovered, practicing gratitude, manifesting abundance.
Ashley's Stars and Stripes mattress sale is going on now. Save up to $500 on select mattresses. Plus, pay 0% interest for 5 years with no minimum purchase on all in-store purchases. Only at Ashley. Shop more deals in-store and online.
If this is your idea of ladylike, you're gonna fit right in. Join us at Toyota Racing. This is the make or break moment.
Oh, my goodness.
Not just for the day, but for the years to come. This is where a race isn't just about the race. It's about the doors it can open.
That kid is amazing.
The number of fans wearing your number. This is the chance to carve your name into the history books. This is the NASCAR Xfinity Series.
Caution has come back out. It's the 6th of the day, and this one for Riley Herbst. He got up into the wall. And just a reminder, in just a few minutes at 7:30, our coverage will continue on USA and the NBC Sports app again because of the rain delay that we had here just a little while ago. That means that at 7:30 there will be U.S. Olympic track and field trials right here on NBC from Eugene, Oregon.
97 laps to go. It's not really close enough to the finish to make it on a tank of fuel. For that reason, I don't think the leaders will pit. Maybe someone further back will come to make adjustments, adjust their race car. But I think the leaders know that they can't come to pit road until they can make it all the way to the finish on fuel.
Dave.
So Buescher is one of those cars that was called to pit lane. Scott Graves, his crew chief, he liked the numbers that he saw for strategy, Steve, all the way down here. So they took 4 tires last time, but they lost 5 spots on pit road. They figured they got 2 back while he was racing. They'll take 4 more tires here and fuel.
Reason for the caution again, the 15 of Riley Herbst, but the 7 involved in this one.
You can see they're side by side entering turn 1. The 7 car, Corey LaJoie, on the bottom of the racetrack. Never is able to stay on there where he needs to be up the racetrack. Gets into the 15. Riley Herbst into the wall. Damage to the right front control arm. Well, Riley's going to be frustrated with that. Now, Corey didn't mean to do it, but you know, Riley's like, hey man, it's your job to keep your car in the line it needs to be in.
This was just Riley's 3rd start in the Cup Series this year, running full-time in the Xfinity Series. Huge weekend coming up next weekend, and that is on the streets of Chicago. And once again, we will call that one radio style as we dive into the streets of Chicago. We will see Mike Bagley once again on turns 1 and 6. Then Dylan Welsh will handle the turns 3, 4, and 5. He'll hand back off to Bagley at 6, but we have Mayor Jeff Burton over in turn 11, and Steve and I will be in the booth covering all the action from the front stretch. Peacock Pit Box once again near Buckingham Fountain, and it all starts Saturday on NBC and Peacock. Countdown to green for the Xfinity Series at 3 o'clock to 3:30 for racing. On Sunday, 4 o'clock and 4:30. And we'll be embedded with Tyler Reddick in stage 2 next week.
Rick, and I know we were there a year ago, but the weather did not cooperate. It feels like a second chance for a first impression. The race ended up unbelievable. SVG, there was more passing, Jeff, than you and I ever dreamt would be at a street course. And the weather looks, knock on wood, looks great. Yeah. And the fans came out even with that crazy weather. So I think the scene is going to be electric. 4th of July week right there on the shore. It's going to be a good time.
Concerts. I mean, it's going to be just an event that you do not want to miss.
It is such a fun event. I was out there on my perch last year, and all the fans are walking by on Michigan Avenue, and the excitement, the enthusiasm was crazy, and that was in the rain. Yeah. And so much of the stuff, like you said, the concerts got canceled. So much of that stuff got canceled, and it took some of it away. This year, I expect it to be a brand new, fresh start, and it was a good time last year. It's going to be even better this year.
Saw the temperature there inside of Kyle Busch's car. It's been right hovering around the 120 as far as temperature. And again, we remind you, at the bottom of the hour, 1 minute from now, we will move over to USA Network and the NBC Sports app for the conclusion, the final 94 laps of this, the Ally 400 from Nashville Super Speedway. And coming up at the bottom of the hour, from Eugene, Oregon, it's the U.S. Olympic Track and Field Trials. A lot of great events still in front of those team members trying to make Team USA in track and field. There you see the temperature once again at 118 degrees, waiting for the restart here. Guys, definitely looking forward to Chicago next week, but can't wait for the end of this one. And again, a reminder, we'll be on USA Network right after the break and NBC Sports app. And coming up after the break as well, U.S. Olympic Track and Field Trials from Eugene, Oregon. That coverage continues on NBC. Conclusion of the race on USA. Oh. Getting ready for the choose from here at Nashville Super Speedway.
1 hour, 20-minute rain delay has pushed us later into the evening than we thought. The track was kind of cleaned off, speeds picked up, and now here we are, 93 laps to go. Bell has had just an unbelievable day. He's won stage 1, he's won stage 2. We've seen Reddick, Denny Hamlin, Blaney, everybody seems to kind of matriculate to the front. The cars, Marty, that we thought we had good pace in practice.
Kyle Larson still trying to recover from that bad pit stop a moment ago. I want to show you the right front that came off his car, though, on that last stop. Look at that cording all the way around the inside of the right front. His teammate William Byron had one as well. That was actually on the left front. So, Steve, help me understand this. Was that the faster pace you just mentioned, or was that because the racetrack was green after the rain? And will that be an issue moving forward tonight?
Yes to both. The issue, I don't think so. Faster pace, greener racetracks. I think the color has already changed on the racetrack. That wear should improve dramatically. I wouldn't be concerned.
This restart on a lot of these guys in front did not pit.
Bell on the inside, Reddick on the outside. Denny Hamlin in that second row. Hamlin trying to make a 3 wide. Contact made. Far up into the wall behind them. And that's the 43 of Eric Jones. Caution comes out once again.
Front blue or fell off.
Denny Hamlin seems to be racing a little more aggressively now. So I'm getting into the side of the 20 of Bell, fighting for the lead. Eric Jones in the 43 has a right front down.
There was radio whether it was like he thought maybe the wheel came off or something like that. I see the wheel nut. So the wheel nut is still there. So the wheel is still attached. I don't know if it came loose or if the tire just went flat. Either way, right at the top of the screen, you see why he says it, just straight up the racetrack.
It seemed like he never had control of the car. As soon as he got down in there,
Three wide in front of him.
I'm going to say flat tire, ran something over. You know, we haven't really seen any tire issues. Once again, wheel is, best we could tell, secure with all the damage.
It looked like the left front tire was down too as he was headed to the wall.
It was lower on air, but I think it had some air in it. Either way, this has just not been the day for Legacy Motor Club. The 42 spun out earlier, had damage to the fender driving around on a flat. Now the second car.
Well, look at this restart. Things are picking up. It's starting to get really aggressive. Josh Berry making it 3 wide in the back. And then in the front. A little bit of contact there with Hamlin and his teammate Bell. Getting that point in the race. No one's going to give anything. They used to say, game of give and take. Give a guy a shot and take his spot. That was what was happening there.
Very awkward timing for the team. 75 to 80 laps, the expected fuel window. I always feel like they short me a few laps when they're nice enough to give me that information. So let's say they could have gone 82 or 83. We're at 90, it'd be 89 when pit road is open. This is a track, because you use brake, you actually can save quite a bit of gas. You can lift early, not use any brake, kind of coast the car into the corner. Look, I don't think the leaders feel like we're inside the window. I might be wrong. We'll see if they pit here. But someone's going to. We already saw Bubba Wallace top off at the end of the last yellow. So I think we're close enough that these crew chiefs are going to have to really decide. Someone in the middle of the pack, I think, is going to force this decision to make it uncomfortable. You wonder if it's Joey Logano. They've been aggressive with the strategies all day. Or someone further back. No takers yet, so their mileage just must not be good enough. I would think the 23 would come back in if he topped off the last time.
Yeah, from 22nd back, pitted that time.
Coming at you, Marty.
Yeah, it has not been a good day for Kyle Busch and Randall Burnett. They have struggled to get better than 25th today. So they pitted the last time as well, taking advantage of this caution to come down pit road and see what can happen. 89 to go, though. They cannot make it all the way on fuel unless there was a lot of caution.
I've learned to not trust him, Marty. I don't trust what they tell me. I don't trust the fuel. And that's a compliment that they have the way to find some better mileage when they need it.
So many great sports in the Nashville area. You got the Tennessee Titans, the Predators, the Sounds for the baseball team here, soccer club, professional league. Then Vanderbilt and Belmont for the universities in the Nashville area. Once again, 2x2. We'll try the restart again. It didn't go well for Eric Jones on the last restart, and a little bumpy for Denny Hamlin. We'll see if he'll go aggressive again. The 45 will be on the inside this time, and the 20 of Christopher Bell will be on the outside as we get ready for the green flag. 87 laps remaining here in the race.
Ready, green.
Really good restart there again for Denny Hamlin. Let's see if he can capitalize on that speed going into one. But here comes Blaney. What a run he has. 3 wide as they're fighting for that third position.
Yeah, Truex with a great run on the very top of the racetrack up to third.
Side by side for the lead. Reddick on the inside, Bell on the outside. Here comes that 11 of Hamlin. He's able to clear the 19 of Martin Truex Jr.
That's a power move by the 11, too, to just roll the bottom. Look at this big block. See how they figure it out on corner entry.
Carson Hocevar in the 77 in the middle. Logano's on the outside, but the aggressive move was the 50 there by Corey Heim.
Still side by side for the lead.
Oh, a little bit of run right here by Reddick. Now the 20 of Bell has forward momentum.
It's amazing that they can run side by side yet still keep that car length gap back to the 11. You would think the 11 would be able to close right in, but both cars able to create some great lap times.
This is where Reddick was a little better the last time around these corners. Just a little bit of pace right there. This time Bell able to stay right with him.
A year ago it was 3 wide for the lead for multiple laps. 2 wide for the lead now between Reddick and Bell.
See Bell right against Reddick through the corner, not running up the racetrack, trying to run the lowest possible line he can.
And Nick, this didn't happen 5 years ago. No way did you see this many laps at a high-speed track between the side draft or the outside car making the inside car loose. They just didn't have the ability to run side by side. Now we're seeing continuous laps. I don't think Denny knows which lane he's looking for.
Bell shipped it down in there that corner. He drove it way down in the corner, but it hurt him on corner exit.
Oh, a wreck behind him. We see the 9 of Chase Elliott, Rick.
Sliding into the grass. Caution comes out for the 8th time.
Easy.
Couldn't see what happened. I just saw at the top of the screen, he kind of got spun out of line. I don't know if it was on his own or if he had help.
He was running in 6th position. Here he is in the 2nd lane. Everything looks fine right there, but around it goes. And that's the razor's edge that these drivers are on. I spoke to several drivers this morning, and what they said was that to get the car to turn in the middle of the corner, the back of the car doesn't feel like it's stuck in the racetrack. It doesn't talk to them and let them know when it's too loose. That's what happened right here. He was in the gas, and it started coming around on him. He did not expect that at all.
So think about that. Chase Elliott, an amazing race car driver, spins out with no contact. Yet the 2 leaders are side by side. The racing is just shocking.
That's here we go. Let's ride along again.
Rolling the bottom, 1 back. Hold on to it. Hold the brake. Keep it rolling.
So the art of driving a race car is being able to operate on the edge of grip. And when you step over it, that's the result. But if you're never willing to get there, you don't have enough pace. Let's listen.
No damage to the car besides going through the grass? No, sorry. It got loose. No, man, it's all good.
So I love that. It's all good. And why is it all good? Because that's what you have to do as a driver. You have to operate in that margin. And if you're not willing to, you're not going to go fast enough. This guy, Allen, has been around long enough to know that. It's just part of racing.
He knows you can't have it both ways. You can't ask your driver to try, extraordinary feats without understanding you're going to kind of cross the limit at times.
Right now, tied in the regular season standings, Chase Elliott and Kyle Larson came into this race with 620 points apiece. And the reason that's important, you win the regular season, there's another 15 playoff points that you are able to earn for that win. Why didn't they come to pit road there?
Well, the pit road was closed right there, so I think they feel like the tires are not flat spot enough where they'll pop, because they, I think at just a normal pit stop, try to keep their track position. Now for the rest of the field, 79 to go, pit road being open and green, I believe, we're to this point where it might be uncomfortable, it might be a stretch, but I think all of these teams have to come to pit road as we see the 9 kind of arguing about where he should be in the lineup. We'll see what NASCAR says about this, because he's continuing to pass cars as we're coming to pit road being open.
Pit road open. All the lead lap cars are making their way down, Marty.
Rick, to Steve's point, James Small told Martin Truex Jr., we're close enough here that we're going to come down pit road. Truex said, I can't quite get it turned in the middle like I need, but my exits are really good, Kim.
Adam Stevens, Marty saying the same thing to Christopher Bell. We're right on our number. We need to come down now. Christopher needed to be freed up. You saw the chassis adjustment, 4 fresh Goodyear tires, Sunoco fuel. And Tyler Reddick also taking 4. Still tight on that machine, Dave.
Denny Hamlin said, I was a little bit tight, but that was behind those 2 who are racing for the lead. 4 tires here and fuel to get to the end. He won't be the first off pit road. That may be by strategy.
Yeah, not everyone on the lead lap came to pit road. We saw Ryan Blaney stay out on the racetrack. Allmendinger stayed out as well. So a few cars that were on the lead lap stayed on the racetrack. The caution came out for most popular driver in NASCAR, spinning off of turn 4 and into the grass he went. We'll have a restart when we return.
Welcome back to the Ally 400 at Nashville Super Speedway. Powerball wants to send you to NASCAR Championship Weekend for the chance to win $1 million. Ahead of Saturday's Tennessee Lottery 250, lottery players got exclusive access to the garages, pit lane, and the infield. If you want to experience NASCAR like this, check your local lottery and enter the NASCAR Powerball Playoff. You could win $1 million, plus a portion of your ticket purchase will stay in your state to support good causes. Powerball, the official lottery game of NASCAR. And as we just saw cars pitting on that caution, some of them were right near their window. Take a listen to what crew chief Adam Stevens told Christopher Bell.
Save it. Gonna be on fumes.
So guys, if you hear that, you're gonna be on fumes. If they stay out to the end of the race, it goes green. Does that make you a little nervous?
Well, one thing that tells me though is if Bell, who pitted at 221, is gonna be on fumes, then this group up here can't feel very good about it, right? We have 188, 204, 212, 211. They're obviously gonna try to stretch it. Adam Stevens is as good as any at figuring fuel mileage and risking it. But, look, I don't hate the call if you're the 7 or the 23. You're trying to make something happen. You maybe can split this stage in the middle or something can happen for yellows. But, Marty, I think the leaders don't plan on pitting again.
Yeah, and talking to Jonathan Hassel, the crew chief for Ryan Blaney. Blaney said on the radio how many stayed out. They told him 3. He went, ugh. So Hassler told me just a moment ago, Steve, he said, I certainly thought more would stay out with us. This does not put us in a good spot. I really, really, really need a long run right here.
Yeah, that's the toughest thing about strategy. I say all the time. They say, well, it's the right call. Well, when are the yellows going to come out? What's everybody else going to do? Because you can make the same call, Rick, and depending on the field, it's good or bad, and you've done nothing different.
Look at the 8th car at 10th spot. Where has he run all day?
Yeah.
In the 30s.
Right.
And pitting earlier has given him an opportunity to make something happen.
And you see the variety of tires as well, right? We're talking a lot about fuel, but some are on fresh tires, some aren't.
Blaney on the inside. As we get ready for the restart, Allmendinger on the outside. 75 laps remain here in Nashville. Again, the 5 cars up front all stayed out on the racetrack when the others on the lead lap came to pit road. And a few falling back early on this restart.
That 42 car in the middle of John Hunter Nemechek, it's missing a right front fender. So I understand that it's lacking the pace. Joey Logano, though, bottom 3 wide. That bright yellow 22 inside of Chastain and Bubba Wallace.
Chastain surging ahead of the 22 and 23. Take that spot, but here comes Logano and way up the racetrack.
Ty Gibbs was on the cushion.
Yeah, he was right up against the wall. Riding along with Chris Buescher. So how does this strategy work out for Blaney, Allmendinger, LaJoie, Chastain, Logano? Do they have to run a long ways?
Oh, Christopher Bell
Don't have
around.
to.
Big damage on the 20.
Huge hit for Christopher Bell. Caution has come back out again.
Broken toe link.
The dominant car today led 132 laps, and Bell now wrecked. He was running 15.
Yeah, he's
Don't have any power either.
Doesn't have any power. He got cycled back to 15th between the strategy calls. Let's see what happens.
Austin Dillon making it 3 wide. Oh, he just gets loose. He's all by himself. We talked about dancing on that razor's edge and what happens when these cars get loose, and there it is. Christopher, that thing came around on Christopher before he even knew it. These cars are difficult to drive, and being in all that traffic makes it that much more difficult. You just don't have the downforce on the race car back there in traffic.
He had been up front for most of the day, so that clean air definitely a lot different than what he was experiencing there as he was following John Hunter Nemechek through the center of the turn.
So to answer your question, Rick, Blaney's kind of in no man's land because everybody that was close on fuel who just pitted at lap 221 with these caution flags, they are absolutely not pitting. So now you have from basically, looking at our timing of the scoring, I want to say it's Josh Berry and even Joey Logano, they have enough fuel to make it. So there's 15, 20, 25 cars, Marty, that aren't going to come to pit road. I just am struggling to see a pathway out for the 12.
Yeah, and that's what Jonathan Hassler just told Ryan Blaney a moment ago. He said, quote, our bet is made. We got to stick in here and just see what happens. So they, again, want that long run right here. But Blaney kind of in no man's land, as you mentioned, Steve. They pit here. They're going to be behind everybody else that came to pit road a moment ago.
Yeah, so what has this strategy done? Look at the 16 car of A.J. Allmendinger. Average running position so far today, 28th. And here he is with 71 to go. Gambling a little bit that he can make it, but he's got a shot. I mean, he had no shot running 28th. Now maybe he can make something happen. Let's sneak in on the radio and see what they're talking about.
We've kind of made the bet in this, like we'd just be screwed if we pit now, so just ride it out here. Yep, that's what we're willing to take, and if it works out.
So I really look at Blaney, Allmendinger, and LaJoie. I'm not willing to say they can't make it because I've seen crazy things happen in the sport, but it would really shock me. Now, Bubba Wallace, you know, lap 212, that seems to be a more manageable number. Not easy, but maybe more manageable. And then the 221 cars, I believe, all can make it. Dave.
Before that last restart, I went to the 16 pit box and checked with Travis Mack. He kind of laughed and put up his arms and he said, I mean, we need 15 laps. So they need about 30 laps of caution, right, to make that happen. But start counting. And behind them, the 7 of Corey LaJoie. Well, that's Ryan Sparks at the helm there. You know he'll take any chance he can to get his driver up front. He's going to do it here. I believe he said we're just going to run it out.
So if they can't make it, let's talk about the other option. To their point about a long run, if we went, say, 50 laps green here and then had a caution with 20 to go, while I do believe some cars would still stay out on old tires, a lot would pit for probably fresh tires, right, Jeff? So now, if they pit, they may restart 10th or 12th or 14th. You know, they would still lose some track position, but the penalty would be much less than pitting under this cycle right here. But we've yet to see pit road open because the 20 has been on pit road. Wrecker kind of giving the 20 some assistance back to the box. He said he had no power. I'm not sure battery came loose or what happened.
And there's things like this that you can't control. Like, you don't know how long these caution laps are going to last. I mean, this extended this, you know, by maybe 2 laps. And that benefits, if you're trying to save, you know, a few laps of gas, these are things that just completely fall in your favor. He was stopped on pit road, so they couldn't open it.
Well, A.J. Allmendinger currently has 18 laps of yellow and 9 laps of green. So, you know, if you're 15 short, 18 laps of yellows, you've made up 9. So now you're basically, you know, do the math. You still need a few more, but one thing's for sure, the intensity is not going down with everyone else who's racing for position.
So you're saying there could be another caution? Or 6?
There could be another caution.
They're going to work on the 20 now, seeing if they can get him back out onto the racetrack. And he's on the damaged vehicle policy right now, right?
Yeah, so he's on the clock. You can only repair certain things, and you only have so much time. Looking at the team, though, I believe they feel this is more of a repair to get to the garage. And you ask yourself, you know, you've had a great year, you've won 3 races. This is not a slow racetrack, right? If you can't get a car confidently repaired, sometimes you're better off to just load them up.
And that's part of the reason for the damaged vehicle policy is, right? If it's going to take you X amount of time to get it ready, then do you really want to put your driver out there on the racetrack and put him in a vulnerable position? There's been many drivers that have been driving race cars that were wrecked, that were thrown together to get him out for points, that the car failed and they got another wreck. We don't need that.
John Hunter Nemechek's going to make his way onto pit road, but looks as though everyone else is going to stay out. It was the 20 of Bell who was behind John Hunter Nemechek, lost it through the center of the turn, up into the wall hard, and brought out the ninth caution of the day. Ty Gibbs and 4-time Team Toyota Olympian Elise Willoughby recently hit the Rock Hill BMX track in South Carolina, where they spent time riding multiple different areas in the facility while catching up on their passion for NASCAR and BMX racing. It brought back memories of Ty racing with his family back in the day. Toyota is a proud sponsor of the Olympic Games, which airs on the NBC Family Networks next month.
Ty credit looked pretty good right there. Jeff, let's get you out there.
To do what?
Watch.
Thank you, Rick.
Blaney and Allmendinger will make up row 1 once again.
Keep an eye on the 1 of Chastain and the 22 of Logano. I feel both those drivers think they have the fuel. They're in the position. They feel these are the restarts to win the race.
Shadows coming into play now here at Nashville Super Speedway. As coming back to the restart, 66 laps remain.
Green, pushing out.
Four wide as they come into turn 1. And a lot of beating and banging back here, fighting for track position. Blaney, Allmendinger, Chastain, 1, 2, 3. 4th still being contested. Bubba Wallace and Corey LaJoie. LaJoie on the inside, Bubba Wallace on the outside. Maybe a little contact made there exiting 2.
LaJoie's loose. Can Logano get a run and make it 3 wide? He's going to try to push the 23. No, there he goes. Big block by LaJoie. That completely messes up the angle for Logano, but he's still able to make pace. Oh, hurts him on the corner exit.
3 wide behind him. And Josh Berry running into the side of the 7 of LaJoie. Berry staying up here inside the top 10. That's Kyle Busch in the 8s on the inside of the 45. Now the inside of the 7. And right now, the top 4, with the exception of Chastain, are saving as much fuel as they can. Blaney can't make it.
I think that's a great point, Rick. I don't believe there's any way the 12 can make it. Allmendinger is thinking fuel. Chastain, I believe, thinks he can make it, and he is pushing Allmendinger. He's not going to let the 16 save any gas. On board with Chastain, the Busch light came. He's been looking to the right rear quarter panel of the 16 once again, rolling that second lane, doing a really nice job with middle corner speed. Just can't quite get there. A little bit of a run here, though.
Will he go to the bottom of the racetrack to try to get by Allmendinger? He's not able to clear him there, but he goes to the high side, Dave.
Going to try to make the high side work there. As you see the 3 wide there between LaJoie, Busch, and Hamlin. Hamlin's going to take the inside as well. As for Chastain, took 2 tires on that last stop to get his track position. The car's a little bit tight, but Ross is now making that pass. That's for second place.
Ross trying to go back-to-back here at Nashville. Won a year ago. And now moves up into the 2nd spot, and more than likely has enough fuel to make it all the way to the end of this one, where Blaney is still very questionable.
Now, with Chastain taking rights, you know, there could be a chance that it's not completely full. You know, we assume, looking at math, it's good, but we saw Ryan Blaney run out of gas on the last lap at St. Louis. So remember, you know, there are a lot of assumptions when you start calculating your fuel mileage. The 51, Haley's still in the mix, running 13th.
Big wiggle out of the 19 of Martin Truex Jr.
This is the previous restart. Truex and Larson. Larson up the racetrack. Lost control of his car, got in front of Truex, and Truex was not happy. A little retaliation. And believe it, oh, big spin.
Keselowski into the wall. And the 10th caution comes out.
How bad is it?
Harrison Burton also spinning around.
Wrecked this under caution.
Wrecked us under caution. We'll have to get a replay to see exactly who did what. A big hit by the 6, Rick. You called it, the big, long slide.
Looking like Hocevar might be the culprit as far as why the 21 was around. But let's look at the 6 and what happened here.
Yeah, outside the 3 of Dillon, down into the corner.
Oh. Just came down on Dillon. Must have thought he had him cleared.
Oh, Murray, trying to pull you. Trying to pull you back. Clear. Inside. Hold the brake.
It's hard because the audio, I'm not sure, is exactly lined up with the...
He just thinks he has Austin clear. Austin carrying speed into the corner, and they make contact. Down the back straightaway.
Yeah, there's got to be more to this story because the 77 just hooks a 21.
I think NASCAR is going to like that under caution.
Yeah, there's got to be more to that story. You run next to one another enough. We've seen how many people mad at one another, and I agree. I think NASCAR is going to take a look at that. They do not like issues on pit road or issues under yellow. Let's listen in to Hocevar.
Why the f would he check up? Just get caught up. Stay off the radio. Don't know what happened right there. You're good. We'll talk about it later.
I think there's
a backstory.
A few, for sure.
Burton's catching up right now.
You try to
Any
start.
other caution because I've locked him down the back straightaway? You can go kiss my ass.
And that was the response.
Two young guys. Aggressive racing.
Hocevar just 21, Burton 23.
See right here, the 6 is already wrecked, so we're coming to the yellow. 77 can say that the 21 checked up. I think at the end the 21 did, but everybody was slowing down but the 77. So it looked to me like the 77 is going up to express his frustration with the 21. The 21 sees he's coming in the mirror, gives him a little bit of a brake check, and then the 77 turns less and spins the 21 out. So that's the finish. I'm not sure what the cause was earlier. Dave.
Ryan Sparks calls Corey LaJoie to pit road for 4 fresh tires and fuel. Yeah, they weren't going to make it except with an extreme stretch, so why not give the driver the fresh rubber, let him race from the back, see what he can pick up in these final 55 laps, probably about 52 or so when they get going green, guys.
You hate to give up all that track position, but there's just, what choice do you have, Steve? You can't go that far on fuel.
If you can't make it, you can't make it. There's no reason to just, you know, keep your head in the sand. You have to pay the piper at some point.
Let's hear from Christopher Bell after a really dominant day, 131 laps led, now out of the car and with Kim.
Yeah, Rick, he had a great car today. Unfortunately, too much damage to continue. Walk us through what happened during that incident.
Just put myself in a bad spot, lost my cool, you know, got back in traffic with all those yellow flags, and then had a bad restart and just, yeah, put myself in a really bad aero spot, getting into one and spun it out.
Very frustrated Christopher Bell down here. Like you mentioned, Rick led 131 laps, so at least the team has that to rest their laurels on.
And he won both stages, so it's not going to end up being a bad point day because he gained 20 points through the stages, but obviously the finish is not what he was hoping for.
You heard what he said, and we talk about restarts and track position and how that is so important. He said he got a bad restart, right? And then he put himself in a bad situation. Well, he did that because he's trying to make it up. You know, he's trying, hey, I got a bad restart, lost spots, I got to go make it up. And again, these cars don't drive themselves. They are very difficult to drive, and when you overstep it, that's what happens.
So they'll be trying to put that one back in the hauler as Brad Keselowski's crew working on the 6 to get it straightened out. Marty, what about the 12 team?
Well, Rick, normally when you're trying to save fuel to make it to the end of the race, you welcome cautions, but this just keeps getting worse for Jonathan Hassler and Ryan Blaney. Listen in.
Definitely not what we need. Yeah, just 4. Get about 8 more of those, we'll be okay. Keep saving all you can.
Don't think they're going to get about 8 more cautions, Steve, but man, what a box this race team is in. Is there a path out for this group, Steve? Because they have the lead, but they're way, way short still on fuel.
There's not a pathway I see that gives Blaney a chance to win the race. I think there's obviously a path, and that's what Jonathan Hassler's thinking about as we see the choose, that if we could somehow get a little bit of a long run, some cars might want tires, but I just don't see that. You know, he tongue-in-cheek, we need about 8 more of those. I mean, there's no real feasible way to connect the dots on the fuel mileage of this situation. So at this point, stay out of the mess as long as you can with the track position. Hopefully you get a yellow at the right time. This is the advantage of already winning a race. This is what Iowa does for Ryan Blaney, because without a win, you're thinking about all the points you're going to give up when you come to pit road. And that's still true, but with your name highlighted on the playoff grid, it makes it a little bit easier.
Chastain will be on the outside for this restart. Blaney on the inside. Seeing some of the safety equipment making its way off the track. 2x2 once again. We're coming up on 52 laps remaining here at Nashville. And as the sun begins to set on the racetrack, it seems as though the aggression level is rising.
Ready, green, green, green.
Denny Hamlin wastes no time, gets to the bottom 3 wide.
Oh,
way up the racetrack.
Look at all the spots he's losing.
Blaney racing Chastain hard up front. Chastain able to clear it coming off turn 4. Allmendinger running Bubba Wallace very tight as they enter turn 1.
Denny Hamlin.
Yeah, close call there.
Yeah, so aggressive. When you get a run, you just got to take it.
Kyle Busch in the 8 ran him down the racetrack, and this is like the 4 also of Josh Berry having his hands full. Now he's got Ty Gibbs behind him, but they stay side by side with Denny Hamlin and Kyle Busch, as well as Allmendinger and Wallace.
Hamlin clear Busch now. Little contact there. Allmendinger's doing a great job. This car had no pace early in the race, and he's hanging in there.
Another run by the 8 of Busch, and it's 3 wide for position. Ty Gibbs in the 54 on the inside, Hamlin right in the middle. Here comes Josh Berry. And also the 5 of Larson making his way back up towards the front. Maybe a little contact there.
Oh, still banging into each other. Hamlin just cannot clear this 8-car Busch. Kyle doing a great job. Again, he didn't have any pace early in the race, and now that he's got track position, he is going to fight hard to keep it. It's a lot of pride in that car. It's been not a year they won it, but he is not going to quit.
Marty.
Boy, you got to give a tip of the cap to Randall Burnett. Average running position for Kyle Busch today, 27th. He finally finishes that pass on Denny Hamlin, now up to the 5th position. And Steve, when they came down pit road at lap 221, we called it a Hail Mary for that race team. Actually, it was lap 211. Called it a Hail Mary at the time. Have you ever thrown a Hail Mary and it worked out this well? Still a long way to go, but they're up in the top 5.
Well, if you've thrown enough in your career, some have to be caught. That was kind of my theory, but hey, that's what you have to do. We talk a lot about the length of these races, and we make a lot of conversation about strategy and track position, but you just have to continue to race. You got to drive it. You have to crew chief it. You have to always find a way where you could turn your race around. That's what this team has done.
Only 5 top 10 finishes this season for Kyle Busch. More finishes of 20th or worse. And now Busch closed the gap there on Allmendinger. So a little bit of contact here. Busch working to the inside of Allmendinger. This is for 4th.
Top of your screen, Ross Chastain leads. Ryan Blaney a little bit quicker.
The outside lane still can fight really hard. Allmendinger fighting Busch.
Up the racetrack he goes, and he'll complete that pass.
Oh, he just had enough. Said, all right, AJ, I'm going to take this spot from you. Just ran him up the racetrack.
And that lost the position on Denny Hamlin as well. And now he's under attack from the 54 of Ty Gibbs. And don't look now, but the 5 of Kyle Larson coming into the mix also. Ross Chastain out front. Nashville.
It's so easy to get your windshield replaced using Safelite. Tell the people why you haven't done it already, my man.
It started off as a chip and grew into a crack, and it just keeps going.
So what do we do now?
I went ahead and scheduled an appointment online at Safelite.com. Told them to meet us here at the beach.
Let's get started.
Oh, Safelite repair.
Safelite replace.
Schedule free mobile service at Safelite.com.
Safelite repair, Safelite replace.
Can I have some Mike's, please? Was this guy's day hard enough for a Mike's Hard Lemonade, Hank?
I don't know. Was it? Hop to it, bunny boy.
Hard days deserve a hard lemonade.
Jane, this is your father. Before you hang up, I've been arrested. Hello?
You sure y'all paying y'all's bills? Because this phone don't work.
I've been hearing Axel Foley stories since the academy.
Detective, did you ever read your file? This is a lot.
This isn't my first time in Beverly Hills.
Please tell me you didn't get arrested again.
Twice, but I broke out.
Rated R.
Ooh, $3.99 and stuffed with pepperoni and cheese.
You want Crazy Puffs fast? You go with Hot and Ready.
Now I have time for more summer fun.
Go long! Walk in for $3.99 Hot and Ready Crazy Puffs at Little Caesars.
Pizza, pizza. Ally has savings buckets to help you save for anything you want to buy. Because everyone has something they're saving for. Like that new car. Or a fancy vacation. Or party supplies. Your delivery budget. Or even the down payment on your dream home. Our savings buckets help you save for what matters most to you.
Ryan Krauser, the greatest shot putter the world has ever seen, learned how to throw in Grandpa Larry's backyard. For years, Larry battled cancer, clipping stories in the newspaper whenever Ryan won, and asking him, when are you going to break the world record for me? Ryan smashed the world record at the Tokyo Trials. If Ryan wins shot put gold again, he'll be the first ever to do it 3 times straight. Even more history for Ryan, the Krausers, and the man who was there from the start.
Final 38 laps. You're watching the Ally 400 from Nashville on USA. As we see the 11 fighting back on the outside of Kyle Busch. Season wins.
Probably the next 5 laps or so.
Talking about fuel there. Probably for Ryan Blaney, but watching on the left side of your screen, season wins running in the top 20 right now. And Hamlin and Larson, 2 drivers with 3 wins already. Hearing that was the 8th radio.
Yeah, so there's a lot of conversation. I think here's the situation. I have Chastain hitting a lap 221. You see 42 laps. I believe with the yellows, they feel pretty good. They can make it. Blaney, I don't have any way they can connect this. The 23 of Wallace, I still think they're a little short, but they're probably going to gamble, run it until it runs out. Hamlin, Busch also can make it. Allmendinger looks short. That's what I got out of the top 6. Blaney, for sure, cannot make it. So if you're Chastain, you're really probably focused on the 11 right here. You wouldn't love it if the 23 got by you, but I think if you're Chastain, you're just assuming pace-wise you are trying to outrun Denny Hamlin.
Gibbs and Allmendinger once again side by side. Kim.
And as we talk fuel, windows, and who's close and who's not for Bubba Wallace, before that last caution, Boogie Barker told him, save as much as you can. Right now, we're about 5 laps short. This team needing a really good day as they have dropped out of the playoff grid after last week's dull finish. So looking for big things today from Bubba Wallace. We'll see how it plays out. They think they're very close, though, to being out of fuel.
Speaking of very close, how about Kyle Larson in the 5 here? He's saying it's time to go.
Kyle Larson trying to make it 3 wide. Now he's going to jump up to the outside. I think that worked out exactly how he could have wanted it to. Now he's going to be side by side with Allmendinger down the back straightaway. He's going to clear him.
He'll take that spot away. That's 6th for Larson.
That's why he's driving that aggressive. Well, that's why. That's what it takes to pass.
I will say there's going to be a lot of frustration heading to the street course. You know, there's been a lot of beating and banging and upset drivers.
That just makes Chicago that much more fun.
Denny Hamlin getting to the inside of the 23 of Bubba Wallace. Denny with 33 to go. He's got a good car. It's how long do these passes take? Clearing the 23 right there, a big advantage for the 11.
So Hamlin up to third. We know Blaney will have to come to pit road for fuel.
I'm looking at that 2.6 seconds that Hamlin's behind Chastain. That, to me, is the number I'm concerned about. What can Hamlin do? Can he continue to run the one down? And if he catches Blaney on the top of your screen, what will Blaney do? Blaney's coming to pit road. That'll help Hamlin tremendously. He now has clean air. The gamble for the 12 just didn't work.
Marty.
Rick, about 2 laps ago, Ryan Blaney asked Jonathan Hassler, anything I can do for you at all? Hassler said, nope, there's nothing that's going to get us out of this situation. So, Steve, I think in all the strategy that they played out, they never imagined they would eventually have to make the final stop of the day here under green.
Well, I've been guilty of it. A lot of crew chiefs have been guilty of it. But at some point, you just have to admit you're on the wrong side of the strategy. They had yellows to come down and get fuel. Pitting under green is going to cost the 12 car a solid finish. You know, I think they could have finished easily inside the top 15, even if they had to restart near the back. Now they're going to basically lose a lap to the lead, and it's going to be a long day. Been a rough stretch of fuel races for the 12 car.
Blaney was able to gain a couple points in stage 2, but that's not going to help much with where his finishing position will more than likely end up, as he's currently scored a lap down. Busch, though, after running, as Marty mentioned earlier, really averaging around a 27th place run, has turned things around to the point where top 3, and who knows what could happen here in the final 29 laps.
Well, we keep talking about this battle to make the playoffs. Joey Logano is running 15th. If Busch could find a way to finish top 3, what a major win, a gain in points on a day where he was having trouble staying in the lead lap, much less clawing out a 3rd place finish.
And as they're running, you see the points. Busch 33 below the cut line. The big thing for Kyle Busch is he has a streak going, 19 seasons where he has been able to win a race. That's the most ever in the history of NASCAR, or any driver, to be able to go that many seasons consecutively winning a race, and that is in jeopardy unless he gets to victory lane here in 2024.
Busch are trying desperately to get by Allmendinger. You see why it's so difficult. As long as Allmendinger can carry the center of the corner speed, he can keep that outside, and then he will run down the back straightaway with faster pace, just like this.
Marty.
Rick, there's racing all over this track. I just checked in with Randall Burnett a moment ago, crew chief for Kyle Busch. He did confirm for me they are good to go on fuel. And you think about the last few weeks for Kyle Busch, they've lost 57 points to the cut line, Dave. That's on paper. Burnett told me it's been much more when you look at our car potential. This team just needs a good finish. This would do the trick.
Leader Ross Chastain has been told he's good on fuel. If he can hold off Denny Hamlin, it'll be a hometown win here just outside of Nashville. You say, well, why is that? The cars are prepared in Concord, North Carolina. Well, the dream when Trackhouse was formed between Justin Marks and Entertainer Pitbull was to have a presence in Music City, in Nashville. Justin told me this morning that's becoming a reality in 2 weeks. They will cut the ribbon on 4,500 square feet of entertainment space for Trackhouse Entertainment Group right down on Broadway. They're looking forward to that. They'd love to celebrate it with a brand new trophy.
Big celebration a year ago when Ross Chastain was able to win here at Nashville. Could be even bigger if he's able to hold off the 11 of Hamlin. But Hamlin has been the fastest car on the racetrack for quite a few of the last laps. 1.8 seconds separate with 24 still to go here in Nashville.
He's about a 1/10 of a second faster per lap. He's able to keep that up. That's going to get him there.
but can he get by? That's what we've seen is difficult to get by.
Well, and Chastain and Hamlin, if he gets there, it's going to be fireworks for sure.
That's a great
place
point.
isn't wide enough.
Yeah, still a tenth of a second faster.
And this is where, you know, Kyle Larson shows up at the end of these races. You see the talent. Denny Hamlin. This is Denny Hamlin's signature, right? We've seen it at Darlington. We've seen it at different tracks where he can just run raw lap time, run a guy down.
Martin Truex Jr. is looking to the inside now of Tyler Reddick. Truex Jr., another driver looking for his first win in 2024.
Talked about points. Bubba Wallace also, if he can get to the end of this race with enough fuel, sitting there running fourth, going to give up this spot right here, but would still be a big gain for them.
Enough fuel. That's the key, right? We saw the 12 have to pit under green. We've seen guys run out of gas. I think the 23 needs to understand when you could tow this 5 car right here, draft for a couple laps. Booty Barker, I know a win is great, but you're having a great day. Even if you got to lose 3 or 4 more spots, whatever your math is saying, try to get that 23 to the finish. Look at that. Basically 1.9 to 1.5 in 3 laps. Denny Hamlin, a big chunk that last lap, Dave.
Steve, he was told he will get there by the 5 to go mark. With 5 to go, can Denny Hamlin race Ross Chastain for the win? And Rick, I think you're right. Fireworks may ensue.
Yeah, those two, no love lost between the driver of the 11 and the driver of the 1.
But it's razor thin, right, Steve? That means Denny, with 20 to go, he's got to be perfect. He has to hit every lap, maximize his car every single lap, and Chastain has to do the same. It's too far to go. If Hamlin loses 3 or 4 tenths by making a mistake, he may not recover. That time, again, faster, so every lap he's catching him.
And he's getting bigger in Ross Chastain's camera or mirror or whatever he's using. And I think that's just as important, right? Not only is it a mistake that Hamlin can't make, you can't give Chastain that breathing room, but force Chastain to be perfect. Make sure he knows he has to push to stay ahead. Because Denny really hasn't got to the draft yet. This track's wide enough you can run in a different lane in the corner, get a little toe down the straightaway. So I think when you get to about right here, 1 second back, I think you can gain in bigger chunks.
0.2 of a second that time. He's below a second behind him. And the key to this is that Chastain, his car likes the middle of the racetrack. Hamlin's car likes the bottom of the racetrack. So that gives Hamlin clean air. Will Chastain make a change in where he puts his race car to hurt the 11 car? Because currently, he's giving him the lane in 3 and 4 that Denny wants.
The only thing I've disagreed with I've heard so far is 5 to go. I don't agree. I think Hamlin's going to get there well before 5 to go, or at least close enough to call it a race.
So now Chastain went to the bottom of the racetrack. He was getting that information. The 11's on the bottom, so he went to the bottom to take that air away from the 11, but did it hurt the speed of the 1 car more than it hurt the speed of the 11 car? 0.2 of a second faster for the 11.
The gap closing with each lap. Now he's within 10 car lengths, maybe less, as Denny Hamlin has closed the gap. They're coming up on 15 laps to go.
So Hamlin adjusted. Chastain was on the bottom, so Hamlin went to the second groove. Now he has to guess, where's Chastain going to go?
Some great coaching on the radio as well. On the 11, they tell him, you know what you're going to get when you get there. AKA, you know the 1 is going to drive it wide. Have a plan.
Oh, Denny way up the racetrack. Big run.
That high line for Denny Hamlin, and big momentum as they come down the front stretch. 14 laps to go, and he's 2 car lengths back. Chastain to the bottom of the racetrack, drifts up in front of the 11, but Denny's there. Got up into the loose stuff, too.
So Denny now has to guess where Chastain's going to go. Assume he doesn't go to the same place he did the last corner, and he didn't. He went to the top.
So Denny goes to the bottom. Closing in again. But then the one starts to pull away as they go down the front stretch. 13 to go. How much can you drive out of your mirror?
A lot. And it's happening. And Chastain slowed down about 0.3 of a second doing this, but it slowed Hamlin down 0.3 of a second also.
Hamlin high once again through 3 and 4. Chastain goes up there again.
I'm gonna run to you. Half, right with you.
Chastain down to block. Into 1. Where will Denny go? He goes high. Chastain stays low. Now he drifts up the racetrack. Again, taking the air off the front of the 11.
Oh, this is the closest Hamlin has been on corner entry.
Keep hitting your exit.
That's a great shot. You can see Hamlin put his car on the bottom, but with the one in front of him, he just got tight. He wouldn't rotate.
Chastain's on 2 tires, Denny on 4. The 11 has more speed, but can he find a way around?
Oh, look at that run.
Shorter distance, goes towards the bottom, and it's inside of a car length now.
Hamlin needs to go to the top right here. Go to the top. There you go.
Can he get to the outside? No, the one closes the door again. Denny has to check up.
Well, that's the problem with the top is Chastain is just in his mirror. He just lets his car go up.
Blue down.
There you go, 10 to go.
What a great race.
Here's the problem for Chastain, though. That was a great defensive move, but it didn't take but a lap, and then he's back on the offensive.
Chris Gabehart just grabbed a drink. All right, I might sit back and watch this show.
All right, so Denny's giving him multiple shots, outside, inside.
Now to the inside of the racetrack, closes the gap again.
All right, so you showed him the outside the last time. I still say you try it one more time. Not as close this time, though.
He goes to the bottom. Larson has cleared the 8 of Busch, and so Larson up to 3rd. Now 8 laps to go. Hamlin way up the racetrack again. This time he'll have momentum if they come off of turn 2. Hamlin stays high. Chastain to the bottom of the racetrack.
Hamlin entered high that time, though, and that's going to give him a huge run off of 4.
A little run to you. Still lined up a little lower.
Chastain blocks again all the way down to the apron. Oh, a big wobble by Chastain. That opens the door. Here comes Hamlin.
Clear, clear, clear. All clear. Focus forward. Half back. Momentum you.
Very loose for Chastain in 1 and 2. Drifted up the racetrack, and Hamlin's able to get by.
That was a great race. Give it to Chastain. He gave it all he had. The back of the car just wouldn't stick for him. He's not done fighting, though. If he could get to the rear bumper of the 11 car, expect anything to happen, but I just don't see it happening. Hamlin's going to drive away from him.
Hamlin has won the last 3 concrete tracks, going for 4 in a row on this type of surface. Larson clear in 3rd. Busch continuing to run in 4th. Gibbs has got past Wallace. Wallace back to 6th. Trying to nurse that short fuel tank, trying to get to the finish.
5 laps to go. Chastain has fallen back 6 car lengths now. Larson still almost 3 seconds behind Hamlin. What a performance we're seeing out of Denny Hamlin again. The 43-year-old won the pole for this race yesterday. It was his 42nd pole.
Montana, go fuel switch 2
All right, so fuel switch 2, you have the opportunity to run on 1 or 2, basically lift pumps. What he's saying is, hey, I'm not worried about it. Probably with 2 laps to go, he's going to say go to 2. He thinks he can make it on gas, but he doesn't want it to stumble. Chastain is close enough that he doesn't want it to stumble and then flip to 2 then. Just be proactive. You're not going to pit. You're either going to run out of gas or make it at this point.
And the lift pump is inside of the fuel cell.
Yes, there's one in each pickup that fills a bigger pod. Although I'm going to tell you, Chastain is not going away. Only a half a second back. You talk about that razor's edge.
Fuel switch 2 on the front stretch.
All right, on the front stretch.
Fuel switch 2.
So 2 to go. Denny will reach up, change his settings.
Here comes Chastain again, finding that high line. But man, what a turn for Denny Hamlin. 2 laps to go at Nashville.
They all think they can make it on fuel, but again, it's very close. Are the calculations right?
Denny Hamlin coming. Oh, what a slide by Austin Cindric. That brings the caution out. There'll be a restart.
That's
Welcome.
not what Hamlin wanted.
Welcome Kyle Larson. Welcome Kyle Busch.
Well, welcome
right back into the mix.
Antacids for the crew chief to make sure they can make it enough on fuel.
Oh my goodness. This was a battle for several laps. Still side by side off of turn 2. Oh, just a little contact. And when it did, it just caused Cindric to lose control. And we see that so many times where it looks like a harmless touch, but it just can shoot your car in a weird direction, and then you have to correct, and then you get yourself in trouble.
So now, Rick, we can kind of set the stage. You know, Wallace probably the biggest concern on fuel, but, you know, we heard the fuel switch conversation from Gabe Hart. You know, I don't think you could pit if you're Hamlin, but who in the field says, you know what, I'm going to put fuel in it in case this isn't the only overtime, in case we go farther, or maybe we're closer on gas than we're thinking. Right now, the most secure on gas, looking down their lineup, would be LaJoie back in 15th, right? He was last on pit road at lap 245. And this will put, I think, Blaney back on the lead lap as the free pass. So he's going to have a chance to kind of make something of the day and try to get some spots. Pit road was closed that time, and now we're just running extra laps. We're at lap 299 right now. Let's listen into the 11.
All right, keep saving fuel. I have enough for 1 green-white checker. That's it.
There you have it. I have enough for 1 green-white checkered. That's it, pretty emphatically. So, you know, these are decisions that don't seem a big deal. The 11, of course, you're going to risk it, but who isn't? You know, who down the running order is going to come in and take gas and end up with a great race because we have chaos and multiple green-white checkers? You know, can Bubba Wallace now make it?
Look at that. He pitted on 212.
Yeah, so if you look further down, Jeff, you know, you got, what do we got? We got LaJoie, Hemrick, Hocevar, all of those guys were pit road 245. So anyone who has fuel trouble, just gaining spots for them.
And the other thing is, Steve, for those that don't pit, have you restarted with this many laps on tires all day long? And they are, we've seen multiple times on restarts with older tires, the cars don't stick very well. This is uncharted territory.
Even if you have fuel sometimes too, just instant acceleration, the car doesn't run as clean as you want.
Pit road's open. Let's see who makes the left turn here.
I think up front we know the choices. 23 is the first question. Oh, yep, 23, and look at everyone he's bringing behind him. Chase Elliott decides to gamble. There's some back and forth.
Kim.
And for Bubba Wallace, they were going to be right on their number for the advertised distance for all the saving he did, not for this overtime restart. Frisbee golf is the call for Bubba Wallace. As you see tires going on, it's going to be 2 tires for Bubba Wallace's teammate. Tyler Reddick also in that car, just way too tight. They're going to change 4 tires as we have Chris Buescher in as well.
It might not be popular. I love this call by Bubba Wallace. I love what Booty Barker, he said, look, math is the math. We are not going to make this. You know, if they were 60, 70, 80 points out, I would say, why, you know, try, maybe they can stack up in front of you and you can win. But they're not. They're right on the cut line. They're the first car out. Points are still a pathway forward. And, you know, you can't just hope it into contention. You only have what you have.
Don't be in denial.
Kyle Busch showed it. The 23 committed, and then it started to be split. The white Napa car, the 9, he goes back out.
And they all want a pit, but you're just going to give up track position if you do.
Three, 4, 5, 6, 7. We stayed out.
Logano says, nope, I'm going to stay out.
Yeah, this will be wild in the back of the pack because you have cars that have new tires, cars that have old tires, and in the front of the pack, we talked about it. Like, this is uncharted territory, restarting with this many laps on tires. Dave.
Check in with Chris Gabehart. He's looking over things now, wondering how Denny will be able to do, communicating with his driver. And as he sees him go by, Chris, what do you think from here? You said you had enough fuel for one green-white checker. Looks like he has a speed to hold him off as well.
Yeah, I think I hate that the 2 spun out. That's what I hate. But we have enough fuel to get it done. We have the fastest car and the fastest driver. Just got to have a clean restart, and hopefully it's the last one.
It's been an interesting day for them. They've overcome a lot. Denny Hamlin in front now for the restart here, guys.
Look who's around Denny Hamlin, though. He's got Ross Chastain and Kyle Larson, who's one of the best at restarts. And I'm guessing that the driver of the 1 and the driver of the 5, not too happy with Denny Hamlin potentially winning this. They'll go as aggressively as they can to take the lead away.
Yeah, you say one of the best. I would go so far to say he is the best. If you look at rankings, the driver of the 5 car, Kyle Larson, he is the best on restarts. It all starts in that restart zone. You see them swerving around tires. They're trying to keep them hot and warm because you've got to have a good launch right here, Steve.
You said restart zone. I challenge you. It actually starts on the choose. Where do you want to restart? 1, 5, 8. Put me in behind the wheel.
Well, all right. Ross Chastain will be the first one to decide. Hamlin's going to go to the bottom, which surprises me. Chastain to the top.
Larson will be behind Denny Hamlin for the restart. Kyle Busch will be on the outside of 2.
All right, so what's the goal here? Well, Denny Hamlin, the first thing you got to do is you have to leave the restart zone with great forward momentum, not spinning your tires. Chastain's goal, enter side by side with the 11. You don't even have to beat him to the corner. Enter side by side. If you're Larson, and by the way, Hamlin knows this, if you're Larson, when you get to the start-finish line, you need forward momentum, 3 wide. Enter turn 1 on the inside of Hamlin, and if you do that, Hamlin will be in trouble.
And what's Kyle Busch willing to do?
You'll go
19
and slow
years
down.
he has won a race. This could be 20, just extending the record. He already owns it. Let's listen into the 11.
You're going to focus on your launch, and you're going to focus forward. Don't worry about that 5 behind you. Get a good launch, go win the race.
We've seen Denny in this position before where he didn't get a good launch and wasn't able to win the race late.
It is overtime, presented by Credit One Bank as they come into the restart zone. Hamlin on the inside, Chastain on the outside. Green flag back in the air.
Green.
A big push by the 5, and up the racetrack, he catches the 1. Chastain into the wall. Big contact, caution comes out again. Gabehart said, I only have 1 chance at a green-white checkered. As we see Austin Dillon shoving the 43 of Eric Jones. Chastain, the window net down.
From having a chance to win the race to having your day done.
Hey, to Kyle Busch caught up in it as well, Rick.
We knew someone was going to make it 3 wide. But behind them was 3 wide. But that right there, just Larson gets up the racetrack. He was pushing, it looked like he was pushing Hamlin.
Something
and he just lost the front.
Something sparks, Jeff. Watch the front of the 5. I don't know if he hits the apron. Something seems to spark when it turns right. Hard to tell from that angle, but from behind, it looked like the left front might have caught the apron, really shot the 5 up the racetrack. Take a look.
He's in the back of the 11 right here. Gets on the apron. That's the splitter hitting the apron, and now it doesn't turn.
You and I were out there. That yellow paint is not on the racetrack like other racetracks. It's on the apron. So when he touches that yellow line, that is the flat.
It's like he's pushing Hamlin, trying to move him up the racetrack to try to drive underneath him, but doing that, he wasn't able to get his car where he wanted it to go.
And there's zero doubt if someone was going to wreck, they were going to wreck in front of Kyle Busch. I mean, they've done everything right today. Everything right for this 8 car, and here he is, the one dead sideways in front of him. Nothing Kyle Busch could do different.
Right along with Larson.
It's just pushing too late. You know, you're trying to push down the straight to get momentum, but now you're pushing in the corner, and it's just too late to do it.
Just 2 by 2, stay up, wreck it, come down, hang on. Unbelievable, hang on up there, he's gonna drop.
I'd said the 43, but it was the 42 there of John Hunter Nemechek that was in front of that 8, as we see the MR safety crew to Ross Chastain helping him out of the car.
And remember the other thing that Chris Gabehart just told Denny Hamlin, I have enough fuel for 1.
Well, that's
green, white checker.
As this moves forward, we have yet to see pit road open, and that's really the question, right? So now, if we look at the last time everybody came to pit road, Hamlin, Larson, Truex, Logano, they're all in the same situation, right? The first car better is Briscoe right here. He's a few laps better. And you want to talk about upsetting the world? How about Corey LaJoie, Carson Hocevar? Those two teammates, the 7 and the 77, both came 20 laps after the majority of the field. So they have to feel great about their fuel load. Marty.
Steve, how about the fuel for Kyle Larson? Here's Cliff Daniels giving him an update.
Max fuel saving, we should be good for 1 more on fuel. Just got to keep saving as hard as you can.
Same situation for James Small and Martin Truex Jr. right behind them. But Steve, here's the issue. If this caution is a long caution, James Small told Truex we could be in trouble right here and may not be able to get this one in.
So it's interesting, right? Because when they say we have enough fuel for 1 green, white checker, that's 2 green flag laps. We didn't run 1,000 feet of green flag racing. So they haven't burned a lot of gas, 1 acceleration. But if you assume every 2 or 2.5 yellows is a green flag lap, we've run 4 or 5 yellow flag laps in this. That's basically a green, white checker. This is what the value of a win does. Because if you're Hamlin, you can run out of gas. Kyle Larson can run out of gas. Truex, while he hasn't won, he's 169 points above the cut line. I'm going to say he can run out of gas, right? It's Logano that I think Paul Wolfe has the toughest decision because he's sitting there at 4th, and they have 20 points above the cut line where they run. You know, I know a win fixes everything, but running out of gas is most painful to the 22.
Well, his problem is Bubba Wallace sitting there behind him in points. He did stop and get fuel, so you know he can go the rest of the way.
I put 11 on the bottom inside. 3 foot up your door there. Still in there. Fuck, man, hang on. Hang on, more coming. You okay?
Still 4 wide, 2 inside. Still 4 wide. Easy. Stay down. Keep coming down. Easy. Down.
What's Austin Dillon to do, right?
Well, and his year's been like that too. Just can't catch a break.
It's good to see Ross get out of that car. Remember, if you go back to the history of that car, those rear hits were a big point of discussion and safety improvements. And how soon we forget what that was like when you see just a real tough rear impact for the driver of the 154. I didn't really see that. Ty Gibbs had pretty hard contact.
And can you dismiss all the incidences with the Hamlin and Larson? It's just a continuation of that where Larson's like, hey, I've had enough. I'm going to push you up the racetrack and take this spot. And just, it's been ongoing. I just don't think you can think that didn't have something to do with this.
And so when they choose, will they be side by side for the restart?
This has been a ton of yellows. This is
difficult for those that are right on the edge for fuel.
And the storylines are endless. I mean, Briscoe, LaJoie, Hocevar, I mentioned Gregson, Smith. I mean, Harrison back to 13th.
So much history between the 11 and the 5. Remember, this has gone on for a couple years now. Back in 22 at Atlanta. Big contact for both of them. In Kansas last year, Hamlin got into the 5. Pocono runs him up the racetrack. Kyle Larson not happy about it. Then just recently in New Hampshire, once again ran up the racetrack. Pit road is open. We'll see who decides to make their way onto pit road and who really needs that fuel.
Well, I think they all need the fuel. The question is who's willing to just run out of gas trying to win the race. Let's listen to the 11.
Fuel-wise, you're doing a really good job here. We obviously have no reason to pit. We can't win pitting, so I'm going to run you out. You know what I mean? I've got 10 cars that are in the exact same position, effectively, 8 to 10. Everybody else pit like a loser, so.
That's just good, honest truth from a crew chief to a driver. Like, look, I'm going to just run you out of gas. I'm sorry if it doesn't work, but we can't win. We're here to win.
And Chris Gabehart said you're doing a good job saving fuel. Well, how do you do that under caution? Essentially, you have that thing shut off every chance you've got. You just have it in neutral rolling, then you put it in gear, start it up, all you have to do is keep pace with the pace car, but the majority of this lap, that 11 car is shut off.
Dave.
And Jeff, look for Denny Hamlin to choose that low line to restart the race again. I know you were a little surprised that last time, but the word from Gabehart last time was repeated again. The car on the bottom will wash you out. You know how you can use up another driver if you choose the inside. So I believe they're going to encourage Denny to take that inside again. Do you like that?
It's just not a great choice. I mean, you're right. You expose yourself to being used up if a driver's on the bottom. But if you give them the outside and Kyle Larson's able to roll in there next to you and he just breaks even with you through the center of the corner, now he has the advantage down the back straightaway. Now, if you're on the bottom, you have the advantage of, shucking him out of the way, getting into turn 3. So not only could taking the bottom be a defensive move, it also could be an offensive move because of what it allows you to do to control that other car.
It's going to be right at it, pal. It's going to be really close.
Here we go. Inside, outside for Hamlin and Larson.
The other concern.
Still saving the whole way here. Cleaning your tires.
All of this fuel saving is what happens if you run out on a restart. If you take off and that thing does not go, it will be a big wreck because everybody behind you will not anticipate it.
And you heard right there, well, still saving well, but try to clean your tires. You need fuel to clean your tires because you try to accelerate and spin the rear tires to clean them up.
So who has enough to go 2 more laps here in Nashville? And you look at that second row, Martin Truex Jr. and Kyle Busch. How hungry are they for a win? Martin Truex Jr. celebrated his 44th birthday yesterday. Kyle Busch, as Steve had mentioned, 19 years in a row he has been able to win a race, and now he's this close. Marty, what's up?
Real quick, Kyle Busch got his spot back. NASCAR moved him all the way from the back, all the way up here to the second row.
That's ridiculous.
Not sure how that happened. We'll find out, but green flag back in the air. A great start for the 11. The 5 ducked down, cut the 19, and we've got a spin in the back. Let's see if he's able to keep it straight and we stay green. 3 wide per second. Denny Hamlin pulling away. Will he have enough fuel to come all the way back around? They're wrecking behind him. The caution will come out again. There's more overtime.
Caution on the back.
Well, if there was ever a question, I would say right now,
we can win the race.
so we saw that these drivers were on fumes. We see Ricky Stenhouse Jr. coming in the 47.
Rick, you called it. The 99 was in the grass on the front stretch. He actually kept it straight, and that got the field into 1 and 2. And then off 2, the leaders were pretty organized, but back deep in the field, somebody got turned around. Let's try to take a look. I mean, it's chaos. 3 wide. The 10 goes up there. We're 4 wide right here. Oh, it's back actually behind that. I couldn't see. I was looking up some. Maybe if we see that one more time right there at the end, somebody gets into the 51. I mean, I don't. It's
Corey Heim sideways in the 50 there.
Yeah, the 51, the 50. You see Josh Berry.
Once they start all checking up.
Right, exactly. Here we go. Let's see if we can look. I'm looking at Josh Berry now, all the way back at the right of your screen completely. So it's back further than this. Look right to the right edge. We're going to watch the 77 back up. Here comes the 50. Here comes the 51. I think somebody gets Harrison first. So now looking at it that way, somebody somehow.
Ryan Preece.
Yeah, gets into Harrison, turns him right. He catches the 51. And then it's just a melee, right? Everybody's spinning. Let's take a look here.
3 wide middle. Still 3 middle.
He's
Still
gonna
3
get caught
middle.
from behind.
Easy. Come middle. Watch your outside.
Yeah, you saw Roofs move way in the back. This might be a good shot of what happens first. This is great slow motion right here. All right, so Preece gets the right rear of Harrison, sends him right, and then they're all banging. Now, it's hard for me to know what Preece was struggling with here. Let's see. Oh, well, he's struggling because he has Harrison's rear tires off the ground. So, pushing, not trying to wreck him, trying to push the 21. It's a green-white checker. You're trying to push the 21 forward, but we see this at Daytona. You know, a little push is okay. At some point, you're just pushing the guy faster than it will go. Harrison loses the back of his car, and they all kind of pile in together.
AMR safety crew there with Harrison Burton as he'll head to the infield care center. Pit road is closed, and now you see on the left side of your screen virtually no fuel for any of these drivers. Let's listen in on the 11.
We're 15 seconds from winning, and then 10 seconds from winning.
Yeah, you and I have lost them a lot of ways together, friends. Just, at least we're in position to do it.
Gabehart also told him we could be emotional about this and stay out and try to win it, but I don't think we can win it this way. They are talking about pitting. They just don't have any fuel.
Well, I like the call the last time. And I think Gabehart understands the situation. So, you know, if he knows it's dire and he knows it isn't, which it's gotta be, I do agree with his assessment, right? I mean, you're still racing for regular season points. If you don't think you can win, that's a tough call.
A little bit of cleanup still to be done here on the backstretch, and so pits are closed.
We have Kyle Busch lined up in 4th. We were all shocked coming to 1 to go that he was lined up in 4th. Let's watch this last replay. So he's an innocent victim, had nothing to do with the wreck, but that doesn't matter. Like, he is out of the screen. All these guys are going by him. There he is. All these cars are going by him. He's lost his track position. He could not keep pace. Right? Here he is in 4th.
So the rule is that you have to keep pace with the field as the field takes the yellow and slows down. So as the 1 comes up, the 8 gets on the brakes, not to hit him, to your point, not his fault. But I see how many cars you want to go through. I see the 23 go by. I see a whole bunch.
It's just crazy that they've lined him up in 4th. It's not right.
I would love to see Kyle Busch win for the 20th year, but I can't see any way that Kyle Busch should be 4th in this situation. I mean, he was in the accident, not of his doing, or avoiding the accident, but you can't stop on the racetrack. Cars that are on the left side going by at speed have to be scored. What happens is, Rick, is if you're in the accident or you can't maintain pace, you get blended back into the field, kind of where you either return from the wreck. There's no chance in my mind that the 8 maintain the pace or the average pace of the field. And look,
just to go a little bit further with that, they do freeze the field at a loop. And so the loop gets crossed. But what you're saying is, if you can't maintain pace, it doesn't matter if you cross that loop, if you have to stop.
Yeah.
And so that's the issue that you're talking about.
Correct. As we see now, the green light, pit road's open. So we talked and heard a lot of conversation about potentially pitting. The 11 chose not to pit. Dave, change of decision.
Gabe Hart says, I'm still convinced you're going to run out, buddy, but if it hasn't stumbled by the time you get to the entry of pit road, don't come. Remember, 2 fuel pumps. If the first one stumbles, you go to number 2. It hasn't stumbled yet for Denny Hamlin. They're all gamblers. Kim.
Ross Chastain out of the care center after going for a spin during that first overtime restart. What can you tell us from your vantage point?
Oh, Busch Light Country Chevy had a chance to win, Kim. It's so cool to come back here to Nashville, the birthplace of Trackhouse, where Justin Marks moved his family and started this idea of this Cup team. And to come back and have another shot to win is just absolutely incredible for the Busch Light Country scheme and all of our partners with Worldwide Express, Kubota, Jockey, and the Moose.
Do you think that overtime restart was fair racing?
Oh, I'm just driving down in turn 1, and I knew that I hung on the 11's right rear, and I had a shot to win.
And then finally, emotion that you're feeling right now, looking for the first race win and knowing how much this place means to Trackhouse.
Yeah, I mean, my feelings are hurt, of course. I want to be out there. I want to be racing. I'm just a racer. That's why I raced yesterday in our Use Your Melon Chevy, and that's why I drive so hard. And not that anybody in Cup doesn't, and anybody in any race car these days. I watched the late model stock race last night. Great race at South Boston. And 3 questions gets me a long answer, Kim.
All right, to choose. So these two have already decided. Once again, Hamlin will be on the inside, Larson on the outside. Truex and, yes, Busch will start 4th.
All right, so again, do they have, number 1, do they have enough fuel? Number 2, you have to get a great launch.
And you have to have fuel. Let's take a look at our Toyota virtual car real quick and explain. We talked about the pumps, the lift pumps. This is inside the fuel cell, left side, right side. Those are the pickups. Those boxes filled with fuel. They have a little trap door. That's the key. You're hoping that that trap door holds enough fuel into that and you get enough pickup. That's the pickup right there. It's on the bottom. You hope to get every drop. And I'm going to tell you, if the 11 makes it, that's what the fuel cell is going to look like inside.
Dry. All right. Well, we asked a question 2 restarts ago. Do they have enough fuel? We'll ask the same question. Can they get all the way around 2 more times?
Blue down now. Blue down now. Pump 2 right before you fire.
So now he's got to flip a switch to pump 2. Hamlin on the inside. Larson on the outside. It's overtime again. 2 to go from Nashville. The 5 doesn't go. They bottle up behind him. Big wreck for the 8.
Out of fuel.
5 was out of fuel. Caution comes out again.
That's what we talked about earlier. If you run out of fuel in front of this pack, it's going to get ugly.
Frustration there.
He gets a response, no matter what. In victory lane, he gets a response. Having issues, absolutely, Rick.
He's just going to keep doing it.
Just stop.
Well, it's broke. It's broken something in probably the toe link or something, and he just couldn't get it rolling. It's been that kind of year. I mean, they caught a break in the lineup and then just not able to execute on it. And this also, how many people are just going to have to pit here?
Well, so this is starting to change the outcome very quickly. You mentioned who has to pit. Let's talk about who doesn't. So if we can put the last pit in the graphic, we're going to show you who I believe has to be feeling good. It starts with Briscoe as you hear the crowd cheer for Kyle Busch. Man, it is. So there you have it. We have Briscoe has a few more laps than the cars in front of him. Smith and LaJoie feel great. Bubba Wallace, let's remember, they bit the bullet a long time ago and pitted to put gas in that car, and here he is all the way back to 8th in that 23 car.
Let's look again at what happened. The 5 just doesn't go.
Yeah, he goes to the throttle and has no fuel, so it just won't go. And Kyle Busch, just nothing he could have done, nothing anybody behind him could have done. You know, Elliott ends up spinning him around, but it's not his fault. He's expecting Larson to be going, and he can't.
Five away, still half off, ready, green. He's out of fuel, middle, pushing. Hold the brake.
Yeah, I mean, what can you do? You said it, right? Everybody has to try to go. The 5 does a nice job of moving right to not get wrecked.
I think that we are in the position of some really difficult decisions have to be made. Logano pitted on 221. Can he afford to run out of fuel here? So many cars have damage. If you did pit, you could still claw out a reasonable finish. Gibbs is running in 24th, and he is completely torn up.
Marty, what about Kyle Larson?
He came on the radio, Rick, said, I had absolutely no warning. Here comes the decision for everybody, though, Steve. Martin Truex Jr. said his car just stumbled. Do you risk it, or do you come to pit road?
I mean, at some point, you just have to come to pit road. Kyle Larson had no fuel, couldn't accelerate. I think they're going to pit. I think they've seen enough in front of the field. 11, the 19. Logano risks it, though. Hear the crowd respond. I actually don't hate this call for the 11 and the 19. You want to win a race, but you still have 2 drivers in there. Marty.
Steve, for both of the Joe Gibbs Racing drivers that came down pit road, the code was, hey, or the message was, if it stumbles, come down pit road. Truex failed at stumble. James Small brought him down. We'll see if these 4 fresh tires help him, Dave.
Message to Denny Hamlin was, your teammate, Martin Truex Jr., has stumbled. I just don't see any way you can make it. You're going to have to bring it to us.
Interesting situation at the front as well, because I do think you have to decide who you start behind for fuel also.
How about Zane Smith in the 71?
Zane Smith, Corey LaJoie,
Noah Gragson, Ryan Preece. I mean, all these guys, you get a surprise winner today.
Oh, man.
You get a surprise winner today, and we keep talking about how close the points are. Well, that would completely change the game.
Zane Smith, he's going to be restarting up in the top 3 as we look at the playoff standings there, and close to that cut line, Buescher and Wallace. But Zane Smith, the 25-year-old out of California, his average finish this year is in the 20s. Best finish 13th at Daytona to start the year.
Well, Chase Briscoe, you know, he has 3 laps more fuel than Logano. So, you know, I think he has to be feeling the, I won't say good, but better. Let's see where they all decide.
We've talked about the potential negative for Logano running out of fuel, but the positive would be if he won the race, he's in the playoffs.
Yeah.
We don't talk about points anymore.
Briscoe, LaJoie, Zane Smith, Alex Bowman, Chase Elliott, all up here in the top 3, or in the 3rd row.
So with LaJoie starting behind Logano, I think it's very important for Ryan Sparks to be explaining to him how close the 22 is on fuel. And if you, I know you can't leave room, Jeff, but leave enough room that you can get left. Like split them 3 wide if you have to. Any stumble and the 22 just won't accelerate.
I don't think you can do that as a driver, Steve.
Right.
I just think that, yeah, you've just got to leave assuming they're going to launch, because if you don't, then you're not going to be in position you need to be in to win the race. I mean, LaJoie, I think what LaJoie's goal is to not be behind him by making him 3 wide getting into turn 1. That's what LaJoie needs to be doing. He needs to time this just right. And Zane Smith, you know, if I'm Zane Smith, I'm thinking 3 wide. How do I get on the outside of Chase Briscoe?
We saw that number by Corey LaJoie. The career starts, 254 career starts for Corey LaJoie. Never a win. Now an opportunity where he has enough fuel, almost runs into the back of the 22, trying to clean the tires up here. Getting ready for the restart again. LaJoie in that second row. Logano and Chase Briscoe making up row 1. Looks like the 9's out of fuel. He falls back. They're side by side for the lead.
48 looks like he's not accelerating as well as he had hoped. The 71 has some momentum, battling up front.
Logano back to the inside. Chase Briscoe fighting on the outside. Logano drifts up the racetrack. He takes Briscoe all the way up out of the groove.
If Briscoe gets to him.
White flag here by 2, yellow's out, crap, stay field.
One more time, we're going to try overtime. They didn't get to the white flag, and you see the 4. Such a tough day for Josh Berry.
Logano, we keep seeing people run out of fuel. Can Logano even restart again?
Least amount of fuel toward the front is Joey Logano.
And Briscoe is not happy with Logano at all. Logano ran him way up the racetrack.
Heavy damage on the 54.
Just, I want to remind the fans at home, this race was scheduled to go 300 laps. We've already completed 325 laps, and we still haven't got to the start of the overtime that ends this one.
I've missed the exit on the interstate, but I've never gone a whole nother county by accident. And everyone, like, the complexion has changed so much. Look at the cars back in this. Preece, Reddick, Wallace, Buescher. I mean, these were drivers that we really weren't even talking about, but after so many chaotic restarts.
Here's the accident. Josh Berry was sideways into the wall and then down, and it didn't look like he was able to refire.
No, and that's a pretty
caution.
And it's a heavy impact. I mean, look, I know we want to get the race finished, and I understand all that, but in the end, NASCAR has an obligation to Josh Berry. Josh Berry just backed his car into the wall running 155 or 60 miles an hour. I don't think it's fair to see if, wait a minute and a half to see if he's okay. You want to basically send emergency services right away. You don't know if he's going to drive away. You have to officiate the race overtime or middle of the race. That's an instant caution every single time with that much wall contact.
Berry shortened that one up as pit road is open.
Joe Logano's committing again. I appreciate Paul Wolf's commitment.
There's Kyle Busch. So Chase Elliott, we saw him slow. Corey LaJoie decides to come to pit road.
I don't understand that one. I thought he looked good on fuel, but obviously something the opposite for the 7.
I think probably afraid they have damage.
Yeah, I wonder if maybe they think they have oh no, they're going under the hood. To your point, Jeff, there's something else they're worried about, not just fuel, mechanic under the hood.
Dave.
Okay, Ryan Preece up front now, running 4th, or running better than that. Yeah, is it 4th now for the 41? There you go. On the restart, what will he choose? How far forward will he be? Talking to Chad Johnston this morning, he said, we were not good. We went to the setup of our teammate, the 4. Until Josh Berry crashed there, that 4 car has been very fast. So Ryan Preece has something to work with. And guess what? Plenty of fuel. Kim?
And maybe not plenty of fuel. Joey Logano before that last green. Paul Wolf telling him we have 4 laps, so we'll see what he can do with this additional overtime restart.
It'll be the 5th attempt at overtime, and looking at the top 11, only one has been to victory lane in 2024. That's Tyler Reddick.
And they're wanting to get this thing going. They're coming 1 to go.
The choose again. Logano running right down on the apron.
I'm super impressed that Logano has been able to make it this far. Everybody around him with this many laps on fuel has had to pit. Either they had to pit or they ran out of fuel before they pitted.
lot of craziness taking place here to get this one done, and we'll pick it up next week in Chicago, on the streets of Chicago. And again, that starts Saturday for the Xfinity Series on NBC. Countdown to Green at 3 o'clock, racing at 3:30. Will be streamed on Peacock as well. Sunday, SVG will be back on track to see if he can defend that win from a year ago. We'll be embedded with Tyler Reddick in stage 2, and it all gets underway at 4 o'clock again on NBC. So, Logano, we know, is very close on fuel. Briscoe also very close on fuel. They make up the front row. Zane Smith, Ryan Preece make up row 2. Chris Buescher, Tyler Reddick, row 3. Field in the hands of Logano. Back in the gas they go. Both get away clean.
Great restart for Logano. Now it's about hitting your marks. You don't have to defend. Just make lap time.
And do you have enough fuel? Tyler Reddick making the move on the high side all the way up to 4th. Down the backstretch, here comes Briscoe. Logano on the bottom. Briscoe drifting back. Here comes Reddick.
He is flying. He is going to get to the 22.
1 to go. White flag in the air. Next flag ends the race. Reddick to the high side. Logano drifts up. Logano looking for a win in 2024. Reddick, one more chance. Through 3 and 4 for the final time. He goes up the racetrack. Logano goes up to block. Off turn 4. Logano is going to win in Nashville.
Go! Oh, yes, we did it! Yeah! Yeah! Hell of a job. Good job, guys.
The gamble paid off.
It's unbelievable. Not just a perseverance, not just a calls by Paul Wolfe, but the veteran driving by Joey Logano. Forget the speed, the blocking, the protecting, but somehow stretching the fuel, you said it, Jeff, further than anyone else was able to do it. We saw Briscoe run out on the backstretch on that last lap. He had 3 laps more fuel than Joey Logano.
And it's still running. Bang.
That may have done it.
What more do you need?
He did the burnout.
You got to celebrate.
Don't discount. We talk a lot about the fuel mileage, but don't discount the move he made over in 1 and 2 to take Reddick. Take it away from him. You know, Reddick had massive momentum coming to him, and Logano just said, nope, I'm going to take it away from you. And what a great drive.
And look at the emotion. Here's a 2-time champion. And he was fighting all season long, just right at the cut line to get into the playoffs. And now this win locks him in.
Just an insane finish here at Nashville Superspeedway. And Joey Logano, welcome to the playoffs. How confident were you that it would actually react and have fuel in it on that final overtime?
It's a good question for Paul, but I know when the 3, my fuel light came on and it stumbled across the line, so that was definitely all of it. But so proud of the Shell Pennzoil Mustang team. It's been a stressful few weeks trying to get into the playoffs, and being able to win here is huge for our season. So felt great to get that. Boy, that feels good, Marty. I'm out of breath. You know, we had it won off of Ford, and the caution came out. I was like, oh my God, but you can't pit. Like, you kind of got to go for it. And boy, it was close, but you got to give a lot of credit to Roush Yates, not only building horsepower, but building fuel mileage. That's what won today.
Joey, knowing this was your shot, what were you willing to do to keep Tyler Reddick behind you?
I drive all over the racetrack, apparently, but I had to. He had tires there, so just had to make different moves and go different places. And I tell you, when I went into 3 and I saw that light, I was like, oh no, I'm going to run out off of 4. It just stumbled and spit and sputtered across the line there. Somehow I had enough for a little bit of a burnout, but I'm going to need to push back.
I could tell the relief in your voice when you said, thank goodness. That's what your reaction was. How much pressure? Can you describe it? This takes off the 22 team.
So much pressure. You know, trying to make the playoffs is not easy these days with these next-gen cars, and everyone's so equally matched. And, you know, I made a lot of mistakes, even some tonight, and it's nice to be able to overcome. So I just got to thank Shell and Pennzoil, Hunt Brothers Pizza, AAA, Ford, everyone that helped support us all the way through, Coca-Cola. This is just it's a much-needed win for sure.
With an assist from Paul Wolfe, Joey Logano, the two-time champ, is now officially in the NASCAR Cup Series playoffs in 2024.
Another checkered flag for Joey Logano, and it was a crazy finish again. We see the 99 go up, clip the 19.
This was on the front straightaway.
He gets right back in the gas.
And then he said he had just enough fuel. It stumbled when he crossed the finish line. And the team celebrates again. 15 and 13 now straight years for Joey Logano to also get to victory lane. He's locked himself into the playoffs. And welcome to the NASCAR America Post Race Show, presented by Progressive. 331 laps it took to determine who was going to lock themselves into the playoffs, and today it's Joey Logano. So now 11 different drivers have won to secure their position in the playoffs.
I wonder if they're going to put like the Ally 450 on his trophy, just, you know, that extra 50 miles. But you point, 11 winners. Truex, I think, still feels great. I'm not sure anymore. Ty to Alex Bowman, you know, while their numbers look good, one more winner, and now they're all racing just a few points apart, right? So it can move so quickly.
And Ross Chastain's in there 14th. He was, you know, very close to winning this race. Obviously got passed late in the race. Caution came out. He's only 66 points to the good, and we have some very crazy racetracks on the upcoming schedule, so none of these guys are locked in.
Kim caught up with Tyler Reddick.
And Tyler Reddick ultimately finishing third. Looked like you had the momentum there on the last lap. Could you have done anything differently?
Everything, yeah. It's very disappointing.
How do you deal with the disappointment and the frustration?
I'm trying my best, Kim, but it's off. It's tough. I'm trying to keep it cool at the moment. I'm really upset about how that ended.
You did tell me, though, this morning that this team needs to start putting together top 5 finishes, and it needs to start today. You got that. Is there a positive thing you can look at today?
No. All the good cars ran out of fuel, and we were in position to pass 22. Hadn't been good all day long, and didn't get the job done. So.
Kyle Larson drove back to 8th. I know that's not what you wanted today. Walk us through what happened on that first overtime, Kyle, and you were racing Denny pretty hard all day and then got him to in turn 1.
Yeah, I got in hot on that restart and just got myself tight and up the track into Ross, so hate that. And then, yeah, then the next one I got just kind of out of shape through the gears. And then, yeah, then we ran out of fuel after that. So, you know, salvaged the top 10, but disappointed. But, you know, okay, you know, with you getting a top 10 there, I didn't think that was possible. So, just, yeah, bummed, but, yeah, just hate that.
You rode Denny pretty far down into the corner there. Were you trying to send a message, and did that just not work out well?
I'm just trying to race for the win. Was hoping to kind of get him out of shape and get me some clean air to the bottom. I knew being second row, you're kind of in trouble. So I was going to do what I could to just get him washed off the bottom. And, yeah, ended up getting myself tight and into Ross. So, yeah, like I said, I hate that for Ross. But just doing what I thought I needed to do to try and give myself a decent opportunity to get some clean air and give myself a shot to win.
And then running out of fuel. I mean, you knew that was a possibility, and then having the whole field bear down on you.
Yeah, I had no, obviously we knew we were close on fuel, but I had no warning on my dash, no low fuel pressure or anything like that. Just when I went to hit the gas, it was just dead. So then, I hate that for Kyle Busch because, he's been, had a rough go of it here and really, really needs some points, and he was going to have a great day. So unfortunate that, our lack of fuel there at the end and lack of warning, I wasn't able to get out of the way and not cause a wreck.
Thanks, Kyle. Recovered to 8th today.
Let's chat with Denny Hamlin, who winds up 12th, and I don't know where to even start to unpack the end of this race. So, Chris Gabehart said, hey, it's not worth the risk. Was there any thought to say, why not? Let's just try it. We got 3 wins in the bank.
Well, we did. We ran out there under that caution. He was monitoring fuel pressure. I let him know what the fuel pressure was. And so we were fine with just, running out of gas, but we did under caution. And so it was the right call. I was going down pit lane there out of gas. So, I was surprised it lasted that many green, white checkers, honestly. It was certainly stinks having, about 15 seconds from a win at the end, and then 10 seconds from the win at the end, and then we finished 12th. So that's just part of it.
How do you process all that when you're that close to a win, Denny, and then all of a sudden it becomes this chaotic end with 31 extra laps?
That's NASCAR Cup Series racing. Once you get one of these green, white checkers, it's going to be chaos, and everyone's just going to run into each other, and it's just part of it. You know that there's multiple green, white checkers coming, and certainly when we're strategizing for a race, we can't really predict for that. So we just needed Cindric not to spin out the first time, and then this would have been over. But, it's just part of racing.
I know you don't want this thing between you and Kyle Larson to become a thing, Denny, but it obviously crops up every week. And Chris Gabehart to tell you on the radio, hey, calm down. We have a car that can win the race. What was your take on the way he raced you?
Oh, I thought it was fine. We were messing around with each other like we were last week. We were battling for third right there on the stage, and he ran me up, which was all good. I ran him up last week a little bit. And then on the restart with the 22 was mad at me, but the 5 tried to clean us out there, and I think he tried to clean us out at the end there, and then it got the 1. So it all worked out.
And Denny has been very clear on this podcast and in all his media interviews. Hey, I just think everything that I'm doing with Kyle Larson, good, hard racing, in his opinion, no different tonight.
I'm surprised he got back to 12th. I mean, that's impressive.
I'll admit, I'm going to have to rewatch from a whole lot of different angles because I watched Logano win. I got that one locked in.
Yeah.
But Kyle Larson 8th, Denny Hamlin 12th. I mean, there are so many different guys. Bowman, I thought, ran out of gas, but he ended up 14th. The 14 was out of gas. I mean, there was a lot to unpack in the last 2.5, 3 miles.
And what about Moody Barker and Bubba Wallace? They finished 7th, and they're like, hey, we're in good shape here. We got a lot of fuel. Everybody's running out of gas that has the same amount of fuel as Logano. We're going to come out of here in great shape, and we're going to have a great opportunity to make these playoffs. And then Joey Logano says, I got the win. And it just, it's just amazing the switch and how they approach the rest of the year. If Logano doesn't win this race, or if he runs out of fuel like everybody else did, it is a completely different picture.
All right, Zane Smith, a career best finish here in second, is with Kim.
Zane Smith comes home in the runner-up spot. You said it's good, but it stinks. So do you look at this finish as a missed opportunity or something very positive for a team that needed some oomph?
Definitely be there on what you said. Yeah, I mean, my winning side of me is pissed with the second place, especially after hearing the 22 is going to run out for the past 10 laps. I don't know how many restarts, but no, I wouldn't have done anything different. I felt like I chose the right lane, and it's crazy just how much different these cars drive with cleaner air, and just proud of our strategy there. Appreciate everyone on board throughout this year who's sticking with us. It's been rough, no doubt. So just appreciate everyone at Spire Motorsports. Of course, Jockey Outdoors. Having Luke Bryan on the hood this weekend is awesome. But of course, our other partners, Focused Health, riding with us every single weekend and sticking through it. So hopefully get them some good finishes as well. But obviously, Ambetter, WellCare. So many partners I need to thank, but man, you never know how many more opportunities you're going to have at a Cup win. So we'll be thinking about that one. And of course, it stings when you see him shaking it, thinking he's going to run out right at the line, but just short. But obviously proud of a second place, top 3 in the Cup Series is awesome. So just proud of our day.
Well, best finish of the year for Ryan Preece. And at the end there, you were lined up. What did you need more of to try to get that victory?
Probably be on the bottom. My car taking off on a restart was a lot better in the bottom lane, but I didn't want to put myself a row back. So, you know, at the end of the day, I'll take that result from what it potentially was going to be. And you know, thanks to the 41 team, Stuart Haas, Ford Performance, Haas Tooling, Mohawk Northeast, United Rentals, big supporter of mine, racechoice.com, and Morton Buildings. You know, without support of them, I'd be sitting racing a modified at a short track. So definitely appreciate it, and hopefully this can help build some morale.
Chad told me this morning he thought the switch over to the Force setup would be beneficial to you today. How different was it? How much better was it?
Yeah, we've been trending in that direction, and it's definitely a lot better, where there's just little things that we're working towards, trying to get it so I like it a little bit more. And but yeah, no, I think between New Hampshire last week, this week, we're trending in a good direction, and that's positive when you're coming into the summer months.
Well, and you've bet on yourself in the past. How much is every week racing for a job for you?
Put food on the table for my wife and my kids, so this helps a lot with that, and trying to, you know, I came down here, I did everything I did in 2017, and moving on, you know, obviously with JTG I was just a short track racer trying to make a living at a national level, and you know, I'm not done doing that.
Great top 5 today for Ryan Preece.
Well, let's take a look at this week's Progressive Safe Driver. Can you find one?
I mean, I don't know. I mean, we'll give him safe as the credit because he ended up winning the race, but I'm just shocked. I mean, he went 110 laps. I mean, he basically left out here in Nashville Superspeedway out of gas and drove all the way back to Broadway. I mean, like, it was amazing what he did. You know, everything there, it seemed to make sense. The one interview that caught me was Reddick's. I was shocked by that reaction. I've never seen that out of Reddick. I'm going to be interested to see kind of where this goes, whether he felt he needed to do something different, whether it was how Logano raced him. There seems to be something else in that interview that we didn't hear. I've never seen Reddick that down, Jeff.
Yeah, it was odd. I mean, I thought he gave himself every opportunity to win this race. Logano just did what he needed to do, and yes, you're right. He upset it, Logano and himself. It was a little bit odd, but Tyler Reddick is a fierce competitor, and yeah, he'll be a contender when we go to Chicago. He's really good on road courses, and he'll be interesting to watch him.
Daughter's already in pajamas. It's late here at Nashville.
Wish I was.
Well, we are headed to the streets of Chicago next weekend, and I cannot wait. We'll call that one radio style once again, where we'll have Mike Bagley in turns 1 and 6. Dylan Welsh will have the call on the far end of Lakeshore Drive there in turn 4. Jeff Burton, the mayor, will be down at the end of Michigan Avenue and bring them back up into turn 12, where Steve and I will have that call.
You know, Rick, we talk a lot about playoffs and all of those things. You know, SVG won, and that was the thing. But let's not forget, Justin Haley was right there, right? So we could have another crazy winner.
And I love the courage to try this last year. Everybody said it couldn't happen, it wouldn't work, wouldn't be any passing, wouldn't be a great race. Well, the opposite happened. And I was shocked at the amount of passing zones, how wide the racetrack was. And that was in the wet. And when I say wet, torrential downpour. So hopefully the weather's better this weekend, and we can see a normal race on a very unnormal racetrack.
So much to see when you go to Chicago. And again, the race for us will be on NBC and streamed on Peacock. Countdown to Green for the Xfinity Series starts at 3 o'clock on Saturday. Then Xfinity Series racing at 3:30 on Sunday. Countdown to Green at 4 and 4:30 for that race. Again, racing through the streets of Chicago. You do not want to miss that event. This one was eventful and long. It ended up being a fuel mileage race. At least, how much fuel can you save? And in the end, Joey Logano saved enough. After an hour and 21-minute rain delay and red flag, they got back to racing. And in the end, it was Joey Logano who gets his first win of 2024. He locks himself into the playoffs and now is playing the guitar from here at Nashville Superspeedway.